What is up, everyone? We are back. We got the cameras turned a little bit here, and we got the stream up and running, and we have a little bit of time to spare here still. So, Seatown fan in the chat, is this the right link? You were in the right place, my friend. Seatown fan, I feel like you were in every live stream we broadcast here. So, thank you for always tuning in. We really appreciate it, and we are just trying to get all our stuff sorted again here now, because I can't see anything currently. So, it's great. But yeah, thank you for bearing with us and tuning in here. We will have let's see, Jimmy Strahorn should be crossing the 100-mile mark here soon. I don't know if Chris is down trackside. I don't see his camera, so hoping that he will be able to get it for us, but we are back. We are streaming.
Yeah, we did
How are
it.
you doing, Shelby?
Well, so what stream is stream? This is stream 3?
This is stream 3, which will be the final stream.
Wow, really?
Yep. This stream right here will take us all the way to the finish of the race. Uh-oh. So again, just bear with me as, there we are. I'm trying to move some stuff around on our computer monitors here so that we can see everything as best as possible. And it looks like Chris is not going to be trackside here for this. Jimmy Strahorn will be crossing the 100-mile mark just now. We will try to see if we can get an official split for you as soon as we can. I don't know why I'm struggling to get this feed pulled over into the screen that I want, but
it's midnight. You're doing an awesome job.
It is midnight, and that is not what I wanted either. But yeah, not only is it midnight for us, it's midnight for the runners as well. And I am definitely struggling here. So I'm going to try to see. Pull that there. Okay, so I've only lost half of our stuff so far. We're just going to pull this here. And we'll figure it out.
Sweet. We're good. We're good.
Okay. There's that. And it looks like the Chris cam is back up, so we will check in with him here.
Wow, what timing. What a professional.
See if we can get an update. There's the tape. We just missed
yeah,
Jimmy
just missed it.
Strahorn. We should have Mandy Holmes coming
Any second.
momentarily.
There she is, arms up. Just past that official 100-mile mark, finishing out her lap. And I have a feeling Mandy's going to keep going.
Yeah, I forget what she had said. I believe she said she wanted to get to 100 miles and then see what she had from there. But I want to double check. Yeah, she wanted to get to 100 miles and then see what she could do after that.
She's been looking really steady. She's another runner that came off of running Tunnel Hill this year. And not only did she run it, but she got second for females. So impressive to see that turnaround.
Yeah, really cool to see such a strong effort from her. Will any runner nap during this? Yeah, they definitely can nap. I don't know that many of them are going to nap. Just because while it is overnight and 24 hours long, I don't know that you reach like this big state of sleep deprivation quite yet after one night.
Yeah, I think it's shortly after 24 hours when things start to get a little wonky up there.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it could happen within 24 hours too, don't get me wrong, but
There you see Arin Glick crossing the start-finish area there. There's Pete Calck.
how far off is he from 100? He's getting close.
Looks like he is at 96 miles.
Yeah.
But I don't... Let me refresh this. And then it looks like the next two runners to hit the 100-mile mark as of this point would be Jordan Camastro and Stella Springer, who are both just shy of 98 miles.
And we got the Chris Cam up here. Well, it's not the Chris Cam. He's in the, what are we calling the Chris box?
This is the Warden report here.
All right, yeah.
Let's see if, there we go. Chris, you are live. The floor is yours. How are you doing?
Getting a little bit chilly. Starting to be able to see my breath. Bundled up a little bit, but still having a great time out here. Just wanted to touch base on a couple of our most recent 100-mile finishers. Let me pull up my notes here real quick. Jimmy Strahorn of Flagstaff hit the 100-mile mark in 16:07:29. And shortly after, Mandy Holmes hit it at 16:11:09. So congratulations to the two of them for hitting the 100-mile mark. Jimmy has elected to call it a night, and he will actually be joining you here shortly on the live stream whenever he makes his way down through the crew row. But it looks like Mandy is continuing, so more power to her, as well as all the other runners who are still continuing at this point. I mean, the decision to um, to continue at this point is grit. There's a lot of grit on this course, and every time I look around at some of these runners, I'm pretty amazed that they're still going. I mean, there are some that are, moving, and look at Nick. What Nick is doing today is just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, he's not losing, a second. He's gotten faster. He really is legitimately trying to negative split this race. But there are other people who are still gutting out, time on the course, and I think that that's fantastic. So that's part of what this event is all about. Matthew Urbanski still moving out there, Marissa Lizak, Scott Traer, Jake Jackson, Arin Glick, Nick Curry. They're still going. So tip of the hat to them. But this race is full of great stories, and that's one of the best things about this event is that it is 24 hours worth of storytelling and narrative that it keeps me going. I'm still awake, and I'll admit I'm getting a little bit tired, and I almost forgot to switch the direction of the cams at the top of the hour, but I'm going to still keep going, and we'll see if we can get. Actually, I will have Jimmy on here in just a few moments, so I'll get him in here.
Excellent.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate everything you're doing for us, and we will look forward to chatting with Jimmy here in just a few moments.
Hop on.
And we're taking a look. There's Patrick Mullins coming through, and we're going to chat with Jimmy Strahorn here. So let's go ahead and pull him back up. He looks like he's ready. Jimmy, how are you doing? You were live on the Desert Solstice live stream here. How did things go out there for you compared to where your expectations were? And just kind of take us through how your day went.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. This was a really fun event. It was a privilege to be here. Probably a little bit not what I expected, but I live up in Flagstaff, and so much of what I do is on trails, and I do a lot of vert. And I thought I'm going to come down here to low altitude and just rip on this track. That's not exactly what happened. It was way more challenging than I thought. My legs kind of started fatiguing early, and I had a few nutritional problems. But every time I maybe hit a valley, I try to re-rally. And at the end of the day, I'm happy to be here. My best friend came out from Oklahoma. My wife's been watching online, and I'm just so impressed by Aravaipa and all you guys and your hard work. You're working just as hard as us. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah, well, thank you, so much for being out there. How did, you said you're living up in Flagstaff now. How did the weather, the sun specifically during the middle of the day, how did that play a factor in your race today?
Yeah, honestly, I thought as I was zoning in and multiple days out, we couldn't have probably got better weather. I stayed, I never felt unhydrated. I was still using the restroom late into the 80s and 90s, and so I just stayed on top of that. I was pretty successful with keeping my body temperature cool. With over there, they had a bucket where we could put some water on us. So honestly, the sun didn't affect me as much. I think it was just I don't know, just some body fatigue, which is part of the event. It's just part of it.
That's amazing. Super cool. Did you eat any of the pumpkin pie?
I think I was the number one eater of the pumpkin pie. Yes. I don't know that anyone. Did they tell you that?
No. I just heard about the pumpkin pie, and I've been thinking about it. So
I think I ate 90% of what they put out, and they literally just put it in a certain spot where I knew where it was because I don't think a lot of people were grabbing it. But I was hitting. I probably ate an entire pumpkin pie during the race today. It went down easy too. I loved it.
That's so good to hear.
And then we do have a couple things from our live viewers here in the chat, and then we'll let you go. First off, we have Trisha Strahorn in the chat saying, "Nice work, Jimmy." So I'm not sure what relative that is to you, but whether that's your wife or a sibling or your mother. But they're saying nice job there, and they're tuning in. And then we do have a question in the chat whether you experienced any cramping throughout the course of the race.
Yeah, that's my wife. So thanks, honey, for tuning in. She stayed up kind of late. We have an 18-month-old, so he must be asleep, and she stayed up till after midnight. I'm
Aw.
impressed. She
That's
couldn't make it
amazing.
down here, yeah, but honestly, because I felt like I stayed pretty hydrated, I never really felt like I was cramping. Like I guess maybe what you may call a stomach cramp, but I just think that's just kind of part of the routine. But as far as like leg cramps, um, anything in that nature, no, I was rolling pretty well. I got to close pretty well the last part of this race, but yeah, it was just kind of some up and down. I guess you could call stomach issues, but stayed well hydrated enough to not have any cramps. Good question.
Super cool. Is this a PR for you or close to it?
No, it's not, and that's okay though. I've been me and my family just moved up to Flagstaff in June, so it's really been kind of a roller coaster being away from family, and we moved out there really to try to elevate my running career, and I've just been off and on sick. I actually started the Javelina race, probably shouldn't have even started that. Pulled out really early because I knew I wasn't going to have a day, and then came here and had some expectations, but at the end of the day, it's yeah, I'm always humbled to find the finish line. So not a PR, but I'm looking forward to continuing to grow as a runner and kind of find our fit in Flagstaff. And part of that's with an amazing community just entire the state of Arizona with Aravaipa and just a lot of people I met today. That's probably the number one thing I was looking forward to coming down here and just feeling like I'm starting to get plugged in. So, yeah.
Sweet. Well, we can't wait to see what you do next.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll have Black Canyon in February, so I'm going to try to recover and then get going.
Oh yeah, baby. Golden ticket? Maybe?
We'll see. I'm just going to go in and again have some fun and just get the most out of myself and be the best I can be, and that's all I try to worry about.
Excellent.
So,
Maybe there'll be some pumpkin pie there too for you.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Awesome.
Well, guys, thank you for everything you do, for all the hard work you put in.
Yeah, thanks, and thank you for joining us here on the live chat. Have a great rest of your evening.
Okay. Yep.
See ya.
See ya.
See you guys.
And there we just got to chat with Jimmy Strahorn, who was one of the more recent participants to cross the 100-mile mark. And he is calling it a day at 100 miles in around, I think Chris put the official time in there, around 16:07, I believe. I don't actually see it in the chat. I apologize. But yeah, so Jimmy Strahorn, new resident of Flagstaff, little 18-month-year-old. So shout out to Jimmy, and thank you so much for joining us.
Pumpkin pie. I could see that. It's a good texture for eating.
Yeah, I'm not a big pie guy, so I don't know that that would be my go-to of all of the aid station offerings that I know Mrs. Curry has available.
What would you go for?
Most other things probably.
I mean, would you
I would be
would you
like
take a cookie over pie?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would take any form of candy, any other sweet dessert before pie probably.
Okay.
I would take some quesadillas, grilled cheese, bacon, anything.
Anything but
Pumpkin pie specifically would be pretty low on my list. But I'm not judging anyone who enjoys pumpkin pie, you know?
Pumpkin is an acquired taste. It's kind of like mint. You know, some people don't like mint things. Some people don't like pumpkin. You know, whatever. I won't yuck your yum or whatever that saying is.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that pumpkin pie was basically put out for Jimmy. And it looks like we do have Chris Warden back on here, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base. I'm going to switch my headsets here. I am a man of many headsets. Pam Smith has called it a night, and she actually has just left, but she's going to be back in the morning. And we'll see if we can have her join us on the live stream to talk about her race. I mean, she had a smashingly successful day. So, you setting 3 U.S. age group records in the same race, that's knocking out 3 birds with one stone. I wanted to hit upon that. And I also had to mention something. Matt, you don't like pumpkin pie?
Yeah.
I am in 100% agreement with you.
Let's
I think
go,
pumpkin
Chris.
pie is bleh. I
Maybe it's
am
a Midwest
totally.
thing. Chris is originally from
All right, what
Illinois.
about key
I,
lime pie?
Oh yeah.
I like key lime
Oh
pie.
yeah.
I mean,
Mm,
I used to work at a restaurant that served a lot of different pies. We had apple, Dutch apple, cherry, blueberry, red raspberry, peach, pecan, chocolate cream, coconut cream, banana cream, strawberry, and occasionally pumpkin. I can't believe I still remember all of that. But pumpkin, you can keep it. Not a fan. Keep your pumpkin out of my coffee, out of my beer, out of my pie.
All right.
That seemed very divisive, Chris. Like I don't judge people who want to enjoy in some pumpkin pie, but it sounds like Chris is definitely judging anyone who wants pumpkin anything.
I have been trying to keep myself on topic all day, and we are 16 and a half hours into Desert Solstice, but that one tripped my trigger. I think pumpkin
Yes.
pie is gross.
What about pumpkin cheesecake? That must really hurt you.
That is called ruined cheesecake, is what that's called. That is, I love cheesecake, but I don't, where do you people come up with these things? Like, there's a reason why pumpkin is only available 3 or 4 months out of the year, because it's not good.
They had pumpkin cannolis at the restaurant we were at for bib pickup.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a new one. I hadn't heard of that.
Oh man, I just don't understand. I will cede the floor back to the two of you, but I gotta say I am Team Matt on this one. I grew up. I'll go out to the pumpkin patch, pick a pumpkin, carve a pumpkin, even eat the pumpkin seeds. But man, keep that pumpkin pie off my plate.
Thank you, Chris. I
Yeah.
appreciate the support. As according to the chat, this is a battle I'm seemingly losing, but as long as I have your support, Chris, that's all I need.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty out there.
And here we are, back trackside.
It is looking mellower and mellower and mellower as we crawl into the wee hours of the night.
Happy December 12th, everyone. It is a new day. Runners have officially run from December 11th to December 12th now.
Oh, Nick Curry. There he goes. Steady. Where are we at with our Arlen Nick battle? Four laps behind Arlen. Arlen's last split was a 2:06. Nick did a 2:03. It's going to be a battle between these two.
It is. Well, like I said, it's not like Arlen is falling off or anything like that. It was just that Nick was cranking, and he's got it within, he is less than a mile behind now. He's 4 laps behind and has been gaining, and it looks like Jake Jackson is now no longer gaining on Arin Glick. And so the race, another race that'll be interesting is that race for third place between Jacob Jackson and Scott Traer, who are separated by a little over a mile as well. They're separated by 4 to 5 laps. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out as well. It's nice to see Scott having himself, a pretty good day as well.
So consistent out there. I mean, looking at these splits just keeps blowing my mind every time I pull it up. 466 pretty consistent splits looking at Jake Jackson's particularly right now. But I mean, I don't know how I'm really curious how they train for it. It can't, there might, they get it on a track pretty regularly, words are hard right now. Or is it just they get into it while they're out there?
Yeah, so I think at least I know Jake tries to get on the track a number of times in training. I've seen that on Instagram, and I know that Nick tries to get a number of sessions in on the track during training as well. So I think they try to make it a bit of a habit to get on the track, train the body a little bit. The surface is different, the turns are different. Just kind of familiarize themselves with the surface and not the terrain, but navigating the track. For some people that's a little bit different, kind of running in circles essentially.
Right. So. Yeah, they always say train for the race that you're racing, so yeah. Makes sense. But it's been challenging to find open tracks, and really since COVID hit in early 2020, I think that tracks are ones that you previously could sneak onto are locked up, and so it's...
Yeah, there definitely seem to be fewer tracks than before. That is for sure. Jem in the chat saying he's not even American, he likes pumpkin pie. Jem, I thought we were friends. That's all I've got for you, buddy. I'm not a pumpkin guy, but I still appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone tuning in. And the next question was, what are projected splits for projected distances for some of the leaders? And so let's go ahead and see if we can pull up Arin Glick. His projected distance is 173.38. Nick Curry's current projected distance is 171.87. Then we had Jacob Jackson was projected at 168.41. And let me see if I can find Scott Trayer is projected at 166.74. This is all in the timing system as well. And I'm actually going to pin that link over in the comments. So if you want to check out the timing and results, you can check that out at this link. And let me go ahead and pin that, so that'll be pinned to the top of the chat for you all to go over and check that out.
I appreciate that Sarah Sawyer kept a pink top on.
That was very nice of her.
Yeah. And she's still going very steady.
And we should have Stella Springer coming soon. Do we have the Chris Cam up? She should be approaching the 100-mile mark soon, so I'm going to pull that up here. Actually, it looks like... Yeah, she'll be approaching soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she has just about 100 meters to go before Stella Springer hits the 100-mile mark. And she is aiming for 130 plus miles for the full 24 hours, so we will see if she continues on. they're saying in the chat there's no chance that she's stopping. So
Yeah. Yeah,
there
look
she
at that
is.
smile.
100-mile mark.
Woo.
Amazing. Still looks happy as ever. Jordan Camastro should be approaching the 100-mile mark shortly as well.
I'm really impressed with everyone that's up watching this right now, too. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot of fun. It's not as much fun if there's no one in the chat. So
Right.
we definitely appreciate everyone who is tuning in.
It's like a running pajama party right now. Pretty sure Jam's on nap cam in the other room.
Yeah, Jam is on the nap cam, that is for sure. He didn't want to get caught snoozing in the studio, so he went and found himself a quiet area so that he could get some sleep in peace without me probably making fun of him the entire time.
It still could happen.
So we should have, again, Jordan Camastro should be approaching the 100-mile mark here soon. Is Jamil coming back on later on? Yes, I believe so. I believe that is the plan. There we see Nick Curry. And we got, is that Andre Lee helping out there with the Cocodona 250 hat? Andre, the last finisher of the inaugural Cocodona 250. I had the good fortune of following Andre in almost from Buffalo Park, right up there at the intersection where you turn on to Beaver Street. I was able to follow him in the rest of the way. He was in great spirits, and he's a staple in the Aravaipa community here, and it was awesome to get to see him, and shout out to him for being out there volunteering and helping at the event.
Yeah, that was a long finish.
Jordan Camastro should be about 100 meters away from his 100-mile split. So we will try to get times on both Jordan and Stella's 100-mile efforts. And there's Scotty Trayer putting the jacket back on.
Ah, here's Jordan.
There is Jordan.
Thumbs up, checking his chorus.
And he's just still just moving along.
Yeah.
Just moving right along. There's Jake Jackson, I believe. There's Nick Curry.
Oof. Chasing him down now. I mean, you know, he's lapping him, basically. It must feel pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that there was a time right around the 100-mile mark, so less than 20 miles ago,
Yeah.
where those two were running stride for stride, and now Nick is up 10 laps.
Oh, man. Savage stuff.
Seatown fan in the chat asking for current standings. Seatown fan, you ask, and we will deliver. Here is the leaderboard. I'm actually going to switch cams here, and I'll pull that back up. So there is the leaderboard for you again. Arin Glick is in the lead, followed by Nick Curry and Jacob Jackson. And on the ladies' side, Marissa Lizak and Mandy Holmes, who are both still moving forward. After that, the next runner who is still continuing on is Stella Springer. So she does have to make up a little bit of distance, but she's actually not that far from overtaking the third spot, as she has 4 women in front of her who aren't continuing on. So in a few miles, she will have moved up into the third position there.
It's incredible. It's, reminds you really shouldn't obsess over the leaderboard in the beginning of these events because shifting will happen. Run your own race.
Yeah, and it looks like Nick Curry is now less than a mile behind Arin Glick. Aravaipa and Koros giving the people what they want. I think that is, basically what both our brands are about.
Yeah.
And it looks like Chris might have some updates for us. So let me see if I can pull him in here.
Thank you
Chris,
so much.
you are live, my buddy. Hopefully this isn't more pumpkin talk, and hopefully you have something good for us now.
No, we're going to table the pumpkin talk for a little while. I do want to give you a couple of heads up with regards to the official times for some of the most recent 100-mile finishers. Let's see, Jan Springer finished the 100 or hit the 100-mile mark in 16 hours, 36 minutes, and 11 seconds. And that is a new women's American 50 to 54 age group record.
Amazing.
Sweet.
So yet another national record set here at Desert Solstice 2021. And shortly thereafter, Jordan Camastro hit his 100-mile mark in 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 52 seconds. And I have to take a look, but Jordan looks like he's still going. As well as, let me find out about Springer. I will actually be getting ready to have Victoria join you here in just a few moments. So we'll get her set up and we can pop right back here.
Awesome. Sounds good, Chris. Thank you so much. And we look forward to chatting with Victoria here in just a couple seconds.
Great.
So we are back trackside. Let's actually throw it to our press box cam overlooking the track. And we're going to be joined shortly by Victoria Brown, the new Canadian women's 100-mile record holder.
Yeah.
Pending ratification, I believe, and all of that fun stuff. But what an amazing run by her. And it looks like we have her on right now, so we're going to send it to Victoria. Victoria, how are you doing?
That's a tricky question.
Well, you are now obviously pending all of the processes that will now ensue. The Canadian women's 100-mile record holder. How does that feel, knowing what you accomplished today?
I'm stoked, seriously. I was hoping I could break this record, but it never crossed my mind that I could come in under 15 hours. So that was something that surprised me, and I think everybody else, because I don't think I'm not a fast runner. I have just this incredible endurance. So I think I definitely didn't think I could do under 15, but I don't think people thought that either. Um, so yeah, unfortunately, my asthma kicked in around 13 and a half hours, a bit harder. Like I remember that even before 12 hours, I was taking my inhaler earlier than scheduled, because I did have difficulty breathing. But at 13 and a half hours, it just started to get pretty bad. But at that point, I was kind of, I can still do it, like without breathing. So that's why my voice is kind of funny, because at this point I have a cough. Um, my voice is funny, and I did want to go to 24 hours, so I started going out on the next lap, but I just couldn't breathe. So that's why I ended up dropping out. But I pushed the 100 because I knew I could bring it in under 15 hours at that point. And I also thought this is probably my last 100 that I'm pushing this hard ever. Um, so yeah, I'm super happy. So at this point, I have 3 Canadian records.
Yes.
That's amazing.
And I'm
So,
gonna go after the fourth one in May. No, in March. So I'm hoping that at one point I will hold 4 of them, and
what
then
record will you be chasing in March, and where will you be chasing it at?
so currently I'm holding the 100 from here, and I'm holding the 48-hour and the 72-hour from the Dome this year. So actually, I broke 3 of them this year. Um, and I will be chasing the 6th day in Italy in March. Um, and then if I can't get it, or somehow I mess it up a little bit, then I will be chasing it in Hungary in May. And then if I still mess it up, then I will be chasing it in the Dome in June.
Yes. Oh my gosh. You are so inspiring. You have it.
Thank you.
You have a plan. I can't wait to watch you. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get
Thank
it
you
first
so much.
try.
And
Fingers
so,
crossed.
Do you find that different conditions affect your asthma differently?
Yes. So it was as bad as it was this time because I was pushing the pace for my like for my speed. So if because in the Dome, even though the air is drier and it's cold all the way through, it only kicked in around 36 hours. And that's because the pace was way easier. So I started out at a much slower pace. So that's what I'm hoping, that if it's open air for the 6th day, and I'm taking it easy, as for the pace, since I will be going for 6 days, then fingers crossed it's not gonna get nowhere near as bad as it did today. Because in the Dome, even though at 36 hours it started hurting me, I went to 72 hours and it was still like I could still run, no problem. Um, I just got ended up with an ankle injury, and that's why I dropped out. So it wasn't for the asthma that I dropped out there. It just that the ankle got so bad that I could barely walk at that point. Like I had to ask for a wheelchair at the airport on the way home.
Oh no.
I made it to the flight first, and then for the transfer, I said, "There's no way I can't even walk."
Oh man. You know how to push it.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, you had such an amazing performance today, and a huge PR, and taking a lot of time off of the Canadian national record. And it looks like we have a question in the chat. So Chris had alluded to you having some broadcast experience a little bit earlier when we talked to him. Are you able to just talk about a little bit about your broadcast experience and give the viewers a little insight into your experiences?
I used to be a sports reporter. I had a few careers before. One of them was being a broadcast journalist, and I was commentating sports at first, equestrian events. So I commentated that 1996 Atlanta Olympics for the Hungarian television. Then I ended up with the BBC in London, England. So I worked there for about 3 years. And I also did a whole bunch of star interviews for the Hungarian television, like Leonardo DiCaprio and Sandra Bullock and all these who showed up in London promoting their films. So that was a lot of fun. And then I actually became, when they closed our section at the BBC and they laid us all off, um, I decided that playing poker would be fun. So, so I became a sponsored professional poker player.
Wow.
And my best result was 13th at the World Championship there in Las Vegas, out of 3,000 people, and that was awesome. So it was a lot of fun. Like I played in Monte Carlo, Italy, Spain, like all over the world. It was tons of fun. But then I got pregnant, and it's not something you can do with kids, really. Like I wouldn't, because of all the travel on one hand, but also it takes a whole lot of time. So when you're not playing, you're analyzing. But even when you're playing through the night most of the time. So that is very hard, and it's certainly not a life that you want to do with kids. So that was the end of my professional poker career.
That is so amazing.
Yeah, I wasn't
Thank you.
expecting that. Do you, do you use your poker face when you're out on the track?
No, like I am smiling all the time, and I'm singing my music that I'm playing. I tried not to sing loud this time,
Well,
but yeah, I like to sing to myself.
That's
that's
excellent.
I'm a
amazing.
horrible singer, so you don't want to listen to it, but I
Yes.
enjoy it.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream here, and congratulations again on such an incredible performance. Again, a huge PR, taking 20 minutes off of the Canadian national record. Just what an incredible day for you, and congratulations, and thank you for leaving it all out there and letting us kind of get some insights into both you and getting to witness such an incredible performance today.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank
wait.
you very much.
I gotta say one more thing. I think I saw on your Instagram bio you're going to Kona and Boston Marathon in 2022.
Yes, I have quite a stacked schedule for 2022. So
Sounds
I
like it.
qualified for Kona a month ago. Um, and so, yes, I'm going to Kona next October. And then, if the World Championship, the World Triathlon Long Course Worlds, which is also an Ironman distance World Championship, um, is going to be in Hungary, then I can't miss that, right? So, so then I'm doing that as well. And then I have a few attempts at the 72-hour world record in February. And then that 6 days, actually, the main goal is the world record. So that's why I have all three
Gotcha. Man,
lined up. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll give it my best shot.
you're unstoppable. I can't wait to follow your journey through 2022.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good
Thank
rest of your
you.
evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She does it all.
She does do it all and has done it all.
And yeah.
What she said, 13th at the Poker World Championships
Yeah.
after having a broadcasting career where she interviewed Leonardo DiCaprio and Sandra Bullock.
And I'm assuming it was Leonardo in his, prime. I mean, he's still kind of in his prime, but there's definitely,
Amazing.
yeah. There's a good Leo phase.
What doesn't she do? from
Wow.
C-Town fan in the chat. Yeah, that is the question that I'm still left here asking. She's going to chase the 72-hour, the 6-day. She's going to do Ironman. She's going to do Boston.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to bring up the Kona and Boston because
Amazing.
there's like, wait, there's more, but there's more.
Yeah, I didn't think there could be more. Once we got through the poker conversation, I thought that was like where the world's most interesting person ended. But no, there's more.
So many questions for her.
Like-
Wow.
It's Dos Equis, right, who has the world's most interesting man.
Yeah,
She may very well be the most interesting person in the world.
she very well, maybe.
That was amazing. And there we see Patrick Mullins coming through.
Oh, and we got is that Pete's coming up on 100 very soon. I think he has maybe 3 more laps.
Yeah, so he should have, I think, 2. I can't do the math right now.
Somewhere in there,
I
roughly.
think he might have 3 laps plus 100 meters.
Yeah. Okay.
That was amazing.
That was really, yeah.
I have nothing else to say other than how incredible Victoria Brown is. She commentated the horse racing at the Atlanta Olympics. I recently lived in Atlanta and have run on the trails at the horse park where the Olympics were. So it's not in Atlanta. It's a decent bit outside of Atlanta, but it's pretty cool.
Super cool. She probably ate the pumpkin pie too.
Yeah, we didn't ask that question. That should be a staple question for every guest. I was expecting that of you. I didn't think of it.
Trying
because
to
I don't like
behave.
pumpkin
I was
pie.
trying to behave.
Well, I can't believe that we served it up to Jimmy Strahorn, and he was like, "Yeah, I ate all of it." Who told you?
I just had a feeling somebody was out there enjoying it.
Yeah, someone. Well, Jimmy was definitely enjoying it, and I'm sure others were as well. And I'm sure by pumpkin pie standards, it was just fine. And Arin Glick and Nick Curry
Oh,
are only separated by less than 2 laps. It just turned over to 2 laps, which means the next time Nick crosses the finish line, it'll go back to 1 lap. That is absolutely insane that Nick is going to overtake Arin. I think that is an inevitability at this point. He's still just running like 201 to 203, and Arin is still running like 205 to 210s. But again, he had another lap at lap 489 that was 5 minutes where he probably took some time to refuel or change shoes or shirts or walk or any of those things. And that basically right there gives Nick a lap and a half,
yeah.
you know?
And they're watching it happen. It's,
Yeah,
it's,
that's what's crazy is you can see it.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I like this question. Does Koros have a tagline or slogan? It does. Our hashtag is Explore Perfection, as you can see on the tent in that picture on your screen. And really what it means is we want to encourage our athletes to explore perfection in their training by using our product and our Evo Lab stats. We have a sweet app that's very easy to digest all of those juicy performance metrics to be the best you can be in your sport. And also internally as a brand, we explore perfection. We are constantly improving our products, and we will push those firmware updates to the hardware as long as it can support it. Just try to make it better and better. We work with athletes all over the world of high caliber to help perfect those algorithms. So explore perfection. There's your answer.
Yeah, and I think that tagline is perfectly evident in the Koros track run mode, right? Where
Yeah.
your one of your kind of executives or higher ups brought Camille Herron a Koros watch the day before Desert Solstice in 2018. She absolutely crushed it, and then you took all of that data as you were exploring perfection to make your watches better for running around a track, because guess what? Everyone hates using their GPS watch on the track because it's awful.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty bad.
that's not the case with Koros because of the proprietary technology. And thanks to you and the team at Koros, everyone in our audience can go over to Koros.com and use the promo code Desert Solstice in order to get a sweet keychain charger with any purchase over there. So, Koros known for their battery life, so you won't need the keychain charger all that often. But it comes in handy for when you do need it, and it's pretty sweet. So.
Yeah, it's a nice to have for sure. And someone in the chat said they're beta testing the Koros training hub right now, which is really cool. So Koros is releasing a desktop version of our app, basically. It's great for coaches. You can have teams in there. You can chat with each other within this desktop platform of EvoLab. So really cool feature. Makes it easier to upload training plans right to your watch.
We're going to send it to the Chris Cam right now as Pete Kostelnick will be crossing the 100-mile mark here in just moments. And here we have Pete Kostelnick crossing the 100-mile mark. And he's going to call it a day, I do believe. And he's not even going to finish the lap up. Well, he might. He may finish the lap up just for the timers.
I wasn't sure if
I don't think he wanted to.
I wasn't sure if he was about to puke in that trash can or what. He gave it a look.
I don't think he wanted to finish the lap up, but then he realized, I got to go back over that way anyway. So I might as well just walk the track.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had gotten a report that he was experiencing some cramping in his quads and kind of made the call to finish at 100 miles. But he's taking this as a fantastic training effort for across the years, which that's on New Year's Day?
Starts on December 28th.
Oh.
And runs into the new year.
Right, across the years.
The last person standing event, in which I will be a part of, is kicking off at noon on New Year's Day, as we see Nick Curry here on our screen. We got a pretty good crew of Aravaipa folks joining into the last person standing, and a number of other people. I think someone in the chat earlier had signed up for it, so that's pretty cool to see. There's Marissa Lizak.
Last man standing. Is that going to be broadcasted?
I don't know. Since everyone who does the broadcasting will be participating.
Oh,
I'm
shoot.
not sure.
Yeah.
We will have myself in the race. Jamil is in the race. Rob Ricardo
Yes.
also in the race. Jen Laughlin, our social media manager. She does all of our social accounts. She's amazing. She will be in the race. There's a rumor that Jeff Garmeyer is going to be coming in for it, and he will be in. I know he signed up, but I won't believe that Jeff Garmeyer is going to toe the line until Jeff Garmeyer is here. I refuse to believe it. So.
I bet he has his outfit planned already.
Well, at one point, him and I were gonna have we were gonna wear superhero costumes.
Oh.
But it sounds like he has something else in store, so I'm gonna have to figure my stuff out.
The free outside is known to go rogue, so it's he's a wild man. That's gonna be a fun group, though. And here comes Pete.
Yep, he's gonna cross the finish line. And it looks like we have Chris Warden here.
We got a wave.
popping back in. Pete gave us a wave, and Nick is here. Let me try and get over here to make sure I unmute Chris. And Chris, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm hanging in there. I'm getting a little bit sore. My back is kind of stiff from running alongside. I've actually hit, according to my Coros Apex 46 millimeter, I've hit 11.46 miles so far doing coverage of the race out here on and around the track. And I've still got a good 56% of my battery remaining, from the start of the race. And we've got less than 7 hours to go. Pete Calck hit the 100-mile mark in 17:02:46, and he is going to be calling it a day, as you could suspect. His crew had actually migrated from their spot on the track to a spot in the tents with the heat lamps some time ago, so they were. I guess there was no secret amongst him and his crew, so that is going to be it for him. Of course, for Pete, that has got to be at least his third across the year's 100-mile finish. I'd be curious to see where he ranks in terms of all-time mileage for this race. If there is, maybe that's one of those spreadsheets that one of these smarter people can put together. So.
Yeah, well, definitely. That would be some good information to know.
Absolutely.
For sure. So
looking over the rest of the field, I mean, it's gotten to the point now where Arlen and Nick are a lap and change apart, and what Nick is doing is amazing. He is fierce right now. He is simply, if not gaining ground on Arlen every loop, he's making Arlen push himself to the limit. Nick is, I mean, you look at his splits, he's just unleashed something here where, it's 201, 202, 157, 158, with a couple of 213s and 214s thrown in. Those are, at this point in the race, that's absolutely amazing. Those laps. Nick didn't break 2 minutes in a lap last year while winning the entire race. That tells you how much quicker he's moving this year. And meanwhile, Arlen is no slouch even at this point. I mean, he's doing 207, 209. Those are not bad laps for this race. It's just that what Nick is doing is making things extremely tight. And I heard you mention that you expected him to pass Arlen. If things maintain, then he will be passing Arlen fairly soon. So we'll obviously be out here to see what we can follow. Nick's third crew person has arrived for the night. Obviously, his father, Peter Curry, was his first crew person. His second was his wife, Lauren. And now his third crew person is his coach, the the only James Bonet. So we have a James Bonet sighting out here again at Desert Solstice, and he's going to see Nick in for these last few hours of the race, and we'll be out here. I was gonna see if I could grab Mike Melton maybe to come on and share some of the experiences in this format and in this race. He's been out here every year that I've been out here, so he's seen more than probably just about anybody. We'll see, but I'll touch base with you folks as soon as I have some more information about anybody that's still on the track.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you.
Bob Hearn's in the chat now.
Bob.
All-time mileage for Desert Solstice. I think he would probably be a contender.
Yeah. Yeah, he would. Nick's still on pace for the American record. Yeah, Nick is having just a really incredible performance right now. Just meticulously ratcheting down the pace. Not a lot. Even early on he was running 205s to 207s or 209s, and now he's down just a little bit down at about a 2 to 203 per lap split. Yeah, and Camille's 100-mile time was around 13:21. I can pull the actual number up. 13:21:51 was the time for Camille.
It's interesting. It hasn't updated to say done on hers yet.
Yeah, that is interesting. Same with David Laney and Victoria Brown and Pam Smith. And there you see Arin Glick coming through, and we will actually go ahead. Take a look, and there is Nick Curry coming through. So Nick making up time again. And they're taking a look at our leaderboard. Top 3 men, Arin Glick, Nick Curry. They are going to be separated by about a lap. And then you have Jake Jackson and Scott Trayer in 3rd and 4th. And on the ladies' side, you have Marissa Lizak with a pretty big lead. As long as she keeps moving forward, she's looking like she's in a pretty good spot. Followed by Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer. And after Stella, there's a pretty big drop in terms of people who are still moving forward. It drops down to Sarah Sawyer at 154 kilometers. However, Sarah could definitely move her way up into the top 4 ladies. And she likely will, as she would only need to go about another 10K.
I haven't seen her falter.
No, she's looked super smooth the whole time. And here we see Jordan Camastro. Still moving forward.
He's been enjoying something in a warm cup a few laps now.
Yeah.
It's a little chilly. And Arlen running strong towards us right now
And you can
with
see
Nick.
he is up 1 lap plus that little amount on Nick.
Yeah.
So let's actually take a look at what their last few lap splits are. Arlen's last couple laps have been 206s. Nick's last couple laps have been 159 and 203.
It's incredible.
Yeah, so he should probably make up that lap on Arlen in the next couple laps, I would imagine. There we see Scott Trayer. He's having himself a pretty good run so far. He's still on track for a pretty big 24-hour PB. So we will see if we can give you a little bit of an aerial perspective here of what's going on. See, not as many people making the rounds, and we'll bring it back trackside as we will have Arin Glick and Nick Curry approaching soon, and this might be where Nick makes up the lap. It will be as Arwen moves over and grabs some aid. So Nick will now be less than a lap behind Arwen. Nick is less than a lap behind Glick.
Oh man. I wonder what Arlen's thinking right now.
He's probably thinking, man, this gets a lot harder after 100 miles.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what's pretty cool is this is uncharted territory for Arlen. You know, he's at 124 miles now, which is, yeah, it's untested waters. And here is Jordan Camastro back to the classic trot that we've seen all day. He just moves along. There's Sarah Sawyer.
Stella still going.
Someone in the chat asking if Arwen is favoring his left leg. We will keep an eye out for that as Nick Curry comes. He is about 350 meters behind Arin Glick, who you see right there. And it does not look like he is... doesn't... Maybe a little. I don't know. It didn't look too much different than what we've seen for the last few hours.
Yeah, that was tricky.
Yeah.
I was really trying to stare down his legs, and they look pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it, Mandy.
Yeah, and there you just saw Mandy.
Cool thing is, Jordan's wearing a Koros, so we can check out his cadence afterwards and see how it looks like on the chart.
That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah.
There you see Scott Trayer. He's been going off and on with the puffy jacket.
Yeah.
It's like I'll see him in the puffy jacket for a few laps, and then I see him with the grungy white T-shirt that he probably got at a thrift store back in the 80s. Shout out to Scott. Scott works here at Aravaipa, and he's definitely having himself a really good day, closing in on 120 miles here shortly, and his PB is 140 miles, so he's on his way to a pretty solid personal best. And I'm going to go ahead and pop up the leaderboard here for anyone who has questions on mileage. This does not auto-update, so this is as of the time I popped it up onto this screen here. Looks like Marissa is at 113 miles. But you can see all the other athletes there and their most recent lap split as well, which is pretty cool.
Ooh.
And it looks like we are going to have a guest joining us here.
Very exciting.
And so I know that Shelby will have a lot of questions here. So here we go. We are joined by the one, the only, the great Pete Calck. Pete, how are you doing?
Doing good. Just got through my 100, and I think I'm done for the night. But yeah, I feel good. I love this race. This is the 4th time here, and it's always worth the journey.
How did give us a little insight on how today kind of played out for you as the day went along?
Yeah, I mean, it went pretty good. Early on, actually, like I started out really conservatively. I think I was actually like in 24th out of 25th place through like the first marathon. I had some stomach issues up through like 6 hours, and actually got better. And I was moving up pretty good, and I was keeping my pace pretty consistent through maybe about 12 hours. But yeah, my leg. I got to about mile 90, and my legs just said, you're not. It's not your day.
Whew. What? Why are you looking
Well,
at me?
I know that you have a lot of questions for Pete.
Well, no, Pete, it was amazing to watch your performance. You crushed it out there. I know you've been drinking endurance, which excites me because I've been sipping on that too. Not today, although I could use some right now. But could you tell us about that?
Yeah. The Performance Tea has a new blend with electrolytes in it, and I was taking that a lot. And then I was even taking some of the Revive, which is something I usually take for recovery, but I was taking it during the race, which is like another one of their teas, and it worked really good. I was feeling my legs were pretty shot early, feeling pretty shot early on, and I was at least able to get a little bit further than otherwise.
Very cool. Did you have any of the pumpkin pie?
No, the only thing I had from from the great cooks was a little bacon. I didn't have any meat on my rotation, so I thought, okay, one piece of bacon would be nice.
Nice. And Pete, I know that you were signed up for Across the Year 6-Day. Is that still on the calendar? You still planning to come and give that a go?
Yeah, absolutely. I never want to say that I would quit a race early to be ready for another one, but I think, my goal was to get at least a qualify, even if it doesn't end up, like, to qualify for the US 24-hour team, you have to get at least 145 miles. And even though, it'll probably take over 160, just with it getting more competitive. That was kind of my goal today, was just to see if I can get that 145, 150. And then, when it didn't really seem like that was going to happen, I think, you just have to cut your losses and enjoy getting another 100-mile buckle, and then be ready 16 days from now to run for 6 days.
Amazing.
What are you going to do in that time? I'm really curious. Is it a lot? It's got to be a lot of rest.
Yeah, I probably won't be training too much over the next couple weeks. Thankfully, I'm actually staying down here. A couple years ago, I did the same back-to-back with Desert Solstice and Across the Year 6-Day, and I got really sick traveling like right around Christmas Day to come to the race because it starts on the 28th. So I'm actually staying here in Phoenix, and really looking forward to really focusing on that race as the year winds down.
Killer. And after Across the Years, do you have anything else planned for 2022?
Yeah, I think the first thing is I'd like to go do the USATF 100-mile championships, which is in like the Las Vegas area, a race called Jackpot. Um, and I mean, I got a few projects that I have been wanting to do that are a little bit longer, but I'm waiting to see how COVID might impact them. But yeah, I got all sorts of crazy ideas. Just um, wish I had more time to do them.
Don't we all?
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on getting another 100-mile buckle. And we'll look forward to seeing you at 6 days or across the year 6 days coming up, and hopefully we'll see you on the starting line at Jackpot early next year in Henderson. I believe I can't remember the name right now. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Just outside Las Vegas.
Yeah, Henderson. Yep.
Henderson. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
Nice.
say. It's been
Yeah.
a long day, so I know it's been a long day for you. But again, I appreciate your time, and I hope you get some rest. And we look forward to seeing you again here in a short 16 days.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thanks for supporting the race. I think it's great what you guys are doing.
Awesome. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Pete.
much. And there you have it, Pete Kostelnick, ladies and gentlemen. I know I put you on the spot
Yeah.
there, Shelby, to come up with questions. You were so excited to talk to Pete, and then Pete pops up, and you were just starstruck.
I was
weren't
starstruck. I didn't know. I mean, I think his brain is firing better than mine is right
Yeah.
now. It must be that performance tea.
you? Yeah. Yeah, it probably is. And here we see Arin Glick coming through here, and him and Nick are still on the same lap. However, he is a little bit ahead. So again, that last lap for Arlen was a 2:06. And the last lap for Nick, what do you think it was? What do you think Nick's last lap was?
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to say a 2:01.
I kind of want to say, I'm like glancing at the chat to see if anybody put it there. I want to say a 1:59.
2:02.
Oh.
And here he comes again. So he's not far behind right now.
Yeah, I'm curious. They're kind of talking in the chat about how wild it is to negative split a 24-hour race, and I'd be really curious to know, it hasn't been done before and who's done it.
Yeah, well, Bob Hearn in the chat would probably know the answer to that. The legend Bob Hearn, who graced us with his time earlier this evening here on the live stream, a wealth of knowledge. My guess is there aren't too many people who have even attempted to negative split a 24-hour. I'm sure there are some, because there are a lot of very astute and analytical runners in the space. But my guess is that it's not a ton of people who have actively sought out a negative split. And then I would venture to guess that there are even fewer who have successfully done it. Bob says that Nick has done it, and a few others have come close. Yeah, I know that there's only probably a handful or two of runners who have actively really tried to negative split, and so it's hard. It's hard when you're running for that long to have the patience early on to set yourself up to negative split while not leaving too much on the table as well.
Yeah. It seems like Nick has it down to a total science, though.
Yeah, no, Nick is super data-driven and definitely has it dialed in. And I believe here is the pass, and our camera is going to miss it, but we just saw Arlen walking and taking in some nutrition as Nick was about to pass him on the inside there. And actually, you won't be able to see it until they get onto the backstretch. But Nick Curry will now be your race leader. That's incredible.
It's incredible.
And remember that 22 miles ago, he was running stride for stride with Jake Jackson, who is 14 laps behind. Which is just absolutely crazy. And let's go ahead and we will go back trackside and we will pull up a refreshed leaderboard here. Well, it should refresh. No, okay, I see. So it's going to have Nick and Arlen tied for first. However, Nick was 2 seconds ahead of Arlen when they crossed the timing sensors. So Nick is now in the lead. And my guess is he's going to keep the pedal pushed pretty close to the floor for a while to make sure that he has a little bit of room to breathe.
The race is on.
Yeah, and then you still have the race for third where Jacob Jackson and Scott Trayer are separated by 5 laps. So a little over a mile separates those two.
I don't even want to make a guess, honestly. I've grown to like both of them a lot over the past 17 hours and 32 minutes. So I don't know who to root for.
I'm just rooting that everyone feels good about their day when their journey is over.
Yes, that's a great answer.
And we will have another 100-mile participant, or a participant crossing the 100-mile threshold coming up soon, as Jeff Urbanski is over the 99-mile mark. And what does the Chris Cam have for us? He's got a look at the Jeff Urbanski table. And here's a little bit more of a dynamic shot.
Bob Hearn grounded us a little in the chat here. I think Nick cares much more about the American record than racing Arlen, but only he knows for sure. Yeah, I mean, getting an American record that's quite the goal. So he's in it for that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And his splits have still been really consistent, as always, but he hasn't really thrown in too many big laps. He has the occasional, 157 or 158 lap, but mostly he's been running 2 minutes to 2:02 per lap, which, let's see, what do we have? Under 6.5 hours left. So when we hit 6 hours left, at the pace Nick is currently running, he would be covering about an additional 45 miles if he kind of held the pace that he's currently running once we hit the 6 hour mark to go. Maybe slightly under that. Maybe slightly less. So he's definitely on pace. The American record is 172.45, something like that. So Nick is definitely still on pace to surpass that, which is pretty incredible. Jeff Urbanski will be the next participant to cross that 100-mile threshold, and he should surpass that in a little over 2 laps here. So, C-Town fan in the chat, any wind there? No, I don't think that there's been a whole lot of wind out on site, which is always appreciated.
When are we expecting the sun to rise?
That's a great question.
Oh, my watch might tell me.
Says that the official, full sunrise is at 7:22.
Oh, my watch says 7:23, so with dawn at 6:55. We'll see.
Which means civil twilight will be a little bit earlier than that as well.
Man, winter, huh?
Winter in the Southwest.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It just feels like a late sunrise.
Yeah, true. Think of those, you said you were originally from Vermont, right? Or that's where you moved out here from, correct?
Yeah.
Think of the winter days there.
Oh, it's dark.
Where it's dark all the time and cold.
Thankfully, I love to ski, so if you don't have a winter activity, I don't know how you can live in those northern New England states. It's cold and dark. But
and there we see Sarah Sawyer.
Yeah, she's clipping along. Jake.
And we should have Jeffrey Urbanski crossing the 100-mile mark in just a lap or so. He will be the next runner to cross that threshold.
Was that Matthew Urbanski? I couldn't tell. It looked like another new jacket.
Too many outfit changes. Here we have Nick Curry.
He hasn't changed his outfit.
He did for a little bit.
Oh, really?
He went from his Aravaipa Racing team shirt to a different shirt, and then back to the racing team shirt.
Oh, okay.
And then he hasn't changed since. And there, actually, on one of our other cams, we just saw Jeff Urbanski about to cross the start-finish line, which means he would have not too far to go before he hits that 100-mile threshold. Yeah, so he's got about 100 meters left before he crosses the 100-mile mark.
Yeah, Bob said Nick changed a few times early in the race, but not lately. And I mean, I guess that makes sense too with the negative split plan.
Yep.
Deal with that stuff in the first half.
And here's Jeffrey Urbanski crossing the 100-mile mark. So we're going to send it to our aerial cam and take a look at the leaderboard for just a few seconds here. Give you all a chance to get updated on where everything stands as of right now.
17 hours, 41 minutes, and 38 seconds into this race.
And we are going to go ahead and send it over to the Warden report. Chris, what do you got for us, buddy?
How's it going?
Well, Jeffrey Urbanski just hit the 100-mile mark in 17 hours, 40 minutes, and 42 seconds. He is still moving, as is his brother. If it were based on the last name, I think that the name Urbanski is going to come away with a sizable margin on any other name in the field. Both of them knocking out 100-plus miles. Fantastic work. As you two both know, Nick has passed Arin Glick. Arlen has. I saw somebody in the chat asking if Arlen was favoring his left side. I do notice that, and you can see it on the live stream, that his right arm is a normal, comfortable-looking swing, whereas his left arm is kind of held tight to his chest a little bit. I don't know if he's dealing with some sort of pain or discomfort, but I can't say that I was really paying close attention to his stride before that point, but ever since that point, I've been keeping an eye on his stride, and it is noticeably imbalanced. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as time goes on. The distance between Nick and Arlen is still fairly close, but I actually saw the point where Nick passed Arlen. It was across the track, but there's still a couple of people yet to hit the 100-mile mark, but they should be doing so in short order. Patrick Mullins and Sarah Sawyer are both less than 2 miles away from that 100-mile mark, so I would assume that the two of them will be hitting it. Well, Sarah is actually a lap behind Patrick, but Sarah is at least running at a modest clip, whereas Patrick has been walking now for a few laps. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sarah actually pass Patrick, but it's going to be close either way. So the two of them will probably be hitting the 100-mile mark within a couple moments of each other. So that's where we're at right now, live on the track. I'm going to be really interested to see. I heard your projections about the remainder of Nick's race, about him potentially running another 45-ish miles with 6 hours to go. So with that kind of number in mind, it's going to be down to the wire, and where he's actually got a legitimate shot at 172, 173, or maybe even a little bit more than that. Obviously, we're still a long way from the end of the race. Nick had said that the race doesn't begin until midnight, and his coach James Bonet actually just said that it doesn't start quote getting real until 2 a.m. So,
Oh, perfect.
and
So we got a
we're
few minutes
approaching
left
2 a.m.
before
local
the
time.
race even starts.
Wowza.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Chris. We will make sure to check back in with you whenever you have some more updates.
I lost audio here. Let me switch headphones.
Yep.
There we go.
Can you hear us now, Chris?
I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the updates. And whenever you have anything else, we will check back in with you. And we have Arin Glick taking a little walk break there. Still moving forward again. He's in very uncharted territory at 127 miles here. Yeah, and Bob brings up a really good point. He thinks that Nick obviously has everything dialed in for the American record. It's just a matter of whether his body will kind of hold up. And again, that's one of the unknowns with a race of this distance, right? Of this length, is it can be going great until it's not. You know?
Yeah. That might have been. I'm sure Sarah Sawyer has walked before, but that might have been the first time I've caught her walk on camera.
Yeah. Yep, and so Patrick Mullins and Sarah Sawyer will be the final two runners to cross the 100-mile threshold. They are just shy of 100 miles, so they will be approaching that mark in the near future.
Jake Jackson. Yeah, so I'm running the Joshua Tree out and back, Joshua Tree Traverse out and back as an FKT next Saturday. And Jake currently has the self-supported time for the 74-mile out and back. And trying to figure out my pace plan for it, and it's hard because clearly it's, he's quite the elite, so I'm gonna have to add some time to his time most likely, although I will be doing it supported, so that should help speed things up. But watching him out here makes me realize that I should not base my pace off of his pace necessarily.
Yeah, no, Jake is an incredible runner, and I'm excited for your FKT attempt coming up here shortly. So
Thank you. It's cool. I mean, there's no female supported time for the out and back, so the goal is to just put down a really strong effort and hopefully get some people to chase it down.
yeah, no, that's that sounds awesome, and I think that things like that, it's good to see you trying to like put something out there for more women to go chase. You know,
Yeah.
trying to like kind of set that bar and encourage more women to do kind of hard stuff like that. I think it's good in terms of moving the sport forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first few FKTs I ran, it was hard to see my times go down, but that's why you set them. Records are meant to be broken. So, as we've seen today with so many records broken, yeah, so somebody's got to put a lady time on that board.
Yep. It sounds like Bob Hearn in the chat saying Jake Jackson is about to surpass the 200K age group record that he already owns. The current mark is 18 hours, 12 seconds.
And yeah, it's Chris's message came in as I was glancing to see that Nick is now 3 laps ahead of Arlen, and Chris is reporting that Arlen has come off the track.
Yeah, and so once Chris can get some more information from Arlen or his crew, we'd love to have him. We'd love to have Chris come on and relay that information whenever he can. And Jake Jackson has set a new 200K record. It looks like Arlen's being tended to by his crew. And C-Town fan in the chat, what happened to my cool hat? Well, it's made out of corduroy, so it was getting a little warm on my head, and I didn't want it to, affect my train of thought as I'm trying to, broadcast to the masses here. So let's go ahead and let's check in with the Chris Warden setup here. Chris, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to give you a heads up on Arin Glick. His crew had actually moved down from their preassigned spot down closer to the closer to the actual aid station setup, and he came off of the track and sat down, and now they're kind of working a change of clothes with him right now. But one of the most amazing things about this sport is what happened as he was sitting down. As he was sitting down, 2 people, Jesse Ellis and James Bonet, ran over to see what they could do to help Arlen's crew. Now, as we mentioned, James Bonet is crewing Nick Curry, and I believe actually not. Jesse Ellis is crewing Mandy Holmes. So while they have their own runners that are still on the track to be taken care of, as well as the fact that Arlen and Nick are in a tight battle, the fact that they sprung to action to help Arlen's crew help him get back onto the course speaks volumes about how great the people in this sport are. They wanted to make sure that he's being tended to and being taken care of by his crew, and they wanted to make sure they could assist. So James Bonet actually just brought over some broth to Arlen and his group. So I think that's pretty great. The fact that his main rival at this point, crew person, stepped away from what he was doing in order to make sure that Arlen was taken care of.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, I will.
And good to hear.
Yeah, I will keep tabs on that situation, and I'll let you know if and when Arlen returns to the course. He looks like he's fine. He changed clothes into another outfit, so I assume he's going back out there and just taking a break here. But we'll see what happens. I'm actually going to be heading across the track shortly to catch Patrick Mullins and Sarah Sawyer hit the 100-mile mark, and I'll keep you posted on anything that I hear with regards to Arlen or any of the other runners the next time I check in.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you.
And here we are, just in time to get another glimpse of race leader Nick Curry. And again, we're going to have Patrick Mullins and Sarah Sawyer as the remaining 2 runners to cross the 100-mile threshold here in just a few moments. And so hopefully Arlen is okay and able to kind of get back out there and can continue to push forward. He's having himself a really good, strong showing, already cranking out over 127 miles. And so again, hopefully he is doing okay and is able to just regroup and get back out there.
Yeah, it's amazing what a change of clothes can do.
Yeah, in the chat over here saying great sportsmanship. Yeah, no, for sure. James Benet is a class act, as are many of the people in the sport, always there and willing to help others when they need it, because that's, what the sport is all about. It's about doing your best and pushing your limits, and helping bring others along the way and sharing that journey when you can. So.
I can definitely see how Jam Jam falls asleep up here.
Yeah, Jam is the king of getting into a comfortable position,
Yeah, it's
like so, and then just falling asleep. I don't know how he does it, but there's no one better at it than Jamil.
a pretty comfortable chair,
And
so.
there's Jordan Camastro, and that was Mandy Holmes, I believe, who was right with him as well.
Yeah, she's been walking the last few laps, it appears, but still moving forward.
There's Marissa Lizak. And we're going to tune into Chris Cam here.
Oh, you got it, Arlen. Looks like he might have grabbed some music. I see a armband situation.
He's continuing to move forward. Nick needs to average, according to Bob Hearn, 204 laps from now on for the American record. So let's actually take a look at his recent lap splits.
Oh, 159.
And so he's pretty consistently under 204, barring the occasional 214 lap where he is, likely getting some aid. You still have to make up that time, though, if you have to average 204s. So he's looking pretty good as of right now, but there's still, a lot of race left, as we still have about 6 hours left in the Desert Solstice 24-hour. Feels like we just started,
The day went by really fast. It seems like that's been a trend this December, this year.
Yeah.
But particularly, I recall, 2 o'clock this afternoon saying, oh, maybe I'll go for a run. And it never happened. Got swept away with Desert Solstice hype. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's easy to get carried away, and I believe we just had Patrick Mullins there. No, we'll have him crossing the 100-mile threshold coming up. So we will take it to static cam here. And as soon as we get an update from Padraig, we will throw it back over to Chris so that we can see him tick over that 100-mile threshold. Ken Rubelli in the chat. Shout out to Ken, the race director of Jackpot Ultras, which is also the USATF 100-mile championships in Henderson, Nevada. So I thought that I was right earlier when I said that it was, the great city of Henderson. But at this point in the live stream, 18 hours in, my brain not quite functioning to its fullest. But shout out to Ken. And thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, you nailed it too with Henderson. You had it. It's pretty amazing what our brains can do.
Yeah. Yeah, brains are kind of cool, huh?
They're pretty cool. And so much of this sport is mental too.
Yeah. And here is Patrick Mullins, as he is about to cross the start-finish line, which means he will have about 100 meters left before he crosses the 100-mile mark. And there we have Arin Glick continuing to try and move forward. And we're going to throw it to the Chris cam so we don't miss Patrick.
He's got to be happy to hit this point. He's been moving along, looking a little cold and beat up for a while now. It's quite the milestone to cross.
Yeah, and again for Arlen, this is very uncharted waters. He's never gone past 100 miles before. He's at 127.75, which is a really stout performance. And he went for it. He said coming in he wanted to run 8-minute pace until he couldn't do it anymore. And that's kind of how you find out, what you're made of.
Exactly. You don't know until you try. Here he comes, Patrick Mullins.
About to cross that 100-mile mark. There he is.
Yeah.
100 miles down for the Irish Hammer, as the chat was calling him earlier today. Patrick Mullins, who is living in Norton, Massachusetts. And we'll take it back to static cam 2. And once we see Sarah Sawyer come through here, we will send it back over to Chris.
I just want to go tell Mandy a joke.
What would your joke be?
Oh.
I put you on the spot.
I'd probably just ask her if she had any pumpkin pie.
I feel like 2 a.m. should be when the best jokes come out.
Oh, man. I've never been great at memorizing random things like movie quotes or jokes, for that matter. So.
And we have someone in the chat. What record is Nick Curry going for? I believe he's going for the U.S. 24-hour record, which is 172.456 miles, I believe. It's definitely 172.4, and I think it was 5.6.
Yeah, this is an interesting point. Patrick probably passed 100 miles a while back 'cause he's been in lane 2 for a while. How does that mean? That's just is how it is.
Yeah, just is how it is. But they're right. He probably did.
Yeah.
Probably did. And there is Padrig. And here comes Miss Sarah Sawyer, and she will have about 100 meters to go before she hits the 100-mile threshold.
Ooh. Mr. Urbanski's got some fresh life in him.
It's
There's
just
Matthew.
moving along.
Yeah. I think I saw a smirk on Patrick's face as he crossed that timing mat too.
He definitely still looks like he's in good spirits.
Yeah.
There is Scott Trayer still having himself a good run. And here we go. Here is Sarah Sawyer of Brighton, Great Britain. One of our few international runners here this year. And she is crossing the 100-mile mark right there.
Boom.
And now all of the runners who are actively in the race have crossed the 100-mile mark, which is pretty cool. And it looks like Scott Trayer just crossed the 200-kilometer mark. So he is still about a mile behind Jake Jackson as of right now.
We might have word that Jake is off the track though, so this could be where Scott makes some moves.
And we'll see if Chris can get us any update on Jake Jackson, if he can hear us. And we have a Jake Jackson sighting right here. So he is still on the track, moving forward. However, it looks like he may have stepped off for a little bit of time. Yeah, he definitely did. His last lap split was 9 minutes and 11 seconds.
Another new jacket. Who do we have coming up now?
Is that Arwen?
Oh.
That
It
isn't it?
is. It is. He went full snowman bundle on us.
Yeah, that was yeah. He looked warm in that jacket though.
Yeah. Yeah, and he had some
Cozy.
pants on that we haven't seen him in yet. I mean, yeah, I imagine if you know you're going to slow your pace down, you're going to cool off fast out there. Do we know if our temperature's right? Is it at 50?
I am.
Oh.
It is not 50, and I have been trying to update it over here as frequently as I can. However, it is. It's still showing 50. So it seems like it's a little bit colder than what our temperature thing is showing. I believe my little Apple weather thing is saying it's about 46, and we are going to check in with Chris Warden to give us some updates here. Chris, what do you got for us?
Well, I've got reports, obviously, of the two most recent runners to hit the 100-mile mark. I'm going to see if I can pull up my notes here. I'm having some Chris Cam issues, but let me see if I can check my notes here. Whoop. Let's try it this way. Okay. So the two most recent runners to hit 100 miles were Patrick Mullins and Sarah Sawyer. Patrick Mullins hit 100 miles in 18 hours, 4 minutes, and 4 seconds. And Sarah Sawyer hit it in 18 hours, 7 minutes, 56 seconds. And as you noted, Jake had taken a brief break. He's actually working through, looks like he might be working through a cramp as well. He grabbed a massage gun and was doing some work on himself, and now he's taking a seat, and actually he's throwing on some pants. So we'll keep an eye on Jake. Marissa Lizak has come off the track as well. Looks like she's being tended to by her crew person. Obviously, we're at that point in the race where it's just important to stay out there, and it's pretty amazing to watch. How different runners have handled things. I mean, if you've been paying attention, Matthew Urbanski looked like he was hanging on for dear life about 2 hours, 3 hours ago, and now he is the outside of Nick, he is moving faster than anybody else on the track, and he's throwing down some of the fastest laps by anybody we've seen in the last few hours. In the 220 to 215 range, but that's still at this point in the race at the 18-hour mark. That's some pretty impressive work. So we'll see if his work will continue. He's currently at 107.87 miles. He's still a bit back from the high end of the leaderboard, where most of the top 4 male runners have all hit 124, 125 miles. So for him to make a jump from 5th to 4th or higher on the men's side would probably take somebody deciding that they are done for the day. We'll see if that happens. One of the nice things about this race this year is that I don't know for sure. I'm just speaking without researching it, but it feels like more of the runners are staying on the course this year to do movement for the full 24 hours. We'll see how much or how true that is, but one thing on the women's side, if you look at you've got a close race for second place right now. There's only about a mile and change separating Springer and Holmes, and Springer has been moving much quicker than Holmes. At least it seemed like it for a little while as Mandy Holmes had been walking. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Yeah, Mandy Holmes has been doing about a 3:30 per lap walk around the track, while Springer has been running at about a 2:45, 2:50 pace. So, it won't take too much longer for her to catch up to Mandy Holmes if that's the case. So, Jake has actually gotten back up and is back out on the track. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, Jake, a veteran of Desert Solstice, having run it at least 3 times, if not 4. So we'll keep an eye on him as well. Obviously, we're getting to that point where the runners might be getting a little bit tired. The runners might be getting sore. They kind of like the commentators.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chris.
Oh,
I am.
dear.
Oh, my
red-eyed,
back is
bushy-tailed,
killing
full
me.
of energy.
My back is absolutely killing me right now. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I ate some pumpkin pie.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for those updates, Chris. And if you have anything else, just pop on in and we'll bring you on.
You got it.
There you had it. Some wonderful updates from the great Chris Warden, who is bringing us all of these updates trackside from Central High School, home of the 2021 Desert Solstice. There's Scott Trayer, who's currently running in 4th place. He's a few laps behind Jake Jackson, and he's on pace to have himself a pretty big PR today as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at our leaderboard here and just take a minute to get acquainted with where everyone is at currently and where things are shaking out. So just to continue to give you all an update here, there you are seeing Mandy Holmes, who is currently in 2nd place for the women, but Stella Springer is slowly eating away at the laps, slowly making her way, inching closer and closer to overtaking that 2nd spot. And there we just saw Nick Curry, who is still just clicking the laps away. And let's take a look at what his most recent lap splits have been. So he's had a couple of laps in the last 4 laps that have been a little bit slower, where he's maybe had to get some fuel or use the restroom or anything like that. And it looks like overall it's looking like he's probably pretty close to that 204 average there. So it's gonna be pretty close to see if Nick can achieve that dream of setting a new American record. Chris Warden in the chat providing us with some excellent insights. It sounds like Nick is currently working through some stomach issues, according to his coach, the great James Benet. So it will be really interesting to see if Nick is still able to crank out another 41.5 miles, 41.25 miles over the next 5 hours and 39 minutes. So we will kind of see how that progresses, as here comes Nick. And with fewer and fewer runners on the track, we're going to see fewer and fewer runners coming through, and it looks like Patrick Mullins has called it a day according to the live results, which means there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 11 runners left on the track, I believe. There you see Mandy Holmes coming through there. And so she has been just trying to continue moving forward, cranking out about 3-minute 30 laps and trying to gain on her Stella Springer, who has been running closer to 250 to 3-minute laps. Can we get the leaderboard back up? There is the leaderboard, just for you. And actually, it looks like Stella Springer is off the track now, according to Chris. So we will see what's going on there.
Oh man, I think we both got up to get some seltzer and things started to fall apart when we got back.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I needed to grab a little Topo Chico.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coca-Cola, who makes them. Like, they need my shout out. But love some Topo Chico. You grabbed a LaCroix from the fridge.
I did.
Not quite a Topo Chico, but it's sufficient usually.
It is. Yeah, Topo Chico's classy. I'm not as classy as you.
And we came back, and Stella is apparently off the track.
Okay, no, she's moving. That's her right there. She's back. She's just fueling up. Fake out. We're good.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Steven. I didn't realize my mic was pulled way away from my face. So people probably couldn't hear me super well because I had my mic way out here.
Oh. Oh. We were just.
Oh, she was just fueling up, according to Chris. So awesome. And there is Jordan Mastro. Again, eating probably some ramen or some soup.
You can see the steam coming off of it
Yeah.
now, so the temperature has definitely dropped.
And there we have Scott Trayer, Matthew Urbanski.
And
Was that Jake behind
Yeah, it was Jake with pants on. It's pretty cool to see Matt Urbanski's come back here.
me? Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what happens in the end, just to see how a runner can go from one state to another 18 hours and 25 minutes into an event is pretty wild.
Yeah, and it sounds like Arlen stopped to get some massage from his crew. And according to Chris, it's cold,
With all caps.
with all caps. And according to our temperature thing, it is it's a nice 51 degrees out. So I don't know what Chris is saying. No, I'm just kidding. We are having a rough time getting our weather bug to update here. I believe the temperature is about 46 or 48 right now here in Phoenix. So pretty cold for the desert, to be be candid, not cold if you're from the Midwest or the Northeast, but pretty cold for down here in the Sonoran Desert.
Stephen Sue, yeah. I started my little running journey in Vermont, and I do not miss those 25-degree or colder days. I remember one run, I was running with a just waist belt thing with water, and it was leaking and like squirting up, and I had longer hair, and my hair had frozen electrolyte stuff on the tips of it when I finished that run.
Oh, man.
It takes dedication. So kudos to you, Stephen.
Yeah, that is pretty cold. Here we see Jake Jackson and Nick Curry still moving pretty strong here. So Nick is back, and he's cranking in the 201 to 203 range per lap right now. So under what he needed at one point to be averaging. So we will see. It's going to be pretty close. It's going to be pretty close as to whether Nick can get the American 24-hour record here or not. And here we see Sarah Sawyer walking it out a little bit, continuing to move forward.
Cool leggings.
Very cool.
I just had this weird flashback to high school when they used to have the track fundraiser things and you'd have to walk the track all night. And I could never have imagined that athletes
would do this
just,
for fun.
yeah. I remember we slept in the field and we'd take turns walking too. Yeah.
It's crazy. And here is Nick Curry once again, and I believe that is Arin Glick walking. Oh, wait, no, that is
No.
Mandy. I apologize.
Yeah, Arlen's super bundled. He looked a little
Yeah.
cranky when he walked by last time.
He
if I
was
were to
wearing
be
the
honest.
big blue jacket now.
Yeah. Chris Warden came in and said that James Bonet reported that Nick was fueling heavily on smoothies and that may have caused some of his issues. That's fair. Probably some extra fiber in there.
I bet they tasted good, though.
Yeah. It's a good theory.
And there we just saw Scott Trayer, Jacob Jackson, and Jordan Camastro all crossing the screen kind of simultaneously there.
Oh, good. Arlen said he's still having fun. Of course he is.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So he's not grumpy. You accused him of
I
being
know.
grumpy.
Now I feel bad. Here he comes.
There he is.
It's just not the same Arlen that
That
we've
had like
seen.
the nice bouncy peppy stride.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he got it back though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me. Thank you, Seatown fan. Pumpkin pie shout out.
Some more solid. Nah, Seatown fan, don't do that to me. You know, I have nothing against people who eat pumpkin pie, though. Unlike Chris Warden, who has a vendetta against anyone who enjoys pumpkin anything. And here is race leader Nick Curry coming through. Again, I want to take a look at these lap splits, and they are spot on the 201 to 203 range. So it is going to be pretty close.
Really close.
So let's go ahead and pull up the refreshed leaderboard here.
Marissa's holding real strong for the ladies right now.
Yep, she was off the track for a little bit and is back out there and continuing to move forward. Arin Glick is lying down. Jamil is, I believe, lying down as well. So they have something in common. But no, hopefully Arlen is okay, obviously. And we will try to keep you updated as we continue to get more information on what's going on. He is still in second place, but Jacob Jackson is closing in. And here we see Nick Curry and Jacob Jackson. The two were running at the 100-mile mark, stride for stride. And now Nick, in about 50K, has put a 23-lap gap on Jacob. There's Jeffrey Urbanski.
I wonder how his toenail polish is holding up at this point. He had every toe a different color painted by his 5-year-old daughter. And his brother, Matt Urbanski, coming up behind him strong. Technically ahead of him. But, you know, tracks.
Tracks, you know? Tracks are weird.
And yeah, Seatown fan, I believe that is the plan, that Jamil will be down on the track for his brother's finish.
Yeah, I believe that is the goal. We will do our best to make sure Jamil gets down there to, you know, enjoy this moment with his brother and with his parents, who are both, I believe, going to be at the track as well. So definitely want him to get to enjoy that experience.
Yeah, Chris brings up a good point. If Arlen's off the track for more than a few minutes, Jake and Scott could catch him. It's wild how just a little bit of time can be the difference.
Yeah, no, definitely. It all adds up, right? And shaving one lap off of a lead is just a matter of a couple minutes usually. So it will be interesting to see how long Arwen is off the track floor and the progress that Jacob and Scott are able to make. Those two have been consistently running about 3 laps. 3 laps apart from each other for what seems like hours. Now we just saw Mandy Holmes, and there's Matthew Urbanski, who is really having a nice rally and moving his way up. He is the 5th male currently, so having himself a really strong day.
It's such a neat thing being on a track. I was just thinking in my head, oh, I wonder how Sarah Sawyer's doing. And I look up and I see her coming around the corner. Makes it really easy to keep tabs on athletes.
Yeah, I mean, you get to see them every few minutes, so it's easy to kind of really evaluate how they're looking and how they're doing. There is Marissa Lizak just still cranking along.
There seems to be more activity happening in the crew tents right now. I actually see bodies moving.
Yeah, you can definitely see some things going on in there. That's for sure.
I'm curious what the vibe is. Next time we talk to Chris, I'd like to, how are the crew feeling?
Yeah.
I know it's nerve-wracking often for crew and family members on the sidelines. I've never experienced this type of format and on a track, so it's a little different because they can see you the whole time versus, sending you out for long chunks in the woods. But I imagine they still feel some of that
It looks like
anxiety.
we have an update from Chris Warden here. Chris, the floor is yours, my friend. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm cold. It's starting to dip down towards the 40-degree mark here at Desert Solstice at Central High School here in Phoenix, and there's actually kind of a bit of a I don't know if it's low-lying clouds or some kind of it's not mist like rain, but almost like low-lying cloud or fog kind of coming through. I don't know if it's maybe like a light layer of morning fog. I'll try and catch it on camera. You might be able to see it on one of the trackside cams, but it has there is a chill in the air. You were talking, Shelby, about activity in the crew areas, and most of the activity is actually people moving from the crew areas to the main aid area that actually has the heat lamps. The only crew members that are actually still out there on the crew side look to be the Urbanski family's crew, which is their father and I believe a brother of theirs. So other than that, most of the crew has migrated towards the heat lamps out here, and frankly, I can't blame them because it got chilly out here over the course of the last couple hours, and it's not going to get any warmer until about probably about 6:30 or so. in the morning. So we'll see what happens. As I had mentioned in the chat, Nick Curry is still moving very well when he's moving, but he's had to make a couple of quick pit stops due to perhaps, as his coach mentioned, maybe a little bit more fiber than he probably should have been taking in due to a high consumption of smoothies earlier on. And just to show you how dialed in Nick is about his diet during this race, I actually heard him earlier talking to his wife, Lauren, when she was crewing him, when he asked her to throw an extra gummy bear into each one of his little snack packs that he's taking in every hour. So that's how dialed in he is. The fact that it's, throwing in an extra, 5 calories or whatever it is, you know, when it comes to, each hour. That's how he operates. He's that analytical.
Yeah, that is amazing that he has things that dialed in.
Yeah, I see a Seatown fan asking if Nick is having any of the family pizza. No pizza at his table. It looks like he's pretty much fruit, smoothies, gummies, things of that nature. So nothing so substantial as pizza, at least that I've seen so far. So some of the other runners have been Jordan Camastro. I've seen him take several cups of broth and ramen. I believe Scott Traer was as well, but Nick is seemingly keeping it very simple. And now in the waning hours of the race, he's got his coach, actually James Bonet, handing off what looks to be maybe a grilled cheese sandwich, and yeah, that's definitely a grilled cheese sandwich, and a bottle of some kind of liquid, and you'll see him coming up on the camera on your end here fairly soon. So Jordan Camastro has stepped off the track for a couple moments. It looks like he's just kind of adjusting his clothing, and he's heading back out on the course. Stella is off to the side again. We'll see. Is that Stella? Yeah, I think it is. That's Stella that has stepped off the course as well. The everybody's stepping off the course at this point. The trick is making sure that you get back on course.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we are approaching the 19-hour mark, which, according to Nick Curry's coach, James Benet, the race has just begun in the last 45 minutes. So we've still got a lot of things that we're going to watch unfold over the next 5 hours or so. And thank you so much for continuing to bring us updates from the track there, Chris.
You got it.
And we will check back in with you a little bit later. And here we are, and there is Jordan Camastro rocking the Running Warehouse hoodie. And we're going to throw up the leaderboard here. And you all can get a little update of who is where currently.
Jake Jackson making moves right now.
Yeah, he has nearly caught Arin Glick now. So Arin, I don't know that he's back on the track. Yeah, I mean, he's moving really slow if he is on the track. So it will be kind of interesting to see how all of this shapes up. As, again, we have just a little over 5 hours remaining in the 2021 Desert Solstice 24-hour.
Crazy. We made it this far. They made it this far. It's not us. It's them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that they or us have made it this far. You know, they're out there running, so of course they're doing a lot more. But we're going on. We're almost at 19 hours of live broadcast here, and so I'm starting to feel the ramifications here. And so I'm actually going to go heat up a little bit of coffee real quick, and Shelby will be able to talk about the runners as they come by here, and then I will be right back with a fresh cup of an old cup of coffee that has been reheated so that I can consume more caffeine to continue pushing forward here.
Right on. Mandy Holmes, one foot in front of the other. It looks like our camera just got a little glitchy, but it's kind of a pretty pattern. I don't hate it. Mal will be back soon, but it's probably nothing we can do. So, enjoy the leaderboard and the digital squares. Help, Matt, help. I didn't touch anything, I swear. There we go. We got a different view for you. Perfect. Jem Rooney, I just want to say that I feel like pumpkin pie is not supposed to be warm. I don't know. It's one of those things that has to sit, but I could be wrong. I haven't had any this year. And yeah, I will definitely point out Jacob. He was in gray. Might be him coming up now on the left side of your screen. Yes, I believe it is. So you're seeing Stella Springer crossing the mat, followed by Jake Jackson. And Arin Glick is still laying down.
I left for a couple minutes, and apparently Shelby broke. Oh no, it's fine. What'd you do?
You fixed it. You came back.
Oh, it just didn't want to work for you.
Yeah, no, you came back and hit a button and it was fine.
Oh, okay.
It just one
Well,
of the
I am
cameras
back
glitched.
with a fresh cup of reheated coffee from this morning, so I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Just a cool 5 hours and 10 minutes remaining. How are you doing, Shelby?
Really good. I'm thinking about my flight back to LA tomorrow and how I'm going to want to sleep on it, but it's only going to be like an hour. And I fear that I'm going to have like a flight attendant waking me up when we land.
It sounds very likely.
It could happen. It could happen. So
Arin Glick is still lying down. And Sarah Sawyer is off the track. There we got Matt Urbanski.
Don't worry about it.
Gem.
Oh, man. All right, moves just happened. It looks like Jake just passed Arlen. Crew's putting layers on Arlen, which
Means that Scott will be passing Arlen in a lap or two. And Nick Curry is still crushing. I
yeah.
think those are pretty good updates. Marissa Lizak also still crushing. Nick's most recent lap splits, yeah, still between about 201 and 203. So he is still, he's just been cranking he's been cranking for about the last 15, 16 laps. So he dealt with a little bit of stomach issues, and he's back to being pretty consistent with his lap splits. And here we see Jordan Camastro. And there is Scott Trayer, who is closing in on the 130 mark. His PR for 24 hours is 140 miles. So he's looking to have himself a pretty good day.
Scott Trayer's been running very consistently. He looks strong out there. He has a cool style.
He's been running really, really solid all day. He was with Nick for the first, good bit of the day, and now he's still hanging on and having a really strong race.
Yeah, good day for Scott.
And here we see Jake Jackson. There's your second place female, Mandy Holmes. Your leader, Marissa Lizak, and then there is Jeffrey Urbanski. And there is your overall race leader, Nick Curry. Looks like he was taking in some fluids there.
And Stella Springer, coming from Woodland Hills, California.
Yeah, she is less than 1.5 miles behind Mandy Holmes. And here is Scott Trayer, who I believe will be passing Arin Glick right here. So let's go ahead and update our leaderboard here. So I believe our top 3 men currently are going to be Nick Curry, Jacob Jackson, and Scott Trayer. I believe he has passed Arin Glick. And then we have Marissa Lizak, who you're seeing on your screen right there, followed by Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer. And those kind of round out your those are going to round out your women's podium spots as of right now. And the only other lady still in the race as of right now is Sarah Sawyer. It sounds like Arlen is still lying down in his crew tent, so hopefully he is okay, and we will keep you updated as to whether he's going to get back out on the track or not.
Hopefully he's just taking a little cat nap. Yeah, I want to say it was Courtney DeWalter that said, close your eyes for a minute and wake up and feel like you had a whole bunch of sleep.
That's what she said.
Yeah, something along those lines.
I don't know if I've ever closed my eyes for a minute and felt better when I opened them.
I've tried.
Maybe I'm just not doing it right, though, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep practicing. But 10, 15 minutes could do Arlen well.
Yeah.
So you can at least run this thing out for the full 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, if he can just regroup and get back out on the track when he's feeling a little bit better, he's still, in a pretty good spot, having clicked off almost 129 miles already.
Yeah, really good spot. And, I think there's some chat like, he had a great race, no issue calling it, if not feeling it. And I'd like to see him do a full 24 hours as long as he's not injuring himself. It's an epic goal. It's first time pushing for that long. So, I don't know. I like to see athletes finish what they set out to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's healthy and not risking health or injury or anything like that, I'd love to see him get back out there. But if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I'll still be an Arlen fan.
Yeah, well, I will still be an Arlen Darwin. He dubbed his fan club. Shout out to whoever in the chat, probably 12 hours ago, probably more actually, came up with that. So shout out to you. Here we see Nick Curry.
I think he's been fueling the last few laps. There's been something in his hand.
Yeah, and he did have a couple slower laps there, maybe where he stopped to get some fuel or was just running slower because he was eating. But outside of those 2 laps, he's still cranking right around 201, 202.
It's going to be amazing to see how this plays out. 6 hours left.
6 hours left, and he needs to go 36 miles. I think he's still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
Unless I am miscalculating something here. Oh, wait, it's because he has 5 hours left.
Oh, yeah.
5 hours left.
Math is really hard.
5 hours left, 36 miles. I still think he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. He would have had it in the bag if he had 6 hours
Yeah.
left.
I wish we had 25-hour days.
Yeah. Me too. Would you use that for more sleep or more work?
More running.
Yeah. More play then, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
Fitness.
All right. We're going to send it over to Chris, see if we can get an update from the fan favorite, Chris Warden. How are you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Still trying to stay warm by any means necessary. However, we're reaching that point in the race where the attrition is starting to take over. I just spoke with Sarah Sawyer, and she thinks she might be done after 101.4 miles, which obviously is still an amazing day. And I had to kind of remind her because she said, well, some days you just don't have it. And I said, I wish I didn't have it on days where I ran 101 miles in under 19 hours. And more concerning to me, though, because Sarah is sitting down in the heating tent and having a conversation with her crew person. And, despite her disappointment at not being on the course right now, she seems to be in relatively good spirits. My main concern is Arin Glick, who is, at this point, I don't think he's getting back up. I actually had to help him into a chair, and they have bundled him up completely. He is covered in several layers of blankets, and they're feeding him broth at this point. His two sisters are crewing him, and also Mandy Holmes' crew person, Jesse Ellis, is also helping out as well. So, and yeah, I don't think that Arlen is going to be doing any more laps. It's a possibility that Sarah Sawyer does get it back up, but if I had to guess, Arlen couldn't get off the ground by himself. So he might be done. But at the same time, I also had to remind him that what he's done today is uncharted territory for him, as everything past 100 miles was a whole new PR.
Yeah. Truly incredible effort by Arin Glick, and I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing effort by Arlen today. I mean, 130 miles in your fixed time 24-hour debut, and if I remember, he was a late add to the roster, wasn't he, Matt?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was not something that he had truly at least focused on, and of course with the year he's had, I mean, we all find that point in our training, at least these athletes do, where eventually the sheer volume of racing that they do catches up with them, and we've seen that in years with runners at high levels. I mean, look at Courtney Dauwalter a few years ago. By the time she got to Solstice in 2018, it was she was actually to the point where it was not a great day for her. And I wonder if Arlen is kind of in that same situation where he's had an utterly dominating 2021. There's no question about it. And I agree, and I concur with the consensus I've seen today that Arin Glick is the 2021 American Ultra Runner of the Year. But today was not the best day for him. He did make it to the 100-mile mark in great fashion, but I think that it was just finally the point where everything he's done has caught up with him.
That happens.
Yeah,
You can troubleshoot for so long, and then I imagine he's in great hands with his sisters, though, and they'll take care of him.
Yeah, he is being taken care of, and it's his sisters are obviously taking great care of him. But Jesse Ellis and Patty Curry are also keeping an eye on him to make sure that he's okay. So hopefully he's able to recover, and if he's feeling up to it, perhaps we'll have him talk later. But right now, I think that he's probably going to be trying to get himself together just to just even get to that point. So
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for the updates, Chris. And anytime you have more information, feel free to just pop on in.
I will do that.
And we are back trackside. Matt, Shelby here, bringing you some great coverage at 3:06 in the morning here in
Oh,
Phoenix, Arizona. It feels almost like morning. You know,
yeah.
ready to start a new day. How about you?
I'm ready.
Yep.
I'm ready
and
for that Dutch Bros.
You're ready for Dutch Bros. Meanwhile, I'm enjoying reheated morning old coffee, almost 24 hours old at this point, but it's got caffeine, so why
Yeah,
not?
coffee ages like wine, right?
Yeah.
No. Hopefully there's not a bunch of dairy product in there.
No, definitely not.
That's good.
Straight black coffee, so you can always safely reheat. So
Oh man, that's what my mom does. Look at you.
yeah. And so it looks like if Sarah Sawyer and Arin Glick both do not continue, that would leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 runners still in the race. Again, no decision has been made on Sarah Sawyer or Arin Glick officially yet. And Nick Curry is just still
A
the human metronome
machine.
as he crosses the 137-mile mark here. And let's take a look at these splits again. Everything is basically 2 minutes to 2:02, like it's clockwork.
Unbelievable. All right, Jordan, back to his trot.
He's continuing to have himself a pretty good day. His PR is 143.63 miles. So I imagine that is kind of what he is aiming for. And if we check, they have him at a predicted distance of 135, so he may be coming up a little bit short. It looks like Nick's predicted distance is 172.01.
Eek. It's a real nail
It's
biter.
going to be really close for Nick.
We got a Trayer in the chat looking for a Scott update.
Yeah, so Scott, let's just go ahead and pull the leaderboard in here. Scott has moved up into 3rd overall. He is closing in on 130 miles. He's been just continuing to move forward. Haven't seen him walking a lot. I've seen him just kind of jogging, running, and continuing to go. So he's been doing a great job, and he's setting himself up for a really nice PR, closing in again on 130 miles with just under 5 hours to go.
This might be him coming up now.
Oh, and what's going on to that cam? So we will switch to this one here. Actually, let's see. We got the Chris cam on the crew tables here. We're in crew village right now. Let's see. Nope, static cam 2 is just not cutting it right now. So here we are as we continue to see runners. There's Matthew Urbanski again coming through. Less than 5 hours remaining. Seems like time has just flown by.
I wonder if the runners would say the same thing.
Probably not. Probably not.
What do we have going on in the Chris cam?
And there's actually a look at Arin Glick.
Or is
Bundled
that?
up.
No, that's Jeff. Jeff
Oh, that is Jeff. That's not
Urbanski.
Arwen. That's Jeff Urbanski. Is he having a little power nap?
Hopefully.
Is it?
I saw a beard.
Chris, can you show us the name tag of who that is? Yeah, it is Jeff Urbanski.
Woo.
Look at you.
My eyes are still working.
Hopefully he's doing okay. My eyes are barely working. I will say that.
They're burning a little, but oh, and Matthew Urbanski.
And here we have Nick Curry.
Stella Springer.
And
Jake.
Then there was Jake. And there's Mandy, right?
Yeah.
And Marissa.
And I think Stella's really closing the gap between her and Mandy right now. They're, I'm pretty sure, less than a mile apart after that pass that we just witnessed. Okay, and here's Arlen. He's very bundled.
But he is also now by the space heaters there as well, which
Yeah.
hopefully will help. And it looks like his sisters are taking good care of him, so I'm sure he's in good hands.
I'm still curious if he ate that Wendy's they brought back for him.
Oh, and there's Scott Trayer.
Oh, look at that. He
What is the print on those pants?
put on some real fun pants.
Were those like snakes? Like those looked like they were something straight out of like a 70s disco show or something.
Yeah.
Maybe not disco. I don't know. And there's the great James Benet. I do believe wearing a Santa hat.
Look at that spread, man. Wow.
Where's the pumpkin pie, Chris? Is it in the trash?
Uh-huh.
Ugh. And there is Nick Curry coming by. James Benet, Nick's coach, who is also coaching Jamil now. So I think James would be happy to know that Jamil is getting some sleep. I think as a coach, he would appreciate that
Yeah.
he, 1, got his long run in today, and 2, is actually sleeping.
Yeah.
So hopefully James is proud of Jamil, and I know he's got to be really proud of Nick, who is absolutely crushing it out there right now.
Getting sleep is hard. It's definitely something I struggle with.
And we will take you away from the space heater. You know, if it was a campfire, maybe we'd sit and enjoy it. But, you know, just a big piece of metal that's supposed to keep you warm, we're gonna go away from it. And we do have Chris Warden popping back in. Chris, how are you doing?
Well, I'm hanging in there, trying to stay warm. I did want to pop in, though, and share a couple notes. The Urbanski that was down was indeed Jeffrey Urbanski. They had him wrapped up and getting some rest. But he seems like he's okay, just not moving. Meanwhile, his brother, Matthew, has become, he's running fantastic. He looks like he's moving well. He's in good spirits, still smiling, or smiling again, rather. I did speak with Arlen, and Arlen was actually saying that he hopes that everybody's paying attention, because he's going to go back out there and start whooping some butt. But I don't know if he's kidding or not. He's in good spirits, all things considered. So we'll see if he does decide to try and make it out there and add to his total to this point. But he's definitely in better spirits than I would have thought prior to speaking to him. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, in this race, uh, people can come back from what when it looks like they're down and out. I mean, last year we had 2 runners that basically duked it out, and Nick and who was that? Ryan
Montgomery?
Ryan Montgomery. Yes, thank you. They went toe to toe, at the end, and basically the 2 of them looked like they were done. And they came back and added, and ended up with some staggering totals. So you just never know in this race. 24 hours is a long time, and peaks, valleys, and you do what you can to stay on the course. But sometimes, coming off and just getting some rest, or kind of resetting yourself, can do you some good. We'll see what happens with Arlen here, but he's definitely got a positive attitude about possibly about how he feels right now. So we'll see what happens.
Well, that's good that he's that he's still in good spirits for sure.
No, I didn't have any idea. So James Bonet is telling me that Nick Curry, and I don't know if he's messing with me or not. He could be.
Keep him happy. That's why I'm wearing the hat.
So the reason why James Bonet is wearing a Christmas hat is to keep Nick Curry in a happy place. And apparently Nick Curry listens to Christmas music while he trains.
I'm not surprised, because I've heard rumor that growing up, Mama Curry used to play Christmas music starting like October 1st in the house. So I'm not surprised that the Curry children are very attuned to a wide Christmas selection as they spent 18 years growing up with 3 or 4 months worth of Christmas music being played nonstop by the wonderful Mama Curry.
I'd really like to know what his favorite Christmas song is, though, so if you could find that out for us.
See, I'm still kind of hesitant because the source is a noted prankster. James Bonet has on occasion been known to pick up somebody's wayward cell phone and take a bunch of silly selfies on it and leave them for you to find later. I'm speaking from personal experience there, but okay, James is like, do you want to see his playlist?
Yes. Show the viewers his playlist.
If I can get a hold of Nick's playlist, I will share it. Uh, and James is waving his iPod or his MP3 player. But interesting. Sarah Sawyer has gotten back up
Yes.
and is. I don't know if she's heading towards the track, but she is getting up and walking around. She looks uncomfortable, but oh no, it looks like she's heading out. I see that her crew is grabbing her things, and they are going to call it a day. So, hats off to Sarah Sawyer for logging 101 miles at Desert Solstice this year.
Yeah, huge shout out to her. I think when she registered, her goal coming in was to try and go for a fast 100-miler. Obviously, between the time you register and now, sometimes those things change. So, but yeah, nice to see her put up a pretty solid effort there.
Yeah, she ran so steady today.
Yeah, she looked very steady all day long. She was moving, at a very conservative pace, but she got it done, and best of luck to her at her upcoming events.
Yeah, for sure. And Chris, I meant to ask you this a little bit earlier. Is Victoria Brown the most interesting person in the world?
She's definitely in the class photo. She has a very unique history, a very unique path that brought her to running at this level. So, yeah, hearing her stories about being a former sportscaster in Hungary, as well as being a former poker player, and I did go and check some of the poker databases that I know of, and yeah, sure enough, she's in there. So I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" No, she was not kidding us. She is definitely among the most interesting people that we've encountered here at Desert Solstice. I don't know if
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah. So she has led a very interesting life and continues to do so because, let's be honest, out of all those things, there's one thing in which that she is now a national record holder, and that is the 100-mile distance. So
amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I am going to. I think I'm going to actually try and catch a. Well, actually, you know what? We're going to be doing a turnaround here in 35 minutes, so I've got to be flipping those cameras. I can't take too much of a break, but I'm going to try and recharge my own personal batteries for the home stretch.
You got this, Chris. We only got 4.5 hours left. Piece of cake.
That's a hop, skip, and a jump, right?
Piece of cake. All right. Thank you so much, Chris. And if you have any more updates, again, feel free to let us know.
You got it.
And here we are back trackside. Huge shout out to Chris. He's such a big help in making sure all of this comes together. And without his updates, we would just be sitting here watching people run around a track. So
yeah.
His updates have been super insightful, and we really appreciate everything he's been doing to help us make this come to life.
Yeah, he's truly a pro. I mean, he's so attentive to what's going on out there on the track, from keeping the cameras pointing in the right direction to following all of the athletes on their journey.
To checking poker databases.
I know.
Apparently.
I mean, if you're somebody that could make that story up, but you can have it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you deserve it.
Yeah.
You know?
Steven Sue in the chat said Marissa's about to smash her own 200K U.S. age group record of 21, 23, 26.
Yeah, she's looks like a little over 3K away from the 200K mark. So we'll definitely be keeping our eye on that. And she has plenty of time as we're only at 19 hours and 24 minutes. So
Smashing it, truly.
And speaking of Marissa Lizak, she was just passed there by Nick Curry. Oh, yeah, that is Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there is Matthew Urbanski just behind her. All three of them are looking very strong.
And Stella Springer. So, one of the sources I reached out to try to get the name thing down said that I passed her on a trail run last Sunday. So Woodland Hills is like inland from me in SoCal. So we definitely share trails together.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was pretty in the zone on that run on Sunday, so I don't recall talking to any strangers out there. Hopefully I waved and smiled. At least try to do that. But sometimes if you're grinding up a hill,
You just grind away.
Sometimes the blinders go on. But yeah, she's now 3 laps behind Mandy.
Yep, so she is slowly closing that gap. And speaking of Mandy, there is Mandy. She's been walking quite a bit the last few hours, but sometimes that's all it takes as long as you're continuing to move forward.
And Scott, he's holding on to some extra layer or something. But trucking along.
Yeah, and he's less than 10 miles away from a PR.
I'm really hoping that Chris throws Nick's Christmas playlist in the chat so we can all enjoy it.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
I'm so intrigued. Is this a prank?
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Can't tell. I don't know.
But I feel like that would be a pretty elaborate prank, right? Like you wear a Santa hat, and then you make up this story about his Spotify playlist or his like training playlist.
Yeah, he seemed pretty serious. So.
He did seem serious.
I wonder if Arlen was serious. I
doubt it.
Yeah, I think that's just the
I think
kind
he's
of
just being.
hopeful, delirious dreams talking.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I would guess anyway.
I love being surprised. Well, actually, depends.
And there is Marissa Lizak, who is going to have about 2.5 kilometers to the 200K mark, which is pretty cool. And she will smash the U.S. age group record for 200K. She has a little less than 2 hours to run 2.4K, which is 1.5 miles.
And she's 42.
She's just crushing it.
Crushing. Yeah, it's just interesting because you have sports like gymnastics or figure skating where it trends much younger.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's ultra running.
Well, and then there's like even different aspects of ultra running, right? Where it's like like certain types of races you might be able to do into your later years.
Yeah.
I feel like, but ultra running in general, you're able to perform at a high level much older than you are even compared to like road running.
I appreciate it. No, I mean, it's cool. We're getting older every year, so I don't know. Yeah, it gives me something to look forward to.
Yeah, for sure. And there we just saw Mandy Holmes come through, and here is Matthew Urbanski, who is your 5th male runner. And he is about 13 miles behind Arin Glick for 4th, about 12, just under 13 miles. Arlen not moving, so every lap Matthew is eating into that total. So we will see if he can pass Arlen. Looks like he will if things hold true as they are now, where Matthew's running pretty strong and Arlen is not currently active.
Yeah. And yeah, if Jeffrey Urbanski's still bundled up, which I'm guessing he is, I wonder what that's like for Matthew. Running by his brother every lap, and you gotta trust that your crew's taking care of him. But I imagine there's a brotherly piece of him that wants to maybe help him. I don't know. Or maybe it's the opposite. He's like, oh, Jeffrey's down. Here's my chance. I'm gonna crush him. I don't know.
And I believe Nick Curry just surpassed 140 miles with almost 4.5 hours to go.
Jake Jackson popped into walk mode for a little bit here. Ah, no, there he goes. He must have heard me talking about him.
Unlike Cocodona, where I think participants were watching the live stream, I doubt that any of the participants are tuned into the live stream right now. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember getting blisters popped and taped and having it playing while getting worked on. Really trippy experience.
And there is Matthew Urbanski.
Yeah, this whole group of runners seem to be, for the most part, running their own race.
Yep, they're just trying to continue to do their best and see what they can get in. That's the beauty of 24 hours, right? Doesn't matter how fast you move, the end is the end.
Yeah.
You don't get there any quicker, but you do get to push yourself a little bit further.
That is really interesting. The idea of, okay, if I run a little bit faster, I'll be done sooner is not a factor here.
Yep. And Chris in the chat, Jordan Camastro is taking a nap. I can't blame him there, as we are slowly approaching 4 a.m. here. And Marissa Lizak is being worked on by her crew. And there we see Scotty Trayer coming through.
Another pant change. I wanted those funky
what
pants
happened?
back.
Yeah.
Just
I bet someone told him that we made fun of his pants.
probably did.
I'm sure someone at the aid station is watching and saw and was like, "Hey, Scott, everyone's making fun of your pants. You should change it."
Maybe they might not have been aerodynamic enough for him.
Yeah.
They had some flow.
Maybe they were test pants, like just wanted to give them a lap, see how they felt, and decided, not warm enough.
Gonna put my leggings on.
Yeah, let me go with the full tights.
Yeah, right. I guess it's tights is the proper term. Men don't call their pants leggings.
Well, what do you call your running tights leggings?
I don't know. I don't know what I call them, Matt.
I'm just like I feel like they're just running tights.
I guess they're tough.
What do I know?
It's a tricky question.
What do I know?
I've never thought about this. I will say I mess up gloves and mittens sometimes.
But they're two different things.
Yeah, but mittens just mittens sounds cuter. But they're two different things. But that's what I'm saying. I know that I messed them up because they are clearly two different things versus tights and leggings. I am not quite sure where the line is there at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
It doesn't matter.
You call them whatever you
Exactly.
want. You know?
Exactly. I started calling my glasses my seeing glasses during Cocodona because
They're not prescription.
they're prescription glasses.
Are they?
They are. They're prescription gooders. Yeah.
Well, you must have a connection.
I sure do. But yeah, so now they're my seeing glasses versus just regular I don't know, sunglasses.
But they're not sunglasses.
They're not. They're
polarized.
seeing
They're seeing
glasses.
glasses. You know, so there is a difference. We can agree there.
It helps with my crew. Anybody who's crewed and paced me in the last year now knows, like, she needs her seeing glasses. It's getting dark.
But you don't need your seeing glasses when it's sunlight out?
Not as much.
Oh. That's fair.
Yeah, it's like, because I'm not trying to read, like, road signs
Yeah.
usually when I'm out in the sun. And it's a glare factor.
Ah, got it.
Stigmatism. I'm not going to try to explain it, though. It's something with the shape of the eye and light reflecting and whatever. Yeah.
Chris Warden says that James Benet believes Nick is about a half mile ahead of the U.S. 24-hour record. I agree. I will say this though. I am doing math in my head after being on a live stream for nearly 20 hours. So I'm not saying that my brain math is the most accurate, but I think that he's got it. Just based on my quick calculations while being sleep deprived.
Yep. I stopped doing quick math after I said we had 6 hours left and we had 5. But I also am on California time, so.
Oh yeah, we are in a different time zone than you know, because we don't observe daylight savings here in the great state of Arizona.
Aren't you cool?
Certain part, I think there's like a small part of Arizona that does though.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's confusing, but this seems like James Benet is being serious here. This doesn't seem like a joke, like the Christmas playlist conversation we had not too long ago. So I trust James's math.
Yeah, I trust James. James is wearing a Christmas hat, so you have to trust him, right?
Santa's watching. He's going to know if James is naughty or nice, so.
Yeah, if James is wrong, Chris, can you let him know that I hope he gets a lump of coal for Christmas? But I hope that I believe he has children. I hope that his children get amazing presents.
Yeah,
from Santa still.
That's nice of you.
And Jake Jackson and Scott Trey are there, both jogging along. Scott's goal coming into the race was run all 24 hours. That was all he cared about. He's having himself a pretty dang good day.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Nick Curry's splits again. A aside from a lap here or there where it seems like he's taking nutrition or things like that, he's just running too flat to 2:02.
I can't wait to see the end of this. Do you think there's going to be a point where they know they have, I don't know, an hour left and they just go as hard as they can? Or
According to Chris, James is warming up ginger chews and gummy bears by holding them up to the heat lamp in the aid station tent.
that's a good coach.
That is a good coach.
Ginger chews do get very hard. So
Well, especially if it's cold out. I know that our
40-ish degrees.
I
we'll
want to
say.
say it's 40-ish degrees, even though our thing says that it is 50-ish degrees.
It must be closer to the heat lamp.
Yeah.
The thermostat we're
Well, we
reading off of.
are a bit further south than the track, so we're closer to the equator. So that wouldn't make it 10-degree difference.
No. And Jamila said something about the canals and more pavement holding in heat over by the track, though. So that, I don't know how it works.
I don't know.
You see, this is what happened when you walked away. As soon as you walked away, it went into digital
That one's not very good
glitch
either.
mode. Looks like the cameras are getting tired, too.
And so we'll go to this one for right now.
Somebody give that camera some coffee.
It's showing up in our preview window as good. Oh, there. There we see Nick Curry once again.
I keep getting Ninja Turtle vibes from Scott with the green headband.
He could be a Ninja Turtle. Why not?
Why not?
Oh, and we have someone stopping at a crew tent
I think
here.
that's it's Matthew Urbanski. I can
Oh, was it?
identify by his calf
Oh, the socks.
compression.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
grabbing a
and
jacket.
Here we have the ginger chews and gummy bears being warmed up. I hope that James is careful. And I hope that he's careful with the sleeve of his coat. I
Yeah.
feel like those down feathers would be flammable. And I know that that's authentic down, knowing James Benet. He's not going to skimp on a puffy jacket, that's for sure.
It's one of those things that, I don't know, don't skimp on the puffy. They last forever if you take good care of them.
And so this is taking crewing to a whole new level. Warming him up. We'll see how this exchange goes. We got to compare him to the 10 out of 10 that Peter Curry was giving earlier in the day. So let's see.
I really want him to throw it in his mouth from here.
Oh, that was
Nice
pretty
handoff.
damn
That
good.
was so smooth.
That was really good. I'll give that a 10 out of 10. He did all that in a Santa hat with warm hands, maybe too warm.
Yeah.
You know, they were close to the fire and just nailed it.
I would have given it a 20 out of 10 if he launched that ginger chew into Nick's mouth from, at least a 5-foot distance. Nick caught it and kept running. I think if anybody could do it, it's those two.
What an amazing exchange there. That was really good. Wasn't sure whether James was going to be able to live up to the Peter Curry standard that was set earlier, but he did a fine job.
Still 3 pieces of pumpkin pie there. Nobody's going for them.
Well, that means the pumpkin pie eaters are no longer in the race.
And this is when it gets harder and harder to eat, too. So hopefully there's still appetites out there.
Oh, and here we go, warming up some more.
Oh, it looks like a gummy worm. Nice.
Yeah, is that a worm or a bear?
I think we're
Looks like
going
worm.
for worms. He's like a mama bird right now.
Oh, and this is pretty good. So earlier in the day, Nick was getting a bag of nutrition, I think. And look at this.
I don't know if he took them.
He did not, and it looked like he had a request. Let's go ahead and look at what Nick's last lap splits. Yeah, it's still running, geez, right around 2 minutes to 2:02. Still just cranking along here. As he has a little over 30 miles, about 31 miles left to set a new American 24-hour record. And he has 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Stella Springer, our third place female, is now only 2 laps behind Mandy Holmes. So things are looking positive for Stella climbing up that leaderboard.
And it looks like we have a little check-in with Chris here. Chris, the floor is yours. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been watching James Bonet warm gummy worms for Nick Curry. Nick was not ready for them as he is waiting on his next caloric intake. But James is excited because he knows that at this point Nick has to cover a 50K in 4 hours and 15 minutes, or 4 hours and 11 minutes. That's where he's at. So, and James just reminded Nick to stay happy. And if Nick stays happy and he is able to run his final 50K run 50K in his final 4 hours and 11 minutes, which is entirely possible the way he's moving, he will set the new American 24-hour record.
Wow.
Yeah.
They seem like quite the team to see James come in with new life at this time in the race. It's a very smart move. I'm sure there's some strategy in when they decided to have James hop in.
Absolutely, and James is as respected of a coach as you'll find in the trail and ultra running community. I've known dozens of his clients that speak his praises as a coach.
Chris, sorry. We'll have to bring it back to you once that cleans up. So nope, still not working here. So yeah, the feed cut. So we are back trackside here. We'll see if Chris is able to get his stream pulled back up. But yeah, it sounds like Nick has about a 4 hour and 11 minute 50K to run. And we'll see if he has that in him. And here we go, Chris. We got you back up here.
All right. So as I was saying, yeah, Nick is to the point now where it is under a 50K to go, and he's still got a smile on his face, and he's still moving very well. I mean, the splits are evident for everybody to see. we are at the attrition point of this race, and this happens every year where, we get into the wee hours of the morning, before sunrise, such as it is right now, 1 a.m., we are down to just a handful of runners actually on the course. And I can run them down for you. The runners that are actually on the course and still moving right now are Stella Springer, Matthew Urbanski.
I lost you again, Chris. Sorry.
I know it's such a bummer because we can hear him, but the visual is
No bueno.
no bueno.
Let's see. There we go. Now it's clean. Let's run through that list. We got Stella. We got Matt
Stella,
Urbanski.
Yeah, Stella Springer, Matt Urbanski, Scott Traer, Marissa Lysak, Nick Curry, and Jake Jackson are actually, and also Mandy Holmes are the only runners that are actually on the track right now. Now, there are other runners who are still in the race. Technically, Arin Glick is still technically in the race, as are Jordan Camastro and Jeremy Urbanski. But the three of them are off the course and taking a rest. They all three of them are bundled up in their own different ways. So it's it's anyone's guess as to whether or not they're going to return to the course. One of the runners that I've been worried about several times is Marissa Lysak. She has been grinding for the last what seems like several hours. Like every time I see her get to her crew and come off the course, I'm worried that with as off as she looks at that moment in time, I think that might be all that we see of her for the day. But after they do what they do, whether they feed her or they work some cramps or kinks out, or help her with a clothing change, they helped her throw on some pants, and she just keeps going. It's actually really impressive. But her lead on the women's side has decreased somewhat over Mandy and Stella, as she had a double-digit lead before, but now she's down to about 8 miles. And this is similar to what happened last year at Desert Solstice. Marissa is the two-time defending champion on the women's side. Last year, she had a double-digit lead over Whitney Richmond, and Whitney came back and chopped and chopped and chopped away at the lead. I don't remember the final deficit, the final margin of victory for Marissa, but it was definitely much lower than the double-digit lead that she held at one point. It looks like we might be in another situation like that this year, where Marissa had built up a sizable lead, and Mandy and Stella are chipping away at it, but it might be too little too late for them to catch up to her at this point. As long as Marissa keeps moving, I think she might be able to hold them off. But 8 miles is a sizable lead, but it's not insurmountable with 4 hours to go. Anything can happen, and usually does here at Desert Solstice.
Yeah. Yeah, Marissa has had moments where we see her get off the track and we wonder how she's doing, but every time she gets back out there, she really pulls it together. So kudos to Marissa for keeping it super composed when she's out on the track.
Yeah, she has kept herself completely in control, and you don't, at this point, you just can't doubt Marissa Lysak, because she comes to this course and she just throws down. And this is the third straight year where this would be the third straight year where she wins, which would, I believe, make that would be an unprecedented feat for Desert Solstice to be the first 3-time winner. I actually have notes on that. I will look them up to verify, but if she's able to hold on to this lead, then that would make her the first 3-time winner. And actually, I think that in Nick's case, he might end up being one of a select few who is a two-time winner if he is able to hold on today as well.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for those updates, Chris. And as you get more, we will check back in with you in a little bit.
Great. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Chris.
And here we are back trackside. There is Matthew Urbanski. And here is your updated race leaderboard.
And we see Nick Curry coming in. About to head out for lap number 576 is the one he'll be on after he crosses the timing mats just out of sight. And Stella Springer closing the gap. We're making sure we're staying hydrated here in the studio.
We got I've got to balance out the coffee intake here with some Topo Chico intake. So,
Smart.
you know, just trying to do my best to make sure I also get to the 24-hour mark of the event.
And I mean, I imagine you're not done after 24 hours. Like, yes, you'll be off the live stream, but life goes on.
Yeah, after the live stream, I go into dad duties again.
Nice.
So I will probably sleep sometime. I was about to say tomorrow night, but that is now tonight. You know, so I'll get to sleep probably in a cool, 16 hours, 17 hours. So, and it looks like Chris has a moving shot for us here. Up and down Crew Row, which is pretty desolate now, as we only have a couple handfuls of runners still out on the track right now.
And I think we got the official that Arin Glick has dropped. And I believe we're looking at Jordan sleeping.
Taking a nap.
Looks like a mummy down there.
That's how you nap.
Taking notes.
Yeah, wrap yourself up, cover the eyes. We got, what else do we have up here? There's one of our static cams. That's right, Chris is getting ready to turn those because something in the office is making a weird noise, and we are at turnaround time. So let me see if I can get...
Almost sounds like a printer. Maybe somebody's trying to communicate with us. Matt will figure it out. But yeah, here we go. We're turning around. Every 4 hours, these athletes are doing a little loop-de-loo. There goes Stella Springer. And Scott Traer.
It is a dance party, and that noise we were hearing was Jamil's alarm on his watch that he still isn't hearing, so he has an alarm going off in his office currently. And he's still snoozing. So, I hope he feels well rested when he wakes up.
Yeah, I bet
That's important.
he will. He will. He's going to be ready to celebrate with Nick.
Well, this is probably the best night's sleep he's gotten all week. So
Good. I'm glad we could help him get
yeah,
that sleep.
exactly. And this is the final turnaround.
Woo.
And there's Nick. Oh, look at that agility. See how he took the turn very swiftly there. There's Marissa Lizak. It's funny how Chris was saying every time she steps off the track, she doesn't look very good. But then every time we see her, she does look good. And is that Jeff Urbanski?
Yeah.
The dance moves are stellar here.
So good.
Let's see what.
Mandy.
And this is what the turnaround looks like from Cam 1. And we'll actually go trackside here. Now Chris is going to change Cam 1. So we'll go back to Cam 2 here. Let's just take a look at Nick Curry's splits here. And he was at 143 miles at 2:01.
Wow.
Still running between 2 minutes and 2:02. I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
He needs, about 29 miles in these last 4 hours. It's going to be pretty close.
He is executing his plan to a T, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely is. And we have the Chris Cam back up. There's Scott Trayer. Scott is closing in on a PR. He is about 6 miles away from a PR.
Oh, we got Matthew Urbanski getting a massage.
Urbanski.
They switched spots.
Yeah. And that was
Stella.
Stella, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that gap to close.
And
2
there
laps.
is Arin Glick.
It looks like he got the
Second place, 100 mile, probably, right?
Yeah. That's incredible. Oh, and Julie was talking to him, the incredible race director for this event.
So for anyone who is just turning in, our current race leader is Aravaipa's own Nick Curry, and he is followed by Jacob Jackson and Scott Trayer in second and third. And on the women's side, Marissa Lizak is in the lead, followed by Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer. And so those are kind of your podiums here. And Tracy in the chat, why did Glick drop? I think that his body is not allowing him to continue. So he pushed really hard, took some time, walked a bunch of laps, and eventually had to sit down and just wasn't able to continue.
Yeah, we started to see his form deteriorate a little bit. His right arm, left arm, one of his arms was creeping up in an unusual way. He was still moving steady for a while, but you know, catches up to you after 20 hours of running around a track. I can only imagine.
Yeah, and again, Arlen was in kind of uncharted waters here once he crossed the 100-mile mark. And we do have the wonderful, we're going to have some words of wisdom from Chris Warden.
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily wise. They're coming from me, so you got to consider the source. But I did catch uh, Arlen making a couple of comments to Julie Harrow, the race director here at Desert Solstice, and he said that he had a great time and he plans to be back. And I'm excited to see him come back. I mean, think about this. He's only 28 years old. This is his first fixed time race, and he's doing it coming off of the year that most people could only dream of. So the sky is the limit for Arin Glick in this format, in any format, to be honest, but especially here because this is the first time he's tried to tackle something like this. It's a different animal, and he was flying for the first 13, 14 hours. So who's to say, how much potential he has, for this event in the future. And I was told by James Bonet that if I checked in with him at 4 a.m., he would be able to give me a better idea as to whether or not Nick was right where they wanted him to be. And according to what James just told me, he is 3/4 of a mile up from where they expected him to be at this point. And keep in mind, that was with the U.S. record in mind. That was Nick's goal heading into this race. So they believe that he will be in the 173-mile range when all is said and done. Maybe a little bit more than 173 miles.
That's amazing. That is amazing. And Nick has been very consistent throughout the day, and it's been obviously amazing to see. And hopefully he continues cranking out some big laps. And hopefully we'll get to witness a new American record here by a member of the Aravaipa family, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's really amazing to go to Nick's page on the race results. I mean, just eyeballing it real quick, his last 19 laps have been 202 or less, or 203 or less, with the exception of one that was 228. I mean, he's still cranking out 2-minute laps on the track, 20 hours in. He's actually moving faster. He is, he's known for wanting to negative split these races. And what's funny is that, having talked to Nick over the past few weeks about getting ready for this race, there are very high caliber athletes who are coming to Nick and asking him about his strategies for negative splits. I know that entering Tunnel Hill, a couple of the athletes that were in that race had talked to him about learning how to try and incorporate, a reverse split into their race at Tunnel Hill. I know that he is not shy about sharing his strategies, about sharing his research, which is, I think, testifies to how great of an ambassador he is for the sport. Nick has taken the analytical nature of the way he runs and the way he trains and tried to make it as accessible for all as he can. I know that you can go to Nick's web page and his own personal page, and he tries to break down what he's doing and what he's thinking, and he's going to, if this ends up being the race that he hopes it's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of runners try and follow suit in his strategy to an even greater detail than they already have to this point.
Yeah, his strategy has definitely worked for him and is super unique. And it'll be interesting to see as others begin to, take notes and get information and learn and test this how other runners not named Nick Curry are able to fare with this kind of strategy.
Was that a Freudian slip there, Matt?
Yes, that's exactly what that.
Well, it's so funny because Nick is so recognized for his ability to negative split races that he. I was at Hard Rock this year, and I sat in on a veterans panel with names like Howie Stern, Robert Andrulis, Kirk Apt, that were hanging out and telling stories. And one of the things that they tried to tell you is, everybody tells you to try and negative split your 100 milers, and then you can't negative split Hard Rock. And then all of a sudden, somebody piped up, well, unless you're Nick Curry, and they all looked at each other, all the veterans, like, yeah, unless you're Nick Curry. That's the level to which he has tried to incorporate running the second half of a race faster than the first. The fact that he'll even attempt to do it on a course such as Hard Rock shows how dialed in he can get.
Yeah, for sure. And it's always interesting to see how he takes that analytical nature and puts it into his trail efforts as well.
For sure. And while we talk about the analytical nature of his running, one of the things that James Bonnet is doing is telling him to stay in a good headspace, trying to keep him positive. Nick is not, immune to the idea of ups and downs. I'm sure that every runner at this point, I mean, you're 20 plus hours into a race where you've covered, a staggering amount of mileage at this point. I mean, Nick is, 130, 145 miles into the race. That used to be enough to win this race a few years ago. And now he's approaching mile 145 with, nearly 4 hours to go. And, you know, what he's doing here is really exciting. And I hope that as people across the country and around the world wake up and begin to hear about what Nick's doing, I hope they tune in here and catch this, because I think it's going to be a truly amazing ending to the 2021 Desert Solstice.
Yeah, it is. I don't even want to sleep anymore.
Well, I
Because
want to, but I'm going to hold off as long as I can. I was going to try and take a quick little nap after switching the cameras, but I'm not going to force it. So,
Yeah, and to quote the great philosopher Birdman, they need to put some respect on Nick Curry's name.
oh, they will if they haven't already. The people that are the people in the know how amazing his contributions to the sport are, and how much time and effort he's put into it. And I could foresee people trying to adopt his strategies for this type of race. And those charts that we see where that's kind of a you know kind of a curve. I think that we might see some more upward trending if he's able to do what he's trying to do here.
Yeah, most
so
definitely.
cool. What's his background? I mean, he has this extreme mathematician mind.
Well, I know that he's involved in very smart computer things for very big companies. So,
Okay.
I just know that he is one of the most analytical people that I've ever seen in this space. And uh, as somebody with a finance background myself, I look at the stuff that he has put together, and I'm in awe of it. He's applying, you know, such meticulous research and analytical methods to ultra running that I just love it. Between he and Bob Hearn, we're fortunate to have people so smart in this space.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's so intriguing and so grateful to have them as resources.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to tag out here, and I will. I'm going to actually try and get a little bit of rest, but we'll see. I'm going to keep my eye at least halfway on the course. I'll see if Arlen is feeling up to possibly stopping in and chatting as well. I'll see if I can get him to come on the live stream if he's got the energy and desire to do so.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that sounds good. And
I,
it looks like
yeah.
actually Jordan Camastro is showing up as done as well. So he may be calling it a day as well as far as what the live results are showing us. So, yeah, if
I
you happen to.
can I can tell, I can look over and I see Jordan actually talking to Mike Melton and Julie Harrow. So if that is the case and he has indeed called it a day, I will see if we can get him over here as well. Because if you've ever spoken to Jordan Camastro, you know that he is an amazing soundbite.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Chris, and we look forward to chatting with you in a little bit.
Great, thank you.
And so I believe we are down to just, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 8 runners left on the track. So maybe we'll go to this cam.
Yeah, that cam, I find that cam very soothing.
It just looks nice.
Yeah.
And so while we are taking a look at the kind of big overhead shot here, let's go ahead and get a leaderboard update. And so in first we have Nick Curry. And in second, we have Jacob Jackson. In third place for the men, we have Scott Traer. And leading for the women is Marissa Lizak, followed by Mandy Holmes. And Stella Springer is in third for the ladies. So that is your leaderboard as of right now. And Nick Curry is approaching the 146 mile mark, which is quite impressive with, 3 hours and 40 minutes still. And it sounds like Arlen, according to Chris in the chat, is unable to walk under his own power at the moment. And they're either taking him to depart or moving him to the indoor room, to the indoor cot room to rest further. So we will try and keep you updated there as best we can. But yeah, Arin Glick still having a pretty tough recovery. And let's see if we've got, there we've got this camera. Not great. This camera is a bit dark. We'll keep it on this camera for right now. There you see Jake Jackson. continue to try and get the camera feed that has the better lighting there. Oh, no, that one is out. Oh. So we, again, will work on trying to get those static cams back up, and let's refresh the leaderboard here. And let's go ahead and keep it on this aerial shot until we can see if we can get. Nope, neither of these, the track level cams, neither of those are working quite yet. There, actually, we have our well lit cam that is looking right at the timing clock is good. And it looks like the other is getting adjusted as well. And that feed actually is nice and clean now too. So, yeah, thank you so much, Chris, for adjusting those feeds on the fly for us. They may continue to come in and out a little bit here and there, so just bear with us. There we see Scott Traer. Again, Scott is now just about 4 miles away from a nice new 24-hour PR, so he is set to kind of blow that out of the water with 3.5 hours and change to go still.
Nick Curry.
Nick is over 146 miles, closing in on 146 and a half. I believe that was Stella Springer who just went by. And here is Central High School, home of the Desert Solstice Track Invitational, powered by our good friends over at Koros. Huge shout out to Shelby and the team at Koros. If you didn't know already, Koros, incredible watches known for their battery life. If you don't know anything else, know that. They also make the lightest watch on the market. They've got sapphire glass faces in the watches, so if you are prone to tripping and falling, which we obviously hope that no one is, your watch face can stay safe and sound. So go ahead and check out their product line over at Koros.com and enter the promo code Desert Solstice to get your free keychain charger for your watch. Not that you'll need it very often, but it's still really nice to have. So go ahead and check them out. Check out their entire product line. The Pace is a watch worn by Eliud Kipchoge. So they've got a lot of different products that can suit all of your needs. So go check it out.
How cool would it be to see Eliud Kipchoge do a 24-hour event?
He has said that he's interested in some ultra distance stuff.
I mean, he's kind of mastered the marathon, so why not, right?
You think you could get him to come run Solstice?
I wish I had that kind of pull, but you know, I know some people that know some people, so we can try.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I mean, anything is possible, right, Matt?
Yeah. That's right. That's the spirit.
I like to dream big.
Hey. Don't know how that happened, but awesome. And we are gonna go right here and refresh the leaderboard here real quick.
Yeah, I haven't seen Mandy Holmes in a while. It looks like she's still out there. Keep my eyes peeled. Ah, there's Mandy.
Oh, we just missed her on the static cam there. But she is out there and she's still moving.
Yeah, she's still moving. As is Marissa.
Yeah, and Marissa, like, when she's out there, is still looking pretty strong. And there's Stella. And so those are the three women who are still remaining. You got Marissa, Mandy, and Stella. Your top three.
Yeah. All looking pretty good. Stella looks really strong right now.
And how many did I say that? How many runners did I say we have left? I think it looks like 8.
Yeah.
8 runners left on the track. So you're going to see runners, well, 8 runners still in the race. Not all of them may be on the track currently as well. So you're, Scott Trayer, I believe this is the first time I've seen him walk on camera.
Yeah. Yeah. He's been moving really strong for the last at least 4 hours. I think that's as far back as my memory goes right now, maybe.
And he, as long as he keeps moving, he's got a PR locked up. And here is Nick Curry, I believe, crossing over 147 miles now. He is going to be pretty dang close to that American 24-hour record. I think he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
Let's go.
What was that last split?
Yeah, let's take a look at the splits from the human metronome. It was his last 2 laps have been 2:03s. So he's been running between 2:01 and 2:03, barring 1 or 2 splits for the last 50 laps, basically. A lot.
Yeah,
Lots of laps.
It almost gives me chills just looking at those splits. They're so consistent.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it'll be interesting to see what Nick has left in the last hour or half hour, if he's able to start throwing down some 158, 159 laps, over the course of that last hour or so. He's according to James Benet, who Chris was chatting with a little bit ago, about a half hour ago, they were saying that they thought he was 3/4 of a mile up on where they wanted to be for him to get the American record. So if he is sticking to the plan, as he tends to do, he would be about 3/4 of a mile ahead of that pace.
We got Jeffrey Urbanski coming through now with we're going to call it a cape. It's on a blanket. He's just putting on a superhero cape.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
He changed his jacket again, so he has a neon green jacket on, but then he's covering it up with a gray cape.
Yeah.
Well, you did call Scott Trayer's tights leggings earlier, so we can whatever we want it to be. Is what it can be,
Scott Trayer's going for a Ninja Turtle look right now, so leggings, tights, doesn't matter.
Oh man.
I don't know what Ninja Turtle has the green headband. Is there a green headband Ninja Turtle? Maybe.
I don't think so.
It's purple and red.
And orange and blue.
Oh.
There went Scott Trayer.
And then there's Scott Trayer.
Yeah, he is his own Ninja Turtle. Don't worry, I'll Google it.
Ah, yes. The power of the internet. It's like we're on a Joe Rogan podcast. Why haven't we been Googling things?
Oh, this is not what I should have done. Let's just go to images.
Oh, there is a green one. Maybe. Leonardo.
No, so we got blue, purple, yellow,
Sorry,
red.
the blue looked like green this time of day.
Oh, we got. Oh, and switch camera feeds just in time to see Nick Curry one more time. Love to see it. Nick is just cranking along, and to put this into perspective, Jacob Jackson, who's in second place right now, his recent lap splits have been in the 2:20s, where Nick's recent lap splits have been around. Oh, he's starting to.
Snap.
I don't know if he is intentionally cranking it down, but his last 2 lap splits 159.6, 158. It's moving time. It's moving time.
Wow. 20 hours, 35 minutes. He is negative splitting this 24-hour race. World record on the horizon.
American
record.
I would say the same thing, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not the same thing.
But they're still cool.
They're very cool. Very, very cool.
And for those of you who have been tuned in for quite a while, Jamil Curry is back in the studio after getting arguably his best night's sleep in maybe months. So Shout out to Jamil for getting an actual proper night's sleep. We'll have to make sure we relay that information to his coach, James Benet, in hopes that he can be proud of 2 curries in one day.
And in case you didn't see it earlier, James Benet was warming up gummy worms for Nick Curry on the heater. So, that is some dedication. I hope that we get to see something similar in Jamil's next race.
Yeah, maybe he will be packaging mashed potatoes for Jamil at Hard Rock when he gets off the wait list. And Nick is closing in now on 148 miles, which also means he's closing in on a personal record, which I believe his PR is 155 miles. I believe that's right. I could verify that, but I'm just going to say that it's right because I think I can still remember some things right now. And so out of the people who are still out on the track running, Nick is by far looking the strongest, and that's pretty evident in his lap splits where he's cranking out, 2-minute laps, and everyone else is cranking out laps in like the 220s, 230s. Marissa Lysak also cranking out some pretty good laps when she's out on the track running splits in the 250s still. She is having a few laps where it looks like she might be stepping off the track every so often. And there is Stella Springer.
I think she's hanging on better than her bib is. Her bib's starting to...
And here he is. I think we should have someone write a comic book about Nick titled The Human Metronome. It could be like a superhero comic book, and his superpower is that he is a human metronome.
Yeah.
Which I'd buy a copy.
It's good for running and music and what else?
I don't know. We'd have to think it through, right?
Yeah.
There you see Jake Jackson and Scott Trayer. Scott in his tights, also known as leggings to Shelby. But it doesn't matter what they're called, as long as they keep your legs warm.
Yeah.
You know?
I can't wait to look this up.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the aerial shot here from up near the press box.
Dawn is just around the corner.
Yeah. Couple hours maybe.
Yeah. But
proper sunrise, I believe it is around 7:20 or 7:30 today. So let's take a look now that Nick is over 148 miles, what his last laps were. So he threw down those two sub 2 minutes, had one right at 2 minutes, and then a 2:05 lap, which usually means he was getting some nutrition or taking care of something real quick there. Something that slowed him down just briefly. And there you we see Marissa Lizak continuing to move forward walking, and right behind her is Stella Springer.
Jeff Urbanski out there too with the cape blanket, doing his thing. You know, he's in a spot right now that if he keeps moving, he can pass Jordan.
And finish
Distance.
one spot behind his or not finish, would then be one spot behind his brother.
Yeah.
And there he is.
It's got to be nice to have something that you're still chasing, though, in these final hours.
For sure. And there's Scott Traer. There. Can we cue the music? Guess who's back? Back again. He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. We're waking back up here. Go down for a little bit, and I'm very excited to see that Nick is seemingly on track to what we think is his goal, which is very exciting.
We're going to see a new American record here, Jim.
I sure hope so.
We are going to see it. And it looks like Chris Warden in the chat saying he's going to have Jordan Camastro coming on soon.
Does that mean, yep, that means Jordan is done.
Yep,
huh?
Jordan is done. I believe there's only 8 runners still who haven't officially dropped. We have 3 ladies remaining and 5 gentlemen out on the track still.
Looks like 7 have done laps recently.
Who is not done?
Well, Matthew Urbonsky.
Oh yeah, he's
it's been 40 minutes since he completed a lap.
He was in his crew tent getting a massage.
Yeah. But everyone else is seemingly going.
And there we see Scott Traer. Died.
Yeah, it's because we can get it back up pretty quick, I think. Hope.
So we're going to try and see
Switch to this one, probably.
if we can get our iPad charging so that we can get some of the cool graphs that that Nick put together and that
Nick
Jamil loves to
himself.
use.
He's probably got those in his brain at this point.
Yeah, and I know you haven't seen James Benet is out there wearing a Santa hat, and he said the reason is he wants to keep Nick in a good mood because Nick's training playlist is Christmas music.
Training playlist.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Any
I need
truth to that?
I need that same. I don't know. To the
Do you think Nick listens to Christmas music while he is out for runs?
Jolly Saint Nick.
Yeah.
He
I'd
has
believe
to.
it.
It's
I'd
in the
believe it.
name.
Has to.
All right, we're gonna get these. I think it's some chart. It's chart time. We need some charts.
Chart time it is.
I don't know if if I'm supposed to be sharing it publicly or not, but probably fine.
What, the charts?
Yeah. Did we ever share the link or no?
No.
That'd be kind of cool. I think we'll wait until after. Okay. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
Let's see if we can get back to...
Did I miss something here? There's a bunch of Ninja Turtles on the screen here.
Yeah. Shelby was saying that Scott Trayer, his outfit made him look like a Ninja Turtle right now.
So
with a
just
green
confirming?
headband, and we were confirming that there is no green headband Ninja Turtle.
There's a new one.
The jokes you make when you're almost 21 hours into a live stream.
Perfect.
And speaking of Ninja Turtle Scott, there he is. And there you see coming through the crew areas, Scott Trayer, Aravaipa's own.
Oh, perfect. I didn't realize we had Morton's.
You know what time it is, Jam?
Time for some charts.
I think it's chart time.
There we go. So, what you're looking at here, there's a horizontal line on the screen here, and that is 172.5 miles, which would be just over safe for American record. So, the American record, Mike Morton, 172.457 miles. In meters, that's 277,543.73 meters. And yes, we will be wheeling out the exact distance that Nick runs today. So you can see here on the top of this chart, that's actually Mike Morton's American record right there. So you can see his arc, I guess you would call it, where over that entire 24 hours, he was at one point 6 miles ahead of where he ended up, so like more like 178, and he held that pretty flat for quite some time until around 14 hours. He backed off the pace slightly, but still, of course, has a long-standing American record. Now, some other interesting lines here. That pink line at the bottom is Nick's from 2018 Desert Solstice. You can see he had a very consistent race. Just the fact having a straight line is a sign of consistency. And he kicked it up at the end there. You can see his kick in the final half an hour was to chase Greg Armstrong for a spot on the world team. Actually, it was also being chased by Bob Hearn. And he barely missed catching Greg Armstrong by 100 meters in what is likely the most dramatic ultra finish I've ever seen. I was there to witness it, and it was completely insane. It was also when Camille set the world record, and I think we had 5 people collapse on the track right when the gun sounded, so to speak.
That's crazy.
And Greg Armstrong was wearing Teva sandals with no socks, and they were like cut into his ankles, and he's bleeding. It was like an apocalyptic scene. It was nuts.
What?
So, getting back to this current iteration here, so we see Arin Glick is in the orange on that chart, and he steadily declined until he did drop, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So he had a precipitous decline before his withdrawal. And you can see more of like a standard curve would be Jacob Jackson and Scott Traer, kind of slowing down slightly as you go. So they are both now trending 9 and 10 miles under this record. So, 160 miles is maybe what they could shoot for top end. And then here's Nick Curry. He's been slightly under for the first half, and then you can see him trending back up, which is the sign of the negative split. So it looks like if he keeps trending where he's at, he will meet that line, and if he speeds up, he could definitely get that line. So.
Yeah.
There he is.
Still just cranking away, looking smooth.
Yeah, I mean, he, at 20 hours and 30 minutes in, he did a couple of sub 2-minute laps, which might have been his first. He did a 150. He did a few others, but he's mostly been over 2 minutes for essentially the entire race. And the fact that he threw down a couple of those and then go on to have a bunch of continual low twos is amazing.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be around the pace that he's going to have to run in order to get this American record.
It's definitely a game of patience and a fine line that he's riding, but he looks so good right now that you'd think that he knows exactly what he's doing right now. There's no reason to push it too early right now.
Correct. I think that Nick knows he doesn't want to start really pushing it until he is certain he can hold that kind of effort all the way to the finish.
I don't think I saw his split times from last year in here. Unfortunately, that would be fun to see how that compared. Because it was right around 20, 21 hours that he really fell apart last year. Probably the Javelina miles on the legs, which he did not do this year. And so yeah, right now, I mean, if he's feeling in control, this is obviously a crux of the race. I'm sure it's not easy right now, but he's looking like he's got it under control.
Yeah, just over 3 hours to go. So really, if you think about it, probably 2 hours until he's really going to start trying to ratchet things down and go for broke if he has to.
Yeah, and in the scale of the 24-hour race, I mean, you're getting down to, we're nearing the final 10% of the race, which you'd think you can really start to feel the pull of the finish line with that. I mean, you still have 3+ hours to go, but in the grand scheme of things, this could feel like there is a light at the end of the tunnel, finally.
Yeah, for sure. And how many miles is Nick at now?
So we've got him at 150 miles. Right there, 150.12.
With over 3 hours left. And it looks like we have Chris Warden popping in here.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning, Jamil. We had a moment where Nick had come through and he told James Bonet, his crew person, that he was going to need to, quote, stop and take a quick break. And I didn't know what that meant, but basically that that Nick had a bit of, I don't know, cramping or soreness in one of his legs. So I went to try and get ready to film it. And what happened was that basically James rubbed Nick's leg for maybe 5 seconds. And Nick just stood there right on the track, and James rubbed his leg, and then Nick just took off again. So if that's the biggest difficulty that he encounters in these final few hours, then we could be looking at something special going on here. But Nick has been very consistent, and even his slow laps are still fast laps. So I think that last I spoke with James, he said that he believes that Nick is within. He thinks that 273, low 273, is actually their target at this point, or at least what they think Nick can accomplish today. We'll see if that is going to hold. In a few moments, I'm going to actually grab Jordan Camastro and have him and bring him over so you can talk to him about his day. But I just wanted to give you a note that even when Nick is needing to, quote, stop and take a break, it's only for split seconds at a time.
I was going to say that kind of explains his 2:05 lap that he threw down there. I was thinking, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Well, he's raised the bar and lowered it. So, but yeah, a 5-second calf massage from James Bonet. He's not.
Does it seem like that did it?
He's moving just as quickly again on the other side, so I can't say no. But yeah, I guess that's why James is such a highly regarded coach. That he's able to work through your issues in seconds on the side of the track. So
very interesting. Yeah. Any other insights into? I mean, I'm guessing he's probably just going to maintain this pace. Is there like a point when he's really going to kick it in, or you didn't really get that kind of information?
I will try and get that from James. He's coming up on the top of the hour here. He feels like he kind of reframes everything at that point. So I'll talk to James and see if there's a point where Nick is going to ratchet it up if he feels like things are under control.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
No problem. Jordan will be in here shortly. So.
All righty. And there you have it. So sounds like Nick had a little bit of a 5-second stop back there. And he was right back off and running again. So he did, after he ran a couple sub 2-minute laps, he did get a little bit of a massage for a couple of seconds and is back out there cranking his low twos. But it kind of shows you, even though he is seemingly on track, it still is not a given. This man has 3 hours to go. He's got to maintain the pace, if not run faster, in order to get this record. He's, kind of right on that line. So it's going to be a nail biter all the way up to the end, I think. I mean, with how much margin he has, he's only going to have minutes, if not seconds, to spare for this record.
Yeah, most definitely. He's going to have, definitely just a few minutes, if that, to get this record. And again, there's still 3 hours of running left. Anything can happen in that amount of time,
It's by no means not in the bag at this point. It just kind of shows you how tough this record is. And what Mike Morton did was truly something special. And looking a little deeper into Nick's chart here, I'll put it back up on the screen. So this is just Nick versus Mike and the line of the record. And it looks like Nick had a little bit of a rough patch just past 18 hours in. I don't know if you had any insights into what happened there. Maybe,
Yeah,
and I know I missed it for a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he was just having some stomach issues. At the time, James thinks that his fueling strategy of relying almost exclusively on smoothies early on may have just given him a little too much fiber and played a role in that, but he was still cranking, even on his bad laps. He was still getting through in a 240, even having to deal with stomach issues, and that was only a couple of laps, but I believe that is likely what caused that. There we just saw Mandy Holmes come across the screen there. We got Eric Schranz in the chat. 3 hours to go. Let's do this.
Let's do it. Yes.
Let's go.
And there he is. Spotted him. Come around.
Got some people wanting to take a look at the current leaderboard here. And so again, Nick Curry is your current leader. In second place is Jacob Jackson. In third place, Scott Trayer. And on the ladies' side, we have Marissa Lysak, followed by Mandy Holmes and Jan Springer. Sorry. Stella is what she goes by. And she has closed the gap quite a bit on Mandy and is only about a lap down now. So So here we have Jake Jackson and then Nick. And there is Mandy Holmes.
So those two ladies are neck and neck right now, huh?
Yep. And Stella has just been gaining on Mandy for quite some time.
Did you get a chance to talk to Arlen at all, and what was his I was off stream when he went down, so how did his race kind of play out?
Yeah, so I mean, he went out super hard, as we saw early on, and as he kind of knew he was going to do coming in, and then things started to fall apart. He kept trying to kind of walk laps and regroup, and then he got to the point where he just went to his crew, sat down, and just didn't get back up. And eventually they got him over by the aid station where the heaters are. Had him in layers, trying to heat him up, and he just wasn't able to keep going. So it sounded like Chris said that he actually had to get assistance leaving as well, that he wasn't able to walk on his own power.
Sounds like he gave it his all.
Yeah, and I mean, he still ended up running 128 miles, which is a pretty stout, a pretty solid time for his debut, and was definitely in uncharted territory,
Yeah, well, that was in 18 hours, 26 minutes. So, he left a lot on the table there. 5.5 hours to go. So, clearly an amazing performance and capping off an incredible year already with another fast 100-mile time as well.
Yeah, second place overall in the 100-mile today. Or yesterday, I guess, at this point.
That is true.
And there we see Scott Traer. And Chris in the chat saying James Benet said that Nick is about a quarter mile ahead of their target pace.
And I'm sure their target is at least the American record.
Yes.
Or is it 173 basically?
Yeah.
Give yourself a little buffer.
And there we have Jeffrey Urbanski.
Of the Urbanski bros.
There we go. A little better lighting on this camera here. Just walking around with what Shelby deemed a cape.
It's a lovely cape.
And here is Marissa Lizak.
And Nick crushing right behind.
And someone in the chat did ask, do Nick and Jamil ever train together?
From time to time. It's not super often. We have, different schedules. But we do share a coach now.
Well, and
As
who
of
knows? You
4
both
weeks
could be
ago.
running Hard Rock.
There's a slight chance.
You're on the wait list. Nick is in. The chips fall where they may.
There it is. We just got word from Chris Warden that Matt Urbanski is now back on course. And I don't know if we've seen him come around yet for a lap. We have not. He took about an hour there. A little over an hour. So we will keep an eye out to see what sort of costume he's in.
Yeah, they ditched the costumes once it turned into nighttime.
So as you can see, pretty sparse out there at this time in the morning. Chris Warden in the chat says that Jordan Camastro is dealing with some stomach discomfort and he's going to lie down, and we'll try to come back to chat later. Well, no worries if he can't. Of course, we love to chat. Got this from James Benet, Nick's coach. This was actually about a half hour ago. Says Nick has looked better than he ever has, and he says these bike workouts are paying off. So that's interesting to hear that Nick was cross training, and that might have made a difference here for him. Be curious to learn more about that. Maybe takes a little bit of strain off the legs and allows him to get some more workouts in. He says he's having a little difficulty breathing, but it's not horrible, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if that progresses at all. And there Nick goes again. I'm going to pull up his last lap time here. So about 8 laps ago, he did have a 2:14 lap, and then he just had a 2:17 lap. So that's interesting. Other than that, he's been running low 2s, so I don't know if he is taking more of these little massage breaks, but hopefully that doesn't set him back too much from where he needs to be. But as you can see, little 14, 15 seconds here and there, that adds up real quick. So he's got 2 hours, 45 minutes to go. Seems like we have more and more of you joining the stream here again as we approach the final couple of hours of the 2021 Desert Solstice. So welcome back to the stream. For those of you that are just rejoining, we do have Nick Curry tracking very close to an American record today, so be sure to stay tuned. It'll be I'm hoping very exciting these last couple hours. Nick just went past again. We'll see what that last lap was. And that was a 1:57 lap. And that's really where we want to see Nick right now is right around 2 minutes per lap. That should get him there. So seeing a 1:57 is going to bank him a little bit of time. Let's just hope that doesn't take any more out of him than it would otherwise. And on the women's side of things, Marissa Lysak continues to lead with 130 miles, so she is tracking really well also. And her lap time there was a 3:15 lap. So just in comparison, Nick is right around 2 minutes per lap, and she has been running lately in the 3s, so kind of a little bit jumping around with her lap times at the moment. Thank you for all of you in the chat. We are monitoring the chat, so if you have any questions for me, about the race. Be happy to answer them. How many miles does Marissa have? We just went over that. 130 at this point. And here comes Nick around the curve. We'll see what this lap time is. If he can keep it under 2. His stride looks great still. And that was a 156, which might be close to his fastest lap of the race.
Is he going to start cranking it down now?
It's very possible. He did have, I was looking at his splits, he had a couple surprisingly high laps here. So a 217, relatively high, because it's really not that high, and a 214. But then now we're seeing a couple sub 2, so I don't know if those are just a couple of fluke laps to kind of maybe ratchet it back down after those short breaks, or if he is like on a new trajectory of sub 2 minute laps here for the final couple of hours, the final 10% of the race. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be a long way to start ratcheting it down from, but
it would be probably risky. Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily put it past Nick, but that does running that hard for that long after having already run for 21 hours seems like it would be really hard.
But this has been his philosophy. I mean, even if he just kept it under 2, that really would be ratcheting it down. Just a few seconds per lap starts to really add up. But that's been his philosophy in his training and racing these last few years. So, almost all of his longer training race efforts have been done at a negative split, which is exactly what you're seeing him do in this race thus far, almost textbook in the way that it's played out. And here he comes around again. So we'll see what this lap is. I mean, he's looking really strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was another sub 2 minute lap. So smooth, so strong coming across there.
Yeah, and it sounds like Chris is saying that James Benet, Nick's coach, said that Nick isn't expecting to be dropping the hammer until there's about an hour left at the earliest.
So that was a 158. So although the hammer dropping is still coming, it's going to be interesting to see what that really means. Is he going to start cranking out 150s, 140s?
My guess is these laps here are to get back that 217 that he had.
Yeah, it makes sense.
If he
and
needs
the
to average
214 really quickly. That's like 30 seconds that he just dropped.
Yeah. If you need to average 202 or something like that in order to break the record, like you said, you're adding 15 seconds or 30 seconds rather.
Can't be doing
just on those 2 laps. Well, you can't be doing it very often.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon, having that lap is maybe good if you're averaging or running 2 minute laps the rest of the way. But when you're running 201, 202s, and you have a 217, you got to find a way to get that back. So
Eric Strands is asking, anyone know if Mike Morton is back to running? You have any insights?
No insights. Chris Warden said a number of times that actually, no, I don't. I was going to blame Chris for something, but
we'll crowdsource it. If any of you, 133 of you out there, know anything about Mike Morton, he kind of seems to. It's been like historically, he just kind of disappears for a while, then comes back and disappears and comes back.
Yeah.
Sometimes people just straight up disappear, like Kyle Skaggs.
Happens.
I mean, yeah. And that lap was a 2 minute lap, so yeah, it might be. He's certainly gained quite a bit of that time back that he was over. So his coach might be telling him to ease off a little bit, get those seconds back and then settle back into routine.
Yeah, that would definitely be my guess as to what the strategy was there, was try and get some of those seconds back without going too far into the well, and then just settle back in for the next couple hours before kind of letting it fly.
And here is our updated leaderboard. We'll come back up. And this is 5:22 in the morning. We have just over 2.5 hours remaining here. I mean, definitely quite a few folks still moving relatively well, I'd say, for this far into this event. Jake Jackson right there in the jacket and beanie. Nick, of course, moving quick enough that he is not really needing to layer up too much. And for Nick, that lap was a 2:01. So you're saying he needs like a 2:02, 2:03 average, something like that?
I'm not sure exactly where it's at right now. I know that a few hours ago it was 2:04. And I know that they've been pretty close the rest of the time, so it's probably in that 2:02 to 2:04 range.
So it'd be good to see him settle back into that number. I mean, if he can just sit right at that for the next hour and a half,
probably, yeah.
And then, yeah, your final hour, I mean, I think you have all that adrenaline and everything, and you can kind of hopefully kind of do what you want in that final amount of time.
Yeah. I think that would be something kind of similar to what we saw when he ran the 100-miler at 6 days in the Dome, where he was, obviously really controlled early on, slowly started to pick it up, and then, the last, X amount, the last 10% or 5% of the race, he was really starting to throw down. I think we'll probably see something like that as well today, where he really starts to kind of ratchet it down, that last hour. And he is closing in on a new PR as well.
Yeah, that'd be a great milestone here, just in
about 6 laps, maybe?
A few laps, yeah. He is. That's incredible.
Yeah, so Texas Country Living in the chat. What is Nick's PR? I believe it's 1:55 is his 24-hour PR. And he, again, is on pace to be well ahead of that. So Tracy Outlaw in the chat. Shout out to Tracy. Nick is projecting 172.25, which would be shy of the record. However, she thinks he's going to drop the hammer late, as Nick does. And it is trending upward from 172.17 an hour ago. So
And
he's slowly trending upward to begin with, and he's going to throw down at the end.
That's consistent with this chart here. You can see after that, minor setback after between 18 and 19 hours, he's really on an upswing right now. So his lap times are consistently lower in that low 2-minute range. Most of the day they were between, 2:02 and probably 2:10, and then it's definitely been a ratcheting down of that pace. And hopefully what we see, it'll be really interesting to see how this chart plays out at the very end. hopefully he could just, like we were saying, this next 90 minutes, just keep it real tight around that 2-minute range.
Well, yeah, and it seems like with his current lap splits, he is kind of trending back towards that world record or American record mark, rather.
Yep. He hasn't been above it this entire time, which has been really interesting. It goes along the lines of his strategy, though. So you can tell that was his target line, and he wanted to be below it all day, just slightly below. He's never been much more than about a little over half a mile within striking distance of it, pace-wise. And now he's just slowly gaining back on it. So it is an incredible amount of consistency and discipline to do something like this. And it's something that he's been practicing and like dedicated to for years now.
Yeah, for sure. And you only have to be above the line at one point, and that's at the end.
You only need to be at the very end is all that matters. It could be the final lap. It could be the final few minutes, and that's all it really takes. But yeah, if I was Mike Morton's ghost, I would be scared right now. Because right now, at this point in the race, Mike Melton was, he had a 1.7 mile. He was 1.7 miles ahead of what he ended up running pace-wise. For whatever these hypothetical charts are worth.
Well, your brother created him, so I trust him. And here we have one of the Urbanskis. It looks like Matt. Yep, Matt Urbanski. And there is Nick Curry. Let's see what this lap split is.
$159.
Oh, geez. I looked right past that column like 5
There's
times.
There's a lot of numbers on that page and a lot of columns going on.
Yeah, 159. So, yeah.
That'll get her done.
That will get her done. There are a lot of numbers over there, and my eyes are not functioning very well after 21 and a half hours. I'll tell you that right now.
So in 2018 at Desert Solstice, which we talked about that race over earlier in the stream with Bob Hearn a bit, and even we did, but 155.036 miles, and then he surpassed that last year, 155.41. So that's the number that's kind of the benchmark right now. That's uncharted territory for Nick. So that will be coming up in just less than in about a mile now. So a couple more laps, and he'll be into PR territory every single lap. That's got to be a good feeling.
And shout out to Scott Trayer. Wish I had caught this earlier, but he has gotten a new 24-hour PR.
It's all gravy at this point.
Yeah, so his PR coming into this was 140 miles. He is at 141.17. And my guess is this is the first time Scott's had a pretty solid day at Solstice.
Yep.
He's been here before and hasn't had the best day. And I would imagine that he's going to continue to try and just crank out miles to get a U.S. national team qualifying like standard. And then obviously you got to see where everything shakes out from there. But Scott having himself a really good day, and he had qualified for the U.S. team all the way back in 2013, I believe, and was unable to compete at Worlds. So huge shout out to Scott, Aravaipa employee. Much love to him, and it's good to see him out having a real solid race after not having his best solstices in the past, you know?
Yeah, he's going to put up a solid number, probably could be like a 155 range himself, which I think would put him, I mean, he would definitely be in the team qualifying standard. You know, the window just opened for 2023, but it's definitely going to put his name up on the board. And without some of the auto qualifications, since we didn't have a world championship this last year, there's going to be more spots available for your standard qualifiers. So that could put him in a really great spot for that team. Although I just saw him look like he was in some pain there with his giant puffy coat. So hopefully he can keep it moving and keep racking up those PR miles. Nick Curry with a 2-minute lap there. And it's interesting. Every single lap he does a split time. You notice that?
I did.
I don't know if I guess he's keeping it dialed. He wants to know where he is every single lap.
It's interesting. It's
like
interesting.
just to take that kind of effort to, know right where you're at. So
do you think he evaluated the energy expenditure versus the
I think knowing where you're at is important. So here he is. He's he kind of gets his glove down and boom, hits it and looks at it.
Yep.
So he knows exactly where he is, and he probably knows exactly where he needs to be. And that was it right on a 2-minute lap there.
Yeah, so again, he's brought the pace down ever so slightly from running, 201 to 203 to being real consistent right at the 2-minute range.
So we got some mathematicians out there right now saying with 2.5 hours to go, he needs to average 204 for the record. I can't confirm or deny that, but it sounds probably accurate. And so it is fun. It's nice to think about, every time you do a 2-minute lap, you're gaining 3 to 4 seconds. That adds up.
Yeah, and that was actually what Bob Hearn had said he needed to be running a few hours ago.
Okay.
To get the record was 204 laps. So hopefully these 2-minute laps are just feeling nice and relaxed
nice
still.
And easy, yeah. And supposedly the hammer drop is coming at 7. The sun will be up. You feel that,
Well, you'll probably have civil twilight.
Civil
right?
twilight, yeah. Well, by 7 you're kind of really getting into it.
There you see, that was, I believe, Marissa Lizak.
$7:23 is sunrise today.
Yeah, when's civil twilight? 6:55, 6:50.
Nautical twilight, 6:24.
I don't know what that means.
And astronomical twilight begins at 5:54, just in 19 minutes. So that's going to really give you a boost to that astronomical twilight.
I don't even know what that means.
We might have to learn. We might have to use this as a learning moment.
Yeah, and good call in the chat, Steven Sue. Shout out to Mandy Holmes. She's been walking for the last 4 hours, but is still cranking out about 13 to 14-minute mile pace. So that's pretty cool, and that like hiking and walking pace is what has essentially kept her, I believe, still ahead of Stella Springer. And Jamil is reading up on nautical and astronomical twilights here.
Yeah, so there's 3 types of twilight, okay? So when the sun is 18 degrees below the horizon, I guess, that's when technically morning is like beginning. It's early stages, but we can't really perceive it.
Yeah.
And then when it hits 12 degrees below the horizon, that's nautical twilight. And I guess sailors can begin to take reliable readings. Stars are still visible.
And there we just saw Nick come by. See if we can get that lap split.
.202.
2:02.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know when you'll begin to see off in the distance some sort of light, probably somewhere between astronomical and civil twilight. You're going to be able to tell that morning is coming. That's all I got for you.
Oh, man.
At some point, I am going to head to the track and provide some aerials maybe for you.
Yeah.
So we'll have to figure out when I head down that way.
Whenever you want.
Whenever I want. Maybe now.
Yeah.
I mean, with the fact that the lights are there, I could do some anytime.
You could. You could.
Would you like that?
Well, I'm going to use the restroom, and then
then we can go for it.
Yeah, and then we can
That'll
go
be
for
good.
it.
I can get there by 6. We'll have 2 hours there. Perfect. And if you're just joining us, you can see on the screen there, Nick Curry is tracking for an American record. He will negative split this race and this performance, and we will be here with him all the way through as he comes through another lap there. He needs to be averaging around a 2:04 lap all the way through, and that was a 2:02 right there. He's got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in his 24 hours here.
So Nick's last lap was a 2:02.
Yep. Wow, look at that.
Oh, he's like on it.
Oh, you guys got to see this chat. Let's do the chat. Okay. So here is just Nick Curry's data alone compared to what is the American record line. And this really shows you how his day is playing out. And we were seeing those sub 2-minute laps there for a bit. And look how steep that creates his curve. All he's got to do is throw down a few of those, and he has got it. It'd be interesting to see if he does pull above. Here, you can see it here if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's within, what, 0.05 miles currently? Like, because he's inside that 0.055.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially
on it,
almost
basically.
almost on it here. It'll be interesting to see if he does cross above it before the too much before the very end or the last hour.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
it's looking like he likely will, and that will be nice to see. If you can start to feel like you have a slight buffer, I feel like that could be motivating.
Yeah, I think that he will probably cross it because we're at, just a little over 2 hours to go. I bet you he's going to cross it probably around 90 minutes or so to go, which I think is probably perfect. Because it allows you to create a little bit of buffer before you kind of go into that final hour where you're just wanting to push.
Yeah, push, and you kind of know you've got it. Would be a really great feeling. So this is I don't think you see a lot of performances that look like this, but this is something that I know Nick has been a student of and wanting to prove that this is possible for a very long time.
Yeah, we were Bob Hearn was in the chat earlier when we brought this up, and there's probably a handful of runners who will even try this in a race, right? Try this like negative split strategy across a 24-hour race, and then out of those, 5 to 10 people who are willing to try it, how many have actually been successful outside of Nick at actually negative splitting a race like this? It's incredible. Let's go.
Not a whole lot that I can think of.
Eric Schran's in the chat. Has Nick reported any issues at all? Legs and stomach are doing well. So he had earlier in the day around, I think, the 18-mile mark, he was dealing with, or 18-hour mark rather, he was dealing with some stomach issues, but they were able to troubleshoot that without losing a ton of ground, where he was only running like 2-minute 40 laps versus running 2-minute flat laps or 2:03 laps. So he wasn't losing a ton of time, but he did have a couple of those laps in close succession to each other. So he did lose some time. And then I believe recently he was not necessarily having leg issues, but I know that James Benet, his coach and crew, did give him a quick 5-second calf massage at a couple of the kind of crew passings, if you will. So no major issues at all, but he has kind of had to troubleshoot a few different things.
And he just did a 2:16 lap, so it's fine here and there to do one of those. You just don't want to make a habit of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have one of those every handful of laps or every dozen laps or so, it's not a big deal. It's when you have that lap, then you have a good lap, then you have another lap like that, that you just start to lose time too consistently.
So interesting. So I'll put this chat up. Oh, let's watch him come by again. Let's see if he got it back down on this one. He's got a bottle with him on this lap. And he is in PR territory now. That was a 158, so crank it right back down. So you can see, what's that?
He may have slowed down to get some nutrition or a bottle or something.
Yeah, totally, and that's good to be doing. Obviously, you gotta take care of yourself all the way up to the end here. You don't want to be running on fumes, but you can see that 2:16 lap, what it did. It doesn't do a whole lot, and you can see that over the course of his race, he's had, slight little undulations, but that did dip down. But then his 158 lap, if we reset here really quick.
Doing it live.
I know. I wish it. I'm sure next year's version will update and it kind of ticks back up there. So
Oh, that's pretty cool.
yeah. All right. Well, I think I am going to head over towards the track and maybe provide another angle for you or two. Maybe some aerials. Be pretty exciting.
Let's go.
All right. So thank you, Matt. And thank you, everyone tuning in. Spread the word as we do hit morning here. We'd love to get a bunch of viewers in watching potentially history in the making here. Did we get a year of when Mike Morton set that record? I'm going to look that up real quick because I'm curious. (2012). So he won the 24-hour world championship in Katowice, Poland in 2012. And that's when he did the 277.543 kilometers. There you go.
So a nearly decade-old record.
Yep. Did Nick just come across 158? So yeah, 2 158s in a row. Love to see it. All right.
Awesome. Have fun, Jam, and we will get your aerials soon.
We'll see you soon. Put the layers on.
It's 50-ish degrees out there.
According to our weather app. Me? Yeah. You know. Possibly. Possibly a good idea.
All right, everyone. Well, Jamil is off to the track, so that means you're stuck with me as Nick comes through. Once again, we will take a look at this most recent lap split. Another 159 here. And so he's had 3 laps in a row now, under 2 minutes, which means he is really going to be pushing that American record line of 172.455 miles. And let's go ahead and see. Here we go. A little better lighting here. Taggart Van Etten in the chat. Good morning from Morton, Illinois. How are we doing? Taggart, we are wonderful here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's probably a lot nicer weather than it is in Morton, Illinois. Although, you know, I'm sure that you're just surrounded by beauty up there. But shout out to you, Taggart. Thanks for tuning back in here as we are on the border of witnessing a new American 24-hour record. And so Nick Curry, as of right now, let me pull. Well, actually, I'm not going to pull the chart up because here he comes once again. Let's see what that lap split was. Another 1:59. So Nick is just cranking out just under 2-minute laps now, which is likely going to be enough to get him the 24-hour American record. But let's go ahead and pull up our chart. And so you can see right now, Nick is almost on the American record line. So he is running really strong right now. He's troubleshot some issues, but he is continuing to just look really strong. And so we'll bring it back to our field cams here, as we have just a little bit over 2 hours left in the race. And to answer Taggart's question in the chat, is he on American record pace? Yeah, I believe he just has to run 2:02 laps, which he's been under, so it actually may be closer to 2:03 at some point, but he is getting really close here, and here he comes again. Let's see if we can get another split here. Another 1:59 lap. Update on the ladies race for podiums. So let's go ahead and send it to our sky cam here, aka our press box cam. Let's refresh the leaderboard here. And so on the ladies side, we do have Marissa Lizak in the lead. And then it looks like we have Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer on the same lap. So I'm not 100% sure. It looks like Mandy Holmes is still up a little bit as of their last lap split. But we will keep our eye on that, as they are. Yeah, so it looks like Mandy Holmes is ahead based on the live tracking timing here. So now we're gonna go ahead and come back trackside here. And it looks like people are dunking on my boy Taggart in the live chat, so I will join in that fun here momentarily after we get another lap split from Nick, and I apologize for the grainy feed here. And that last lap split was a 2:01, and I know everyone's telling Taggart how to negative split. The beauty is, Taggart, you probably don't need to worry about negative splitting the Morton Jingle Bell run now that you're retired from ultras, buddy. So I think you'll be all right. But no, seriously, hope you're doing well, man. Taggart, a fellow EIU alum, so nothing but love for him. Love to give him a hard time still, but Taggart's my guy. How far back is Matthew from Arlen? He is about 7.5 miles from passing Arlen for the 4th male position. And we should have another Nick Curry sighting coming up here shortly. And we want to really try and keep an eye on these lap splits here. And that lap was a 2 flat as we are approaching 2 hours left in the Desert Solstice 24-hour. And let's go ahead and pop the chart up. With 2 hours left, you can kind of see there. Let me actually pull that out. You can see Nick Curry has now crossed the line that is Mike Morton's American record. Chris Warden in the chat. Stella just hit the 50 to 54-year-old 200K track record. So a huge shout out to Stella. Another big performance there. Here we're going to have another lap split. And that split was a 2:01 for Nick Curry, who is still well on his way to a really big performance. And it's looking like we're going to see a new American record. Philip Rogers in the chat. Any surprises overnight? Oh boy, there was a lot that happened overnight. We had a lot of people who called it a day, including Arin Glick. A number of people stopped at 100 miles. And yeah, it would take me a long time to detail it all, but we do have 8 hours worth of live stream that you can go and enjoy whenever you have time. So we are now taking a look at Central High School in Midtown Phoenix. It is a little after 6 a.m. And we are excited to bring you the last 2 hours of live coverage as Nick Curry, Aravaipa Zone, is chasing the American record. He is currently on pace to deliver a new American record here. And let's see what the last lap split was there, as we just saw him come by. And another 2:01 lap for Nick Curry. And so if you were just tuning in, here is our current leaderboard. On the men's side, Nick Curry is leading. He has completed a PR already. He's at 158.32 miles. And second is Jacob Jackson. And the third is Scott Trier. And on the ladies' side, Marissa Lizak is in the lead. And she is about 7.5 miles up on Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer, who are on the same lap and are separated by just about a minute and a half on that lap. And now let's go ahead and come back trackside here, and let's dive into the chat. He needs to run 2:04s for the last 2 hours. 2:04 laps for the last 2 hours to break the record. Did David Laney break the 100-mile record? David Laney was just trying to break 12 hours. He ran 12:34.59. The current American record at 24 hours is 172.456. Nick's trail name should be textbook. I think it should be his track name. Nick's track name should be textbook. And Tracy Outlaw answered the American record question that I just answered. So thank you, Tracy, for always bringing a ton of knowledge and insight to the live chats here. I remember you, I believe, we're in on the 6 days live stream as well. So thank you so much for all that you do to help kind of move the sport forward, especially on the fixed time side of things. And I am enjoying my final Topo Chico of the day. I am out of coffee, so I've gone on to Topo Chico as we have Nick Curry coming through again. We'll get another lap split here. And that lap split was a 2 flat. So Nick's still running really strong. His current pace puts him on a trajectory quite a bit ahead of the American record now. So let's see if we can pull this up. So there you can see Nick's current direct trajectory has him ahead of that American record by just the narrowest of margins, so only time will tell if he can hold on. And on the ladies' side, it looks like Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer are separated by about a minute and 15 seconds for second place on the ladies' side. And the latest split for Nick Curry, who we just saw there, a 2:01. So he is still running really strong. Eric in the chat asking if Bob Hearns will be back to commentate and offer any analysis. I don't believe Bob will be back in studio. He is sleeping, but I believe he will, hopefully, according to Tracy, will be either jumping in the chat, or if he's trackside, we do have a remote setup there that we could pull him into, because he is a wealth of knowledge and can provide you all with a lot more than I can, which is just a lot of terrible jokes, and that's pretty much it. So hopefully we'll be able to get Bob in, either providing us some information in the chat or hopping in trackside. But we shall see. I know he was in the chat awfully late last night, so I'm not surprised that he had himself a little nap. Here is Nick Curry once again. And I believe that is Marissa Lizak and Jake Jackson. And that split for Nick was a 2 flat. So let's go ahead to our press box cam. As you can see, some of those runners coming through the tent area now. So let's see here. Got a few runners coming along as of right now. And that appears to be Scott Traer, who is having himself a pretty solid PR day. And then it looks like we have Mandy Holmes just after Scott. Scott's over 144.15 miles now. His PR coming into this, I believe, was 140 miles. So shout out to Scott, Aravaipa employee. getting the job done, coming away with a big PR. And still a lot of time left. And that was a 159 split for Nick. And then just behind him, we had Stella Springer, who just had a 301 split. And she is chasing down Mandy Holmes for second, who had a 320 split. And they are now separated by 38 seconds. So I believe in the next 2 laps, you're going to see Stella Springer overtake Mandy for that second position. So we just had Jacob Jackson come through. And this looks like Matthew Urbanski, who will be crossing a little over 122 miles now. His predicted distance is 132.12, although it looks like he is walking currently. So we'll see how that plays into where he ends up. And we just had Marissa Lizak come through, and then Nick Curry with a 158 split there. What is Nick's slowest split? Let me look. He's had a couple slow ones where he was dealing with some stomach issues, I believe. And so I'm at lap 300 right now, and I don't think I've seen anything over a 210, 209. Let's keep scrolling. I want to say his slowest lap has been in the 240s. And Stella Springer is now just 16 seconds behind Mandy Holmes. So my guess is on this lap, she should overtake Mandy for second place on the ladies' side. Colossus of Rhodes. Yeah, Nick is taking his split at the start-finish line every time. And let's see what that split was for Nick. Another 159 split. So he is slowly putting some distance on the American record right now. Again, there's still plenty of time left. But so far, Nick looks fully in control with, just 12.5 miles, 12.4 miles left before he has surpassed the American record at 24 hours. Jacob Jackson just came through, and here we have, again, Nick Curry. And shortly behind him is Stella Springer. That was a 156 lap for Nick. And there you see on your screen Mandy Holmes. Nick is really starting to twist the screws, you might say. Yeah, good question in the chat that James Benet said Nick wasn't going to put the hammer down until an hour to go. What pace might he be shooting for at 1 hour to go? I think he'll be shooting for whatever he has left, to be honest. I don't know that there's a number to it. I think he's going to run as hard as he can that's sustainable for the full hour, but he is kind of tightening down the pace on some of these laps already. I wouldn't say that he's throwing down the hammer by any means, but he's definitely keeping the pace sub 2 minutes right now, which is probably feeling pretty good for him. And yeah, he's having himself a really good run. I think if he's looking this smooth, he will end up throwing down some pretty quick final laps in that last hour. And that was another 156th lap for Nick. And after this next lap for Scott Traer, who we just saw across the start-finish line, he will also have a U.S. 24-hour team qualifying mark. And here we see Mandy Holmes, who is trying to, looks like is trying to get the U.S. team qualifier for 24 hours, which on the ladies' side is 130 miles. And there we saw Nick Curry once again. Let's see what that lap split was. That one was a little slower. It was a 2:03. So he may have grabbed some nutrition or gotten a calf rub there. I'm not 100% sure. there we just saw Scotty Trayer. He snagged himself a U.S. qualifying team mark as well. That 145 mark and 130 mark for the men and women respectively is the minimum qualifying standard for the U.S. 24-hour team. And there we see Stella Springer, Marissa Lizak, Nick Curry. And Nick with a 2 flat on that lap. Thank you for that correction, Chris. I was gonna correct you, but I knew that you would do it. So, and here we have Mandy coming through. So Chris was saying that Stella Springer and Mandy Holmes were tied, but Stella has passed Mandy Holmes and has a little bit of a gap on her now of about a minute. So Stella Springer has been running pretty strong laps. She's been running, about 2:55 to 3 minutes per lap, whereas Mandy Holmes has been running around 3:20. And we are closing in on 90 minutes to go. And let's go ahead and take a look at the overhead shot here. There we got Nick Curry. See him coming through. There's Scotty Trayer. There's what I'm trying to do. Let's look at that leaderboard. That split for Nick was a 2-minute lap. Scotty Trayer just split a 3-minute lap. And there is a look at the shot from up near the press box. And there is a live look at your leaderboard. Let's go ahead and bring it back down trackside here. As there we just saw Mandy Holmes come by right there. Nick Curry came through just a minute ago. And his lap split was a 2:02. And here we have our next runner, who is Scott Trayer. Again, Scott is having himself a heck of a day. A big PR as he comes across the timing mats again. And it sounds like we may be getting getting ready to bring you all a whole different angle than what we've been able to provide you with up to this point. So stay tuned, and we are going to try our best to get our little bird up in the sky as Nick Curry comes through once again. Stella Springer came through just moments before him. Again, Stella is still cranking off just under 3-minute laps, and that was a 2:02 lap for Nick, who is at 161.8 miles. "90 minutes left in the 2021 Desert Solstice Track Invitational, powered by Koros. One of the cool things about Koros is how amazing their their track run mode is, which is a proprietary algorithm that the people at Koros created. Basically, they designed this so that you can run on a track and get an accurate GPS track instead of all the zigzags and squiggly lines. So shout out to Koros, and if any of you are interested, go ahead and head over to Koros.com. Use the promo code Desert Solstice, and you will get a free keychain USB charger, which is pretty friggin' awesome when you purchase something over at Koros.com and use the promo code Desert Solstice. Yeah, Alexander in the chat. Don't forget about Koros' amazing battery life. You would be correct. Their battery life is insane. I actually think that Joe McConaughey, a.k.a. String Bean, showed up to Javelina this year with like 34% battery on his Vertex. And by the time he finished, so a little over 14 hours, he still had about 15 or 18% battery life left. So their battery life is insane as we have a look at Scotty Trayer, who is finally having himself a good day here at Solstice after a couple of attempts that didn't go his way. It's awesome to see Aravaipa's own Scott Trayer out there continuing to get laps in. He has a pretty sizable PR. He's hit the minimum qualifying standard for the U.S. 24-hour team. Obviously, he would likely need to improve on that to make the team, but he's having himself a good day, and he's staying tough out there, and I know that everyone here at Aravaipa is super proud of the effort he is putting forth, as we are for our own Nick Curry, who just came across there. And that lap split for Nick was a 1:59. There we just saw Marissa Lizak come across. Prior to that was Jake Jackson, and here we have Mandy Holmes. And Mandy and Stella Springer are now just 2 miles away from hitting their minimum for the U.S. 24-hour team. Just tuning in, is Camille out? So yeah, Camille called it a day at 100 miles where she broke her own American track record at the 100-mile distance. And she ran 13 hours, 21 minutes, and 51 seconds to break her 100-mile time. People want Nick's data tracking curve here real quick. And I'm going to pull this up real quick, and then we have a guest in the studio who the people have been asking for. So give me 1 second here to pull this chart in. And I'm actually going to hide the race clock for right now. And so you can see there Nick Curry's current trajectory. You know, it looks like it's well surpassing the American record, but it is actually about a tenth of a mile ahead of the American record, which is still pretty dang good. And so we are going to come back here, and we have a guest in the studio here who we're going to bring on, the people's favorite, Mr. Bob Hearn. And let me unmute. How are you doing, Bob?
Hey, Matt. I'm doing great.
You know,
kind of regretting taking a little nap for a few hours.
You missed a lot of action. You missed some 5-second calf rubs from James Benet to Nick, which have seemingly got him back on track and cranking out sub 2 minute laps here.
That is so awesome. And my alarm went off at 6, and I pulled up the chart, and it showed that he was still on pace for over 170. My God, this is an historic race. This is shaping up to be.
And we're actually, Bob, going to send it to a drone shot here real quick. So Jamil has the drone in the in the air rather, and we will be taking a look at the track from the sky. A little bit different perspective. Eric Schranz is in the chat. He was pulling. He was really wanting to see you back on here, Bob. So I'm glad that you were able to make it happen. And in the chat, can you let me know? Are you able to hear Bob while we have the drone up? Oh, if that's perfect. Yeah, so it looks like yeah. All right. Yeah. And so apparently now that I'm looking at the chat, they can't hear you when I've got the drone feed pulled up. So I will.
Okay.
So you told all of that to me, which was wonderful to hear. But to summarize what Bob just said, is that yeah, we've got Bob's audio back and my audio is back.
Okay.
And so we'll keep it on this
I
for the time being, I suppose. And basically what Bob was saying is that no matter how straight the line looks as of right now, there's still quite a bit of race left, and anything can kind of happen still up to
Yep.
this point because
Yep.
everyone's body kind of has their limit. And so I think what you were saying, Bob, is how long can Nick actually handle this pace before his body just can't do it anymore?
Yep. Yep. And it's easy to look at that line and say, well, your brain wants to fill in that curve and say that line crosses the line that's the American record. And he's done it for 22 and a half hours. Obviously, he can do it for another hour and a half. How hard is that? And that's not the way that it works. He has set his pace probably at something that is very near his physical limit. And we only really know how close, the closer we get to the end of the race. The last couple hours, if he's not going to make it, it's the last couple hours that it's going to show. So this is really the critical time right now.
Let me see.
But he looks totally smooth to me still.
Yeah, no, he is looking good, and we're going to send it back to the drone cam for the time being, and I'll bring you back in just a second, Bob. And so now we are, again, the drone is back in the sky, and we are overlooking Nick Curry as he continues on. His last lap was a 2:03. I think the latest update that I had seen is that he needed to be running about 2:04s in order to surpass the American record. So this 2:03 was actually one of his slower laps recently. So we will see how that goes. And it looks like he may have just hopped into the porta potty there. And we will bring it back to Bob. And so, Bob, what other thoughts do you have on Nick's effort up to this point, and any of the other efforts you're seeing from the men and women out there competing today?
As far as the other people, I just literally got back to the track and have not had a chance to look at any of the numbers. I'm happy to see Marissa still moving. There's a handful of people still out on the track, which what you expect at Desert Solstice at this time of day. Phenomenal effort to still be out there after being through this long, cold night. And the psychology is really interesting. You know, the race starts in the first few hours, everybody's out here, everybody's energized, and you expect this is what it's going to be like for the rest of the race. And that's why it's so hard to run a good 24-hour is the psychology. You just cannot make yourself run slow enough. 90% of runners, because it feels easy now, and there's some part of your brain that says this is how the rest of the race is going to go. And you look at the early numbers and you think, oh my God, we're going to have all these people over 170. And that's not the way that it works. And reality sets in the middle of the night. And, now it's a quarter to seven or whatever. And I don't know how many people out on the track, 5-ish. I can't really tell, but this is typical. What's not typical is Nick. Given the pace that he started at, knowing Nick, seeing the pace that he started at, that was an exclamation point. That was jaw-dropping. Not that he started, there's a handful of guys who started faster than him or the same pace as him. But when you see Nick run that way, that says something, because he's extremely careful with his pacing. And what he's saying is, I have a shot at the American record. And you got to listen to that. And he's put his money where his mouth is for almost 23 hours. We just got to see whether he can hang on for one more hour. It's really, really exciting.
Yeah, and we're gonna take it back to the drone here as we're starting to get a little bit of the beautiful desert sunrise peeking out here. Jamil's got the drone up pretty high now to give us a good shot, and it also sounds like. Sorry, where did I just see that in the chat from Chris? It looks like Nick just broke Kostelnick's Desert Solstice course record. So, yeah, so that is pretty awesome. Nick is at 163.54 miles, which again is a pretty huge PR for him. Jacob Jackson is over 150 miles right now. And then another one who's having a really good day on the men's side, Scott Traer, who's at 146.64 miles already, which is a 6-mile PR, and he's still out moving, which is really good. And then on the ladies' side, Marissa is having a pretty strong day. She's out moving still. She's at 135 miles. And then we have Stella Springer and Mandy Holmes, who are both just shy of 129 miles. So they will be coming up on the qualifying standard for the 24-hour team here in a few laps as well. I'm going to bring it back to you in just a second here. Sorry, I keep misplacing the button. And you got a nice shot of Nick, and you're seeing the beautiful colors over the mountains in the distance there. And we're going to bring it back to you, Bob.
All right. So that sounds like I don't have the chart or the list in front of me right now, but that sounds like we're going to come away with 6 team qualifiers. I think 3 men and 3 women, at least above the minimum. And the women, the low 130s is not going to cut it for the team probably, but we'll get some people on the list. Right now there's nobody. And the men, 3 men over 150, those will likely all go to Worlds in Taiwan next year. That's exciting.
Yeah, and it looks like the men are currently projected Scott Trayer at 154, Jacob Jackson at 150, almost 159, and then Nick,
Wow.
his current projection is 172.6. Again, these are based on the timing data here, so they could be off based on how quickly people or runners are currently moving.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it looks like Mandy Holmes and Stella Springer are both at 135 and 136 projected. So a little bit over that 130 mark.
Yeah.
And then Marissa is in the low 140s at 143.
Right.
So
Right. That's a more interesting question of whether that's going to be enough to make the team. Um, the bar has just kept getting higher and higher, and for 20, I guess it was for 2017 Worlds. Almost every woman on the team ran 150. There was somebody who was in with an auto, but otherwise you had to run essentially what the women's American record was just 5 years ago just to be on the team. And so is low 140s going to cut it? Maybe, maybe not. We won't know. And probably Marissa will feel like she is going to want to take another shot here next year, I would guess.
yeah.
Plus, she'll be a defending three consecutive time champion. So that's pretty incredible too. I don't think that's ever happened here before.
Yeah, I think that Chris Warden said he had some notes on it, and he was going to check his notes and report back to us, but he did not think that it had ever happened before as well.
Yeah.
And then Nick will be a two-time champion, assuming he holds on to this one, which I think, regardless of whether he got the American record, I think his 164 miles would be enough to win. And so that would make him a two-time winner, which puts him, I believe, in a small category of men who have won twice as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And I should say, Nick's record here at Desert Solstice, I was talking about how, the last hour or two are critical. That's when you really see, what it's what it all comes down to. And I was, when I guess I was off the air, but I was talking about the two times in my critical races that I'd fallen apart just in the last couple hours after running solid until that point. So for me, it's very nerve-wracking watching this. But Nick was in this battle with Nick here 3 years ago, and Greg Armstrong, and atypically all of us kicked it up a notch the last hour and just ran. We had really it was a two-way race between Nick and Greg to the very end, and he was able to just not just maintain but pick it up. And the same thing happened last year when it looked like Nick had just decided to stop because his quads had totally given out and he had already won the race. But last year he had been on pace for mid 160s for the whole race, and then the last couple hours something broke in his quads and he's just, okay, I'm just going to sit here in my mid 150s and I'll win. Until Ryan Montgomery, who it looked like his race was over, started coming back from the dead and running faster and faster. Nick got off and started hobbling, and then Nick started running and faster. Towards the end of the race, they were both flying. It was insane. But Nick was able to, even though he had thought his body was done, when it came down to the race being on the line, he was out there pushing through it. And seeing those two prior finishes here with Nick gives me more confidence than I would feel if I were in his place right now.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about this.
Awesome. And we're actually going to send it back to the drone here for just a couple of minutes and see if we can get some eyes on Nick Curry, your race leader here. Yeah, and it actually sounds like the drone is about to land, so we'll get Nick Curry here coming across the line, and then we will send it back to Bob. And that last split, Bob, was a 2:01 for Nick, so he's had his last couple lap splits have been a 2:01 on his most recent lap, a 2 flat, a 2:01, and a 1:59. Those are his last four lap splits here as he continues to inch towards that American record. And Bob, do you foresee Nick kicking it up another gear in the last hour, or do you think he's just going to try to maintain this kind of right around 2-minute split type of pace?
That's a good question. If knowing Nick, I would guess that he's not going to do anything to risk that record at this point. So it's a question of how confident he is in his body. If I were him, I would probably wait till the last half hour. It's always nice when you break a record to put an exclamation mark on it and break it by as much as you can. But he's not the kind of person to go out and pace. I mean, you see, he's projected for like 0.1 miles over the record, because that's his brain locked on and said, my greatest chance of breaking the record is if I beat it by 0.1 miles, right? He's not going to try to break it by 5 miles. And as we get closer to the finish and he is able to gauge his body better, then yeah, we might see him push it. But I'd be surprised if he kicks it up dramatically this early.
Awesome.
He looks like a machine. He looks exactly the same as he did during the first hour, which is what you get from Nick. Either that'll happen or something will break along the way. And so far it hasn't.
Yeah, and his splits have been just insanely consistent, barring the couple of times he has to use the bathroom or change shirts or get some additional help from his crew. Most of his splits have been right in that like 2-minute to 2:05 range for the last, couple hundred laps. And so he just really locks in, and kind of finds that pace. And his last lap, again, was a 2:03. So he's, right on that range. I think he needs to be running, based on what someone in the chat said, is he needs to be running 2:03.59 laps in order to break the record. And so again, he's just hanging out right there on what he needs to do to just get above that record.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm really happy for him. It's yeah, I don't know what else to say. This we're coming down to just over an hour to go, and yeah, here we are. We're gonna very likely see the men's American record fall, which has stood for about 10 years. And I ought to have looked that up by now to see exactly when it was. I do have the list. Chris gave me the list of previous winners of Desert Solstice. And yeah, nobody, man or woman, has won 3 times. In fact, interestingly, among the men, every single year, there's been a different winner. On the women's side, Connie Gardner has won twice, Katie Nagy has won twice, and Marissa has won the past 2 years, and is about to make it 3. So that'll be a first.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it looks like Stella Springer is about to hit that 130-mile mark here on her next lap. So again,
with an hour still to go, that's excellent.
With an hour still to go, so it looks like she's projected to be almost right at 136 miles. So she'll be able to put a little bit of a buffer on that minimum qualifying standard. Which is definitely a nice run for her. And let me take a look here.
And then it just depends on who throws their hat in the ring and who has the good opportunity. And 5 years ago, 135, 136 would have been a shoe-in to make the team. Now, just all depends. Gina Slavey, has run mid-150s, is not interested in doing it anymore. Katie Nagy, former American record holder, has not been doing it for a while. I think there's been some injury issues there. Maybe she'll come back. Ali Venti had 2 kids and has stepped away. Maybe she'll come back. The talent is out there to get people in the mid-high 140s over 150, but there's only so many race opportunities and only so many of those people who are actually going to take the shots and have a good enough day. So 136 could do it. We won't know.
Yeah.
for another 2 years. But
And it looks like this is a PR for Stella Springer.
that's great.
So her previous PR was 126. She was coming in hoping to run 130 plus miles, and she has secured that now.
That's excellent. She's looked very smooth all day. Jake's coming by. He's still looking good.
Yeah, and he is closing in on 152 miles. So again,
Okay.
he's having himself a pretty strong day.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's looking like a PR for him. Oh no, sorry, a PR for Desert Solstice. He ran 165 at Worlds,
yep.
but
Yeah.
he ran 157 here 3 years ago. So that's excellent.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be pretty close to a Solstice PR.
Yeah.
And then Mandy Holmes is about to, on her next lap, she will hit that 130 mark as well.
Awesome. This is it's interesting to look back on when I was in the studio at 10 hours in or something, and we had that amazing graph. We had 5 guys plus Camille Herron on pace for over 170, and at that point that's not going to hold for most of these people, but it could hold for at least one of those people, and so far it has. And it's just I can't overstate how exciting this is to be here and watch this happening.
Yeah, and so it looked like Nick had a 2-minute 30 lap 2
Ooh,
laps
okay.
ago where he took a bathroom break.
Yep.
And
Yep.
now he just cranked out a 1:59 lap. And so he is still projected now at 172.57. So almost quite literally a tenth of a mile ahead of the record. So just a little bit more than that. But so we will see if, again, as we get a little bit closer to the finish, if he starts to try to ratchet things down as he feels, more comfortable, right? I think that the most important thing at this point, at least for Nick, would be making sure that if you're going to start to really ratchet it down, that it's something you can hold to the finish line. Because
Absolutely.
You definitely don't want to start a move or start to really put the hammer down and run yourself into the ground when you're just 7 miles away from a new American record.
Yeah. 7 miles. Is that what he is? 7 miles away, or no? He must be a little more than that at this point.
Yeah, he's 7.17 miles.
Yeah, and he's got 59 minutes to do it. He can do that. A race that I was in here with him and Greg 3 years ago. 1 hour to go is when I turned it on, and I thought I could catch one or both of them, and I ran 7+ miles in the last hour. But Nick picked it up, and Nick was cranking out 145s that day. But I was not. Yeah, I ran 2-minute laps for a while, and then I backed it off to 220s, 230s, and I still ran 7+ miles in the last hour. So I'm as we close in on 1 hour to go, my confidence is getting 3/4, 80-90% that he's going to pull it off.
Yeah, and with almost right at 59 minutes the last time Nick crossed the line, he actually ended up having just under 7 miles to go with 59 minutes left. So
awesome.
He's obviously has to keep it together. An hour is still plenty of time for stuff to go wrong, but as of right now, he's seemingly well on his way to a new American record, which is super exciting to watch this unfold.
Yeah, I don't see any cracks. Like I say, his form, he looks like he looked in the first hour. So another 10, 20 minutes, if he keeps this up and nothing changes, I'm going to be pretty confident he's going to pull it off. You talked about the prediction, the distance prediction from the page. That's an interesting number to look at. It's usually not that meaningful because basically it looks at the runner's average pace throughout the entire race, which for most runners, dramatically slows throughout the race. So if that's the number that it's saying for Jake, I wouldn't believe it. But
Yep.
Nick has actually sped up. Nick started on pace for a little over 170, and around halfway through the race started picking it up and has gradually, held that faster line for like 12 hours.
Yeah,
So
and
if
he just
if,
ran
if that
another
prediction is saying,
159 split.
yeah, so if that prediction is saying that he's over the record, then he's probably going to be over by a little bit more than that, because his pace he's running now is faster than his average pace.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so I'm actually going to send it to, let me try and see what this cam is. I'm actually going to send it to Chris's trackside cam here. And I will bring you back here in just a little bit, Bob, if you still want to stick with us. Yeah, awesome. And so if there are any questions in the chat, please ask them now, and we'll bring Bob back on to answer any questions. Otherwise, we're going to let Bob go and cheer on some of his friends and his colleagues in the fixed time space. So we'll give it a couple minutes to see if any questions roll in here, Bob. And if not, again, we appreciate your time so much. We're so grateful for you hopping on here and dropping so much knowledge on us and helping us elevate the broadcast here. Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything rolling in here, so I am going to pull you back up here so that we can give you a proper send-off. Bob, thank you so much for joining us once again. We really appreciate it, and we're going to let you go and cheer on some of your friends now. And I
Thanks,
hope
Matt.
you enjoy this last 55 minutes as we are watching something really, really meaningful unfold here.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so
All right,
much, Bob.
everybody,
Have a
enjoy.
good one. And so we are going to head to our Chris cam here as he is trackside. We are working on trying to get our drone back up in the air, I believe. We're trying to bring you all the coverage we can bring as we are closing in on a new American record that has stood for nearly a decade. Aravaipa's own Nick Curry currently on pace to surpass the American record at 24 hours, which is 172.456 miles. And so he is currently cranking out just under 2-minute laps. And yeah, it's gonna be really amazing to watch and see how this unfolds. And so let's go ahead and enjoy a little bit of desert sunrise here real quick and take a look at our updated leaderboard as we get ready to hopefully witness some history here. And so we are just tuning in trackside here as the sun is now rising. Nick Curry is 166.27 miles in. His last lap split 1:59, which is well under the pace he needs. Scott Burton in the chat was breaking the record. His specific goal this year, I believe coming in, that was the goal that Nick and his coach James Benet were shooting for, although Nick did keep that pretty close to the vest. I don't think he ever said that publicly. He kept that pretty tight, and here he comes once again, absolutely cranking. And that last lap split was another 1:59 for Nick. So again, he is just continuing to keep the gas down just a little bit. He's not overextending quite yet, and he is really doing a good job at just continuing to press it down ever so slightly. And here we see him cranking off just under 8-minute pace per mile. So there we see Marissa Lysak still moving forward here. Yeah, Nick definitely looks good. And he is putting on just an absolutely masterful performance thus far. He's run his race. He stayed true to his negative split strategy. And he's about to break an American record that has stood for nearly a decade. You can see the sun is still trying to peak up here. And here we go. Another lap down for Nick Curry as he is closing in on 167 miles. That was a 2-minute lap for Nick. I think that what Bob said just a minute ago is playing out to be true. I think Nick is going to not overextend himself. I think he's going to keep the pace kind of right where it is until the time is right. Maybe the last half hour, 15 minutes, something like that, and then he may start kind of letting it go a little bit as he kind of knows that he kind of has it a little bit more. Wade in the chat, is this broadcast being recorded and available for viewing later? It sure is. We actually broke the stream up into 3 parts. So our first 2 parts are already up on our YouTube channel that you can watch back, and this stream will be saved straight to our YouTube channel upon it ending. So we will be here to finish up the race and see it through to the award ceremony here before we wrap things up. And I am enjoying the last bits of my final Topo Chico of the weekend. And it looks like Jeff Urbanski has chosen to stop his journey at 108.61 miles. That is official in the live results. The American record for those in the chat is 172.456 miles. And you're seeing Marissa Lysak continuing to move forward. And we just saw Nick Curry come through. Another 2 flat split for Nick. Let's send it down to the Chris cam here. So we got eyes on Nick Curry, Aravaipa racing team member, Aravaipa's own. He's part of the family. He's just having himself a truly incredible day out there. We are gonna take it back trackside here as we've got Jake Jackson continuing to crank off some laps here. And there we have Matthew Urbanski, who is he is approaching. He's going to hit 127 miles right here. And here comes Nick Curry coming through. Let's see if we can get another lap split here. Another 2-minute lap. And here we see Scott Trayer continuing to crank out some laps here. He's having himself a really good desert solstice this year. Again, really great to see Scott out there having a solid day. And we are going to send it to our eyes in the sky. And actually, looks like that feed is not super great here. That drone feed is awfully dark, so we're going to pull it back to static cam 2. As we have runners coming through here. And it looks like our drone feed has cleared up a little bit here. As we have an aerial shot of Nick Curry coming through. His last lap split there was 1:59. So again, staying right around that 2-minute mark, or those 2-minute splits. He is just like a human metronome out there. The low temp for the night, we believe, was in the low 40s. And then what is Scott's mileage up to? Scott is at 149.12 miles. So he's going to surpass the 150-mile mark here in just a few minutes, so it's good to see Scott again having a really good day. So we are going to pull it down trackside as we just saw Nick Curry come through. Drone feed was cutting out just a little bit there, and that was another 2 flat lap split for Nick. There we have Scott Traer still using the arms. I like that, Scott. Way to go. Again, he's closing in on the 150-mile mark, which is a big PR for him. Let's see if we can get our drone back up here. So you were taking a look at Nick Curry, and let's go ahead and take it back trackside. We're going to see if we can get the exposure on this camera here fixed for you. Let's see, that lap was a 2:02 for Nick, who is now has 4.45 miles to go before he has broken the American record. And so let's go back to the drone here. And then it looks like someone also adjusted static cam 2 for us, so that will be up and running as well. So here we have a live look at our Desert Solstice men's leader, Aravaipa's own Nick Curry, who is chasing down the American 24-hour record here. We're going to send it here to static cam 2. As we have Marissa Lizak coming across the line. Someone in the chat asked if she had stopped. And there she is right there. We got Scotty Traer back running, moving strong. And again, Scotty is coming pretty close to that 150-mile mark. And here comes Nick Curry just behind Jake Jackson there. And Nick's split there was a 2:05. So hopefully he can continue to crank it up a little bit. And here is our drone shot. So here we are taking a look at Nick Curry coming down the backstretch here. He is over 168 miles, so when he crosses the start-finish line here, he will have less than 4 miles remaining to break the U.S. 24-hour record. So let's go ahead and send it trackside here. So we lost our drone feed. Here comes Nick. And we will check this lap split for Nick Curry. A 1:59 lap split there. And again, less than 4 miles now. Less than 4 miles remaining before the American 24-hour record will be surpassed. There's Scotty Trayer. Let's see where he's at. He should be closing in on 150 miles soon. So, yeah, Scott Trayer's next lap will put him over 150 miles. A huge PR for Scotty. Hopefully he can continue to press things forward. And there we have Marissa Lizak coming across the line, and we are closing in on a half hour to go. And here comes Nick Curry once again. He is closing in on the American 24-hour record. He's at 168.76 miles. The record, 172.456. And Nick's latest lap split there was a 1:58. drone feed is a bit choppy here. Let's send it back to our press box, and you can see the sun starting to peek over basically where Chris Warden's Dutch Brothers Coffee is. Just right over there on the right of your screen. And we do have Nick Curry coming through once again. We will try to get another lap split, as he should have surpassed the 169-mile mark now. And that was a 2:01 lap. So again, Nick staying super consistent with his pacing and his splits. As expected, I don't know if he will ratchet it down at any point. He may just stay consistent and know that as long as he stays on the splits perfectly, that he's got this thing in the bag. And Scott Trayer surpassed the 150-mile mark just moments ago. He is having a huge day. He's got a big PR already, and is continuing to push that forward. So let's go back to the press box here. Let's go ahead and catch another Nick Curry split here. And that was a 157 lap, so we will see if Nick is going to give the last half hour or so here. We'll see if he's going to crank it down and give it a whirl. And here we go. A little bit cleaner drone footage. We are looking at Nick Curry continuing to push on as we are here at Central High School here in Midtown Phoenix, in the great state of Arizona. Nick Curry, who is going to be your Desert Solstice 24-hour champion, is chasing the American 24-hour record that has lived for nearly a decade. And he is well on his way to seeing this thing through. Still about 28 minutes of race left. So and his last split there was a 158. Again, for anyone who is just joining us, we are watching history unfold before our very eyes as Nick Curry, Aravaipa's own, is on his way to a new American 24-hour record. He is just 3 short miles away from breaking that record with 25 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. And it looks like the drone might be coming down here. Let's take a look trackside as Marissa Lizak, Matthew Urbanski cross the line, and here we'll send it trackside to Chris Warden on the Chris cam. Chris is trackside, bringing us a little bit more dynamic view from the ground level. Will they need to do anything special at the finish to confirm the record? Yes, they will. So they will follow him and make sure they mark the distance. Specifically, if it is not a complete lap, they will then, I believe, wheel that distance to get it accurate. And then Nick will need to take a drug test. So Nick's last lap here was a 1:57. So he is still really cranking. So for those of you just tuning in, we are trackside with Chris Warden here. Here we see Scott Trayer continuing to push on. We just saw Jacob Jackson and let's see, Nick Curry's latest split was a 1:57 just moments ago, so still running really smooth. I love how Eric said he wanted an excuse, and we're giving him Christmas present ideas. I do agree with the chat, though, Eric. I think you should get your wife a Koros watch, and if you use promo code Desert Solstice at checkout at Koros.com, you can get a little keychain charger, USB charger. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't have any excuses lined up for you, Eric, but I wish you nothing but the best when you broach that conversation with your wife. And here we have Nick Curry coming across another lap split. Jake Jackson right there as well, still running strong. Nick Curry with a minute 59 lap split. Tracy, you were right. It was perfect. Thank you all for typing out the ad read for me in the chat. I really appreciate it, as do our friends over at Koros, I'm sure. So let's see if we can get the Chris Cam going here. So I believe that is Stella Springer. Moving pretty strong still. She is cranked through 133.47 miles. There we have Matthew Urbanski. When he entered, he did not put down a 24-hour PR, so I don't know if this is his first race, but he is having a pretty solid day as well. He's at 129.5 miles. And there is Scotty Trayer. A huge PR for Scott. Closing in on 151 miles. His PR coming in, I believe, was 140 miles. So, huge shout out to Scott on the big day. There was another Nick Curry split here. We'll get that for you in a second. That was a 2-flat split. And Jan Springer, a.k.a. Stella Springer, as she likes to go by, she is having a massive PR today as well. Her PR coming in was 126 miles, and she is up at 133.5. There you see Mandy Holmes just passing by on the Chris Cam. And Nick Curry is over 170 miles, closing in on 171 miles. He is 2 miles away from a new American record at 24 hours. We are watching history unfold before our very eyes. And let's go ahead and send it to Static Cam 2 here as Scott Trayer is coming across. And there we see Nick Curry will be coming up momentarily. He just split another 202 as he's at 170.75 miles, closing in on 171 with 17 minutes to spare still. Eric Schranz in the chat. Is Nick still going to drop the hammer? I don't know. James Benet, his coach, told us he was not going to pick it up too much until they got into the final hour. My guess is Nick is going to probably play it pretty conservative and ensure that the record is going to be his. And it looks like we're getting the drone back up here. And there we have Nick Curry running pretty smooth here. And I believe when he crosses the timing point right up here, he will be at 171 miles, leaving him with 1.5 miles left to go. And there, we just saw Nick cross the timing mat once again. That last lap split was a little bit slower, so he must have been getting some aid or tending to some things. And Nick is at 171 miles. And he is just a few short laps away from making history here at Central High School in Phoenix, Arizona. What an amazing run by Nick and some of the other amazing athletes who are participating and out there competing still today. And those athletes who finished their journeys already. Everyone who came out, put themselves out there and gave it their all, and it's been amazing to follow along. So here we have Nick Curry coming through on another lap. That will put him 2 kilometers away from the record, and that was a 1:58 lap. And let's see if we can throw it back to our eyes in the sky. Let's actually get a little Chris cam going here from ground level. Now we'll go back in the sky here, and actually we're going to check in with Bob Hearn for just a few seconds here. Bob, how are you feeling about the American record right now?
At this point, it's a done deal. He's got, I think, 5 laps to go. He's now projecting for about 1 mile cushion on that. So this is, I don't think there's any way this is not going to happen at this point. We're seeing a new American record here. It's really, really exciting.
What is the energy like trackside there? And how are you feeling? How excited are you to be able to watch this unfold?
Oh my God, it's incredible. And they told me I can run his last partial with him to drop the marker. So that is just a real honor for me to be able to participate like this. Camille's back here. She's excited. Pam's here. Jenny's here. Lots of people have come back to see this happen. It's a really amazing day.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. And I want to let you get back to the track. Thank you for hopping back on here.
Yeah.
And thanks for telling us to Sharpie it and that it's a done deal. So
Yeah.
we appreciate it. And yeah, again, thank you so much. We're gonna send it trackside here to the Chris cam. And it looks like everyone is back out. To witness this as Nick Curry, his last lap split was 1:56. I don't know that he's going to throw the hammer down per se, but he has 1 mile left to breaking the American record here at the Desert Solstice Track Invitational. And we are going to get to witness this live. And I don't know that I've been more excited to call a race than this. So can't wait to bring you all along as again we are witnessing history unfold here. And we've got our drone in the sky giving us a little bit more coverage here. And we are going to go to our static cam here. And you can see Marissa Lizak coming through and Scotty Trayer jogging along, having himself a really strong day as well. And here comes Nick Curry. And let's see what that last lap split was here. That was a 1:57 lap for Nick. So still just cranking right along as he is now 1 lap away from hitting the 172 mile mark. So 3 laps away from a new American record at the 24-hour distance. There we have the drone shot courtesy of Nick's brother, Jamil Curry, who was on the desk, on the commentary desk here a little bit earlier. And there we see Nick crossing the line at just under 172 miles. That was a 1:57 split. And so in 2 laps here, he will have surpassed the American record. we just missed the Chris cam here, but we do have the Jamil drone shot. So again, Nick has less than 2 laps now before establishing a new American record at 24 hours, and he is still just moving smoothly. He should be closing in on roughly 400 meters to go before establishing a new American record. We also have Scott Traer and Jacob Jackson having pretty solid races as well. So are Marissa Lizak, Mandy Holmes, and Stella Springer. And Nick should have about 1 lap to go before establishing a new American record at 24 hours. And that last lap split was a 1:56. And he is at 1:72.24. He has about 4 minutes remaining. And he looks like he is running incredibly strong as he is on his way to setting a new American record at 24 hours. What an incredible performance here by Nick. I know that everyone here at Aravaipa is super proud of him, and I believe that that is one of the best fixed time performances I have seen. It was a master class as we watched Nick Curry cross the line here. He has now established a new American record at the 24-hour distance. He has crossed over 172.49 miles. Still has a little under 3 minutes to go. That lap split was a 1:30. So he is fully sending it right now. No, TJ, a 1:30. Yes, a 1:30. He is absolutely going for it. And so we will see if we can get some eyes on him shortly, as our drone feed has gone kaput. But Nick Curry, your Desert Solstice 24-hour champion, your new American record holder at 24 hours. He sealed up the record and then sent it completely. And you can see him coming into the turn there. He still has a couple minutes to go. And he is absolutely cranking as he is about to come across our timing point here. And let's see what that lap split was. And he is absolutely going for it. That was a 1:27 last lap, so Nick is now running under 6-minute pace to close out a 24-hour race. I just want to let that sit with the audience for a second. Nick is absolutely hammering. Now that he has this secured, he's trying to put it as far into the depths as he can, and he is absolutely leaving it all out there now. just under a minute remaining. Nick Curry, your new American record holder at 24 hours. What a huge performance. And I think he is going to try and dig to push this to 173. 5 seconds remaining. What an incredible run by Nick Curry. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at your new American record holder at 24 hours. Aravaipa's own Nick Curry. What a masterful performance by Nick. Truly incredible. And so we are going to send it to the drone in the sky for some beautiful, beautiful aerial shots. It looks like Marissa Livzak is being tended to. What a gutsy performance by her. And what an incredible run by Nick Curry. Again, your Desert Solstice 24-hour champion in a new American record. And what a performance. And there you see Nick getting a hug from his mom. Getting to sit in a little chair. I bet that feels actually quite comfortable right now. And it is very well deserved. And there is the mark. Thank you all for tuning in. We are going to stay tuned here for just a little bit as we get the measuring wheel out. We want to get an official distance here, see what this is, and we will see if Chris is able to get us the full distance, and then we will wrap things up here. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Huge shout out to all of the athletes for laying it all out there on the track, for their enjoyment, but also for us to be able to share with the masses. So we really appreciate that. And my guess is, based on Nick's reaction, that he is at 173 miles, although I don't know. I believe it would have to be past 173 miles, but Nick is having a very passionate conversation here. We will go ahead and take the clock away now. And this is the scene here. And it looks like oh, that's actually great in the chat, Bobby. Thank you. They were discussing excuses for Eric, and I believe that Nick was very passionate about whatever his excuse was for Eric Schranz. So, Eric, you may have to get with Nick to see what that is. And here is the beautiful drone shot, courtesy of the brother of now 24-hour American record holder Jamil Curry. Oh, Nick Curry. Let me start over. The drone shot is from Jamil Curry, the brother of the new 24-hour record holder, Nick Curry. Looks like he's gonna take us on a little adventure maybe. Give us some views here. Looks like you got a canal right there. You've got Phoenix Mountain Preserve, I believe. And it looks like the drone is coming down. We're going to go over to the Chris Cam. What an incredible performance by Nick. And we will try to get an official distance here for you. Michael M. in the chat, who is on the ground at the finish. That was Marissa Lizak, who had she'd been grinding away for quite some time. Once the 24 hours hit, she went to the ground and was being assisted up. She is no longer at the finish line. She has been helped. So there's a look at our finish line. We're back to the Chris Cam here. And again, what just a truly incredible performance here. And now we got the drone shot here, a little bit above track level. It looks like it might be frozen, so we're back to the Chris Cam here. And there you see Nick Curry chatting with race director Julie Harrow.
Nice job, Nick.
We have some audio here with Chris finally.
2.01.
Right over 173.
We're gonna verify it, but it sounds like 1.173.01.
We have another mark right there.
Incredible.
I texted my dad. 173. I didn't want to kick earlier. I know I could. I know. The last thing I want.
Hey, Paul.
Worst things that happen. Yeah. Like, what if you pull a blast us and say the track? I could pull something and collapse on it. 137.
And I have 137 the last time. I had 137
And so there you have it. It looks like Nick Curry, the new American 24-hour record holder, just eclipsing the 173-mile mark, fully sending it those last few laps. What an exciting thing to watch. And now he is drinking.
So there was a hammer to be dropped.
Water bottle on the side of his mouth like a toddler. And I'm here for it. When you set a 24-hour American record, you can do whatever you want.
But it was instant. It was like all of a sudden went 156 to 130. I was like, oh my god.
8 hours out, I have thoughts. I have zero confidence that I can hold this up for another hour. Like, it's possible. I'm giving it every shot I have, but I'm like, I have to now like speed up and then hold that for the next 8 hours, and it just seems so far away.
You did it though. Congratulations.
Sit down so
And there you heard from Nick Curry, who even early on was having some doubts as to whether he could hold that pace. And he just kept plugging away anyway. And that determination and that drive has him walking away with the 24-hour American record, as well as being one of the few individuals to ever win the Desert Solstice twice. Eric Schranz in the chat with a brilliant note here. What a crazy sport. Nick was running under 6-minute pace just 13 minutes ago, and now he can hardly walk. Yeah, that is actually likely what running like 550 to 555 pace at the end of a 24-hour event does to you. It makes you not able to walk very good afterwards. So I'm sure that soreness and that tightness is all worth it, seeing as we have a new American record holder, a record that stood for nearly 10 years, and Nick Curry, the first American man to eclipse 173 miles for 24 hours. What an incredible accomplishment. And there next to Nick, you see Scott Traer, who had a massive race himself, coming away with a huge PR in the low 150s. Truly amazing. Did Nick hit a negative split? I believe someone in the chat earlier did say he negative split. He ran 137K and 140K.
I know you don't have to get it if you want to. Maybe it's.
I would say I would ask a couple questions. I would keep my goal passive. I have no reason to think otherwise. But what do you feel like? Is there anything that's getting it?
Yeah, just that there's not easy. It's not required.
I didn't think so.
I just told her to be on standby.
Like, mostly I don't care because I don't know how I'm going to exam for it.
She's in the house, so I yeah.
And so we are going to hang around for just a few minutes here.
All and James are over. All and James are over. I looked at my career and
And so we are just tuning in as race director Julie Harrow is chatting with Nick Curry, your Desert Solstice 24-hour champion. And there you see him give a big hug to Arin Glick, who took the pace out very hot early on, hung on for quite a while. He made it 128 miles in 18 and a half hours, basically, before he had to pull the plug. You know, a really incredible performance for Arin after what has been a big year for him. And nice to see him back on the track and showing Nick a little bit of love here as well. And there you see Jamil on the screen there as well. So let's see if we can.
17 or 18 hours, and I crashed at 19. So like my 167 spawned, and then we got to our race that pulled me back. So my 155 was well below what I was aiming for, but I had a bunch more to figure out. My quads burned out, and so like I never used. And I did so much more of that this year. Like I figured out every single thing that went wrong last year. I fixed it all, and then I just started crashing. Like for the last 12 months, being obsessed on this, and I'm like, I think there's a very low chance this is actually any possibility, but I'm like, I'm gonna get it every single like go I can, and then I just get everything. You know?
So you like literally
I averaged 100 miles a week this year. I peaked at like 140, 150. I think I had like a 170 something or 7-day period. Yeah, I did. Yeah, like if you slice it up right, it was like 100K to it was like 170 something. That was the last key. That was exactly what I need to know. It scared my coach because he didn't want me to do a 50 mile 6 days after a 7:06 100K solo on the track. But I wanted that, like, I wanted that. I feel trash. I feel fatigued, and I want to feel like I thought that 50 mile would simulate mile like 80 to 130. Like, there is no way to simulate mile 150, 160, 170 without just being there. But like, at least if I get the middle part of the race, and I can imagine what might be possible. Tracy, how did you like race? Like starting at 8 hours ago, I had no clue at my last step. Or like my next step would be the last one. Like something could pull, I could just blow up and die. Like anything can happen. And all I have to do is keep doing everything I can, right? Be completely patient, never like get excited or go after something. And just hold it all together long enough. I couldn't see, like, even at the end, I'm like, I could try to be.
So we are listening into a chat between Nick Curry,
694 has been
Arin Glick.
Last 12 months. Like, I've been able to think of nothing else than that number, 694 laps. And until I hit that at 694, I'm not going to try anything. And then once I hit that, go nuts for the last however many minutes are left. Like, I assumed it would be low single digits, minutes to seconds if I had any chance of making it. And it's like 2.5 minutes. 3 minutes to get that flag. So I knew if it was going to happen. And so I know. I tried to think like a 20 second crash. And they're like, I'm in 6 hours, 3 hours, 11 hours. Like every back really good. Like I lost in 2018, I lost a spot at the national team with Greg Armstrong. I won here. In 2020, I stayed ahead of Ryan by, whatever it was, like half a mile. And so, like, I know how critical every single second is, right? And so, like, I've also been assessing, like, how can I take every minute and make it towards forward movement and take every stop out. And you go look at my stops. Like there's a couple things did go wrong, but I tried to keep every lap as short as I could. Yeah, I couldn't afford a 3-minute break here and a 4-minute break there. Like that's it. That I wouldn't have gotten. How long are you going to be? 14, 34. Oh, you're 30. This is like an older person sport, and I think that's like one of the things that I missed there. Like, well, I was an anomaly, but there's more. Like, you're there too. Like, yeah, I did my first 24-hour at what? 18. Oh, so yeah. 34 is. Yeah, like most good 24-hour runners are older. It seems that like the experience and wisdom and patience comes there. And I guess I've just been doing it long enough that like I started young and foolish, and I picked up those things as I went. And I just slowly got it. Yeah, well, but it's gonna be a while before I do another one. I'll come to I'm down next year, same place. Yeah, we will do this. Yeah. Presumably, if Worlds happens, it does, like half the time I made the World team such a So I hope that's on omen, but that would probably be my next. I think you made the team. You never know. I think you're good. Yeah, well, I would hope 5 people. Another maybe I can go. The last grade yet. I mean, this will probably be the last. It'll probably be one of the last qualifiers. Okay. legs. It's not the yeah, I guess that's just yeah, you'll learn though. It's so much different than most hundreds, especially hundreds that are packages so different. Like you can't optimize everything. You have to learn to like ignore the fact that you have aid stations on every to a certain extent. Like you need to take advantage of all the move forward. You can't stop your session. You can do as many things as possible. Like I was out there like applying, you know, like whatever creams or things I need, you can move all that stuff as I'm going. Like if I could do it while running even awkwardly, I was doing it on the road. Massaging, like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, just do it while going. Like I grab a bottle of water and like it impacts my slow. Yeah, my mind, most things don't impact my slow.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Just really laughed. That was amazing. Thank you. Not like I have a rough target in mind, but I have no idea if I could hit an hour. Like I knew how many calories were each of those eating. I don't know. I just targeted somewhere between 400 and I was hungry. I felt not hungry. That's out there. Yeah. Hydrated enough. No, too much because you don't want to have tea breaks all the time. Yeah, we had to watch with the weather, huh? Yeah. Like last year. Yeah, I mean, it was still warm for me, even though I'm a super heat athlete, and I was cooling for whatever, like 6 to 8 hours straight. Because I tried to make my body feel like it. So I would just constantly douse myself with water and ice water. Like every little bit that your body is overheated, like it's just going to raise your heartbeat a couple beats. And over the course of 8 hours, you get that much worn out, and then that hits you second half of the race, not the first half of the race. And like that's like, how can I be stronger the second half? The only way is to completely preserve myself the first half. And you can't do that if you don't flexible. I missed that. What when you say races your heart? Like heat. Like even things that don't feel like heat. When it's like 65, it doesn't feel that hot. I think that's super hot in racing. Like your body is physiologically being more stressed when it's 65 and you're working hard. So like I try to lower my effective body temperature to like 40 if I can. And like if I'm not that low, I keep doing more heat mitigation. And even here you have access to everything, every lap. Were you like dumping water or putting ice in the head? I have ice water. I use cooling sleeves because they get so good at ventilation and it's so dry here that they're like nice. And then I had like my rabbit rated shirt super well. So I was actually swapping these like every 20 minutes. I'd have my crew soak a second one in a bucket of ice, and then I was just swapping it. Oh, wow. I didn't It worked pretty well. Yes.
It's the only time I've ever seen somebody have a cooler for their shirts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Doing all right. Yeah, so I'm from Ohio, and Catalina was my first ultra west of Mississippi. So I'm used to running in cooling. Yeah, I do terrible in humid heat. So all my techniques do not work once it's humid. Here, there's so many things you can do. So much evaporates. I thought what's so fun about Catalina is finally cooling actually works. Yeah, you had to do it because it is so hot, but it actually worked. It was really neat to feel cooling effect. Like you felt really hot on you, but then you dump water and it feels icy. Yeah. I know. Mike Norton. Oh yeah. Yes, man. Yeah, that's great. Did anybody break the news here? Where's he at? What's he has running? People in the live stream were asking someone who were good report. I've never met the guy or anything. Yeah, when he's like really. Yeah, I think between. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because like his, I looked up on your site. Was it like his last ultramarathon was like the year that he broke the national record for the 24-hour and Umstead and fees or something? He really set like back to back like low 13 or something. Yeah, like 2 successive weekends. But then that was like the end, right there. How are you talking to me? Like me? I can feel stuff the last couple hours in my lungs. Yeah, I did too. I have. I don't know. Like I've become this huge fan of this whole negative speaking because. Like, I kind of like I don't want to say fine, but I can't believe how good I feel. Well, like yeah, I do not feel destroyed. Like turning down a chair at the end, I've never done that. My crew catches me.
All right, and so I think we are just waiting on the awards to be given out still. So that is kind of why we're still sticking around on the live stream here. So please bear with us while we await the awards presentation for these incredible athletes, and we'll continue to listen in to some of these amazing insights here.
So much better because, like, instead of like normally what happens, you run the first half hard and you kind of start like destroying your body, and then you just beat yourself into the ground in the second half. Versus negative splits, like the first half is not that bad. Like it was pretty chill. In the second half, like you start doing that damage, but you kind of get only the first half worth of it. No, you're not running with all that money. Yes. So like you feel like you raced half the distance and at a slower pace than you would race half the distance. Like there's well, it's mental, it's physical, it's like logistical. There were so many details that had to work out, and like at every race I did almost, I figure out some other aspect of it. And like the patience is crazy, like the energy management, like you can't just go slow. Like you go slow, you're still gonna wear yourself out, and you're still gonna crash. There's like a lot of other techniques to like keep calm, conserve energy while not going slow. Like you want to go moderate, but like fully save up all that energy so you have the second half and you can deploy it exactly when you want. And it's just this gradual crescendo all the way to the end. And yeah, you can like sprint the end. And that's the only part that you really go crazy. And yeah, you feel great because you haven't straight. Like I did that in 6 days in the dome. I did 100 there and 13:20. But like I was doing sub sixes at the end. And then I raced a 50K the next week. Yeah, I like I like to do both a lot of long slow miles and like race pace, even some a little slower, assuming you might slow down, and then some that are much harder, like stretch your body on like the rhythm. That's why I did 100K time trial and 5 weeks ago, and then I did that probably 300 miles. Plus, I did the Dome, which is another 5 miles. Oh yeah. I came with great time. Yeah. Okay. Like the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I know.
70s, everybody. Yeah, so it's like, what's that?
100K time trial, with a couple 50s somewhere thrown in there, and 50Ks and a ton of 50K training runs. Yeah, like 91K at one point. Training races like after. I've only raced those mile races this year. I love racing. Like, it's just fun. I'll do races as training runs. So that's also the nice thing about negative splitting. I can jump in almost as many races as I want, because then I dial back the whole effort, and then I negative split from there, which makes it super fun at the end, and like it gets speed work, and like I just roll completely through. Like I don't taper at all. Like I run my normal training week. I'll run the race as a training run, and keep training the next week. And then I just like to be out there with people, and even if I'm not with people because I'm at the front or something. It's still nice to be around the vibe and before and after the race and the whole community and all that. I've been ultra running since 17 and just by. Yeah, Jamil, me, our younger brother, and a couple friends did this 12-hour night run, badass. Jamil, me, our younger brother, did this 12-hour badass looped course. It was like a 500-meter dirt track, and it was just the goofiest. There was this NASA engineer from Texas was wearing Napoleon Dynamite boxers and rattling off movie quotes all night, and then this other local guy was total old school. Every 2 hours, he ends up telling you the same story again. He forgot that he told you it. It was the most bizarre thing, and we were just whatever this is, we don't know why we need to be a part of this. We need to be a part of this. We show up I had a 5K cross country high school meet that morning. No clue what we're doing. We sprint the first 2 hours, and then we get tired, so we jog a bit, and we sprint another hour, and then we get to sit around and eat some pretzels and Gatorade. That's what's on the one table they had. And then midnight, we're midnight madness, and we're sprinting more laps. And, no clue what we were doing. All did about 50 miles. No, we were not. But I think we tried to do a fastest lap at the end. So maybe that was the start of it.
Zero consistency.
Yeah.
Opposite of consistency. Thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
One last hurrah for the year, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping for something good. Oh well, it was fun first.
Yeah.
I never got hit by so many different things. I mean, last time I think it was 55 or something. A bunch of will put out 175 points. Even Jake.
So proud of you.
Whatever, 150. Yeah, we can keep getting better. Yeah, anchored out there. Well, put one together. Yeah, Jake. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I started doing like half and half, but yeah. No, and I actually think it made like we have like
You made it will be able to lower it. I know Nick, like, Nick, what was your marathon progression? It's like you kind of hit a wall at like 240 something, but then you were able to lower it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's like done like 240, but then.
Well, and like half the problem is like a bunch of my distances, I have years between trying. So like 2010, I think I did 251. 2013, I did 241 maybe. And then I didn't really race again until 2019, and I did 232.
Nice. Yeah, I've done 240, but I haven't for 2 years. I would like to think that I could do.
Yeah, the super shoes definitely help. I will actually, I probably argue this definitely is the difference between me getting an extra half mile there or whatever. Like Sorokin, same thing.
Did he wear this shoe?
He wore the Alpaflies. Those Alpaflies I probably wear on a road course. These I wear on a track because they're a little more stable than that. But like if you make a rough guess based on all the information out there about what percentage it gets you, like I'd say Giannis's is roughly equivalent to Sorokin's maybe. It's tough to say, but and Warden's is definitely like I noticed how much these help for the distance. You just feel better and fresher late in the race. If you can handle them. They take a lot of training because they're so high up the ground. You can get real unstable. They will wreck you. And then the carbon fiber plate, you've got to get used to that, like all the everything. I did a lot of my track running in like old pairs that I had. Like it's hard to train new pairs of these. They're just so crazy. But I take like ones that I've raced, I don't know, like 150, 200 miles in, and then I'll go run another 300 something, 400 something. Yeah, like you have to appreciate pre-super shoe performances for what they are relative to super shoe performances. That's it. Like, where else am I going? Just gotta keep drinking water.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's on my radar. Like, track is awesome. It's just, I had fun the time, even though it was something.
I will say, because like the first ones I did were not on tracks, and you think like the 1 mile, 2 mile road courses would be way better because you're like, oh, it's just more scenic. They're awful relative to a track. They are great the first time, but like it's like 2 a.m. when it's the toughest. You're like out in some park somewhere, and there's these dim lights, and you're getting like this weird psychosis because you're like, am I dreaming? Am I awake? You're getting tired. You're falling asleep. There's no one around you because you get so spread out over that distance, and you can't see anything, and you just like you're falling asleep out there, and it's so much tougher. Versus here, like the lights make it feel like it's perpetually 9 p.m. The rest of the and you can see people you're like near them because it's so small. It keeps you so much more alert and active, and it's so much easier that. And when it's a short loop, it's not that interesting anyways for like the scenery. You just get used to it. You got to flow. You get out of it. And so I love trail races. Like I prefer trail races. They are so much more fun. Like these things are brutal. I do these because I want to see what I can accomplish, not because I'm like, oh, I want to go run in circles. Like I'm doing Hard Rock next year. I'll sign up for a ton more trail races. Like even this year, a ton of my races were on trail because they're scenic. They're like nice. I can actually explain to people why that is like Ohio.
Everyone.
Yeah, the only race I've done in Ohio was the national championships. I did that. I qualified for the team in 2010, and I totally bombed out.
I ran Burning River this year. I ran 100. I ran 50.
I have a friend from Ohio that lives here, and all he does is try to convince me to shoot Burning River.
Yeah, Burning River is a fun race. Like, it is the most diverse course you will ever find. I mean, it is everything from parking lots to running through a plowed field to trail, towpath, hilly, curvy roads. It has everything you can think of.
You guys ready for podiums?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that a little detail? He's right here.
I think I can use it already, though. This week is best year. Yeah. I need a year.
So again, if you were just tuning in, we are just waiting these awards to be handed out to our podium finishers, and then we will be wrapping up the live stream here. We are at about 8 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, so we're looking to wrap this up shortly so that it won't cause any problems going to YouTube here.
All right, we're gonna do some podiums. If I can get your attention over here.
So do they have to break
First,
the
I
third place
have some
100 miler?
100-mile podiums for people that continued on for 24 hours. So the first one I have is for third place male. We actually had a tie on this one. Video evidence.
We wanted to make Julie's life hard.
Not much is said. So we have Jake Jackson and Nick Curry, 13:59:33 for the 100-miler.
Yeah. Well, hold it together for the picture. You can take it because I know some people.
And there you have your men's third place.
All right.
Yeah, like the fact that that's when we ended up together. Yeah. I feel like I should show up. You ran like at least a mile together, right? Yeah. And then I'm like, we're gonna skip across together.
All right, and then next up for our men's 24-hour third place, we have Scott Trainer with 1:52:36. Well done, Scott.
I just want to share some history between us. We actually hadn't formally met each other till today, other than randomly last year on the track when Scott was a little out of it. But way back in 2012, I ran Desert Solstice and qualified for the US 24-hour team here. And then got bumped because this guy, Scott Trayer, who I had no idea who was, and he was a mountain biker, ran his 24 hours somewhere and bumped me by like half a mile.
I didn't go.
He didn't go, so I got to go anyway. So we're good with it. Yeah. I worked so hard. I knew I got the 6th spot on the team. I knew exactly what I had to run. It was so close to the end. And then like the last week, Scott showed up.
That's next time.
All right, second place in the men's 24-hour with 157.33. We have Jake Jackson. And then, of course, first place, breaking not only the 1990 24-hour track record, but also the overall American 24-hour record with 173.015.
And there you have your men's 24-hour podiums. Scott Trayer, Jake Jackson, and Nick Curry.
Just wanna.
And the baby.
I don't know. I did that. I'm like, I don't know why I think I actually, why I might actually have a shot at this. I'm going for it, but
We going all together? Yeah. Thanks.
All right, on to one more 100 mile for the ladies as well. That's going to be Marissa Isaac. She was our second place female in 100 miles.
I will take this number.
14:25.
And there is Marissa Lizak getting the 100-mile second place finish for the ladies.
Yeah, come on up here. Don't be shy. You just got to bust through the crowd. All right, for our women's 24-hour in third place, 133.67 miles, 133.67. We have Mandy Holt. Mandy also just competed in Tunnel Hill, and got second there as well.
Wow.
In second place with 135.17 miles. This is also a 24-hour American 50 to 54 record. We are still a streaker. Ella also got the American track record in the 200K, the 100-mile, and the 24 hours. So 3 American track records for her age group for Stella. Good job. And then in first place with 140.18 miles, we have Megan Austin. One more buckle, thanks, ma'am.
And there you have your ladies' podium. Mandy Holmes in third, Stella Springer in second, and Marissa Lizak, your ladies champion for the third consecutive year here at the Desert Solstice Track Invitational 24-hour. And so that is going to wrap up our live coverage for the 2021 Desert Solstice Track Invitational. So many amazing performances today. Or over the last 24 hours here, we've had a number of age group and American records get broken, both at the 100-mile distance, at some in-between distances like 50 mile and 100K. And then, obviously, we had Nick Curry breaking the American record at 24 hours. So, and there you see Camille Herron. And so that is going to do it for this live stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And we look forward to seeing you all on our next live stream, which will likely be the Black Canyon Ultras, the 100K and the 60K. So thank you all so much. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend.